Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today for this special session on the WSIS Plus 20 high-level event and the evolution of the WSIS forum over the years. Since it's a 9 a.m. meeting, we would really appreciate if you can join us here so that we can be closer to each other. The audience, if you would like us to join in the table, that would be really nice so we can be closer together. Okay, so basically, I wanted to divide this into two parts to kind of update you about the WSIS Plus 20 high-level event, but also to look at the evolution in the context of the WSIS Plus 20 review as well. So we have a very quick presentation, which I will go through, and then we'll pass on the floor to our speakers, who are actually also our stakeholders who contribute very actively to the WSIS forum and the WSIS process. So as all of you are familiar, it's a UN process, WSIS. It started in, the evolution started in 1998 in ITU's Plenipotentiary Conference, when Tunisia as a member state requested that there should be a framework like WSIS. We work with more than 50 UN entities currently, and of course it's a multi-stakeholder process. You can see IGF is part of the WSIS process, and you can see the spirit here, the multi-stakeholder participation, and we are very proud that we could maintain that over the years. So the evolution is clear, and I'll leave this presentation for all of you. I'll go through it very quickly. 1998, it was proposed. 2001, we took it to the UN. 2003 and 5, we had the two events, the summits. 2003 came up with the framework of the WSIS action lines. 2005 was the Tunis agreement, where IGF was also born. 2015, our mandate was renewed, and then it was till 2025, and hence this is such a milestone year for all of us, where we are reviewing the mandate. As you all know, we are guided by the framework of the WSIS action lines. It's a beautiful framework where all UN agencies, based on their mandates, work together. For example, DEAN from FAO implements the action line on e-agriculture with the multi-stakeholder community. ITU has the action line on ICT infrastructure, cybersecurity, and so on, so forth. The WSIS implementation wheel, as we call it, the action lines, the forum, stock taking database is a huge database where all stakeholders have inputted their projects, really the grassroots projects based on the action lines, the SDGs, and now we also have an alignment with the Global Digital Compact objectives. Like we mentioned, it's really multi-stakeholderism is in the DNA of the WSIS process, and we're proud that we've been able to maintain it. Now, our achievements over the 20 years, one challenge that all of us face is that the WSIS action lines don't have indicators and monitoring frameworks. So we really can't measure and tell you that quantitatively this is what we've achieved in the WSIS action lines. However, if you look at the qualitative achievements, you can look at how a process like WSIS, a framework like WSIS, has improved the lives of people all over the world. So WSIS essentially was about technology benefiting the people on the ground. So 5.5 billion people are online. Looking at the Giga mapping, we see that 280,000 plus schools are connected. With UNESCO, we figured out that 400 plus languages are accessible, and so on and so forth. So the stock-taking database, all of you must have a look at it. And if you're looking for examples of implementation of WSIS on the ground, you definitely can use those examples in your presentations, in your case studies, and so on and so forth. It's a very good repository. We also have WSIS photo contest winners every year out there, so you can use those. The United Nations Group on Information Society, all members of the CEB we, the Chief Executive Board, are members of this group. We also have observer members, newcomers like Odette, who are very welcome to the United Nations Group on Information Society. It's UN in action, and we have been working really well to implement the digital aspects of our work together. With this high-level event, as I look around the table, most of you are coming there. So we really look forward to welcoming you there. We've had several briefings for all of you. So the way the agenda and the program is built, it's through an open consultative process. Most of you have been part of it. And the interactive agenda that you see right now is the result and the outcome of what we've done together. We had several consultative meetings, we analyzed the inputs that we received, and then we put it together on the forum website. So as you'll see in these graphs, the contributions to the WSIS Forum open consultation process, they are very, very multi-stakeholder. Also, we are very proud to say that some regions who were not that active in the process in the sense of contribution of inputs, for example, Latin America, it's really increased over the years. So we are really happy that all regions and all stakeholders are benefiting and contributing towards the process. So I'll skip all of this because the agenda is already online. This one is important. All the action line facilitators have actually got together, and there's a presentation online, you can find it on the WSIS Forum website, highlighted the achievements, challenges, and opportunities of the WSIS action lines. It's a beautiful, it's really important work that people have done, where they've shown you the evolution of the action line, and these are the experts, so I think you should have a look at it. It'll really help you with the work that you're doing as well. So our chair designate is the Minister of South Africa, Excellency Solly Malatsi. Cynthia was supposed to be here representing him, but I think she's on her way. And he will take over from Switzerland, who was the chair last year. The venue is Palexpo. It's very similar actually to this venue. It's a huge space, and it's very approachable. Geneva is a small place, and it's easy to travel in Geneva. I hope you've registered, especially the people who needed visas, because we're working closely with the Swiss administration, who's also helping us with the visas. So as you're aware, the AI for Good conference is also taking place at the same time. So one badge will take you also to the AI for Good conference. Once you have it, you can also access it. Now, in terms of high-level participation, we are proud to say that, we have 67 ministers confirmed right now, 67 ministers and deputies. This means that not only the G77 countries, EU, but all the regions, they really consider this process so important that they would like to be present in Geneva for it. We have more than 40 regulators coming, of course, our UN partners that are very important, and 72 WSIS champions and 18 winners who will be awarded during the high-level event. So I won't go through the program. You all have seen it. We have a high-level one. We have workshops. We have several WSIS plus 20 consultations. These will happen during lunchtime, during the knowledge cafes as well. So please be there because we really want concrete outcomes. We have limited space at Palexpo. So we will have registration forms. Do fill them up as soon as they are available online. We have a huge special track that we will be working on, and if you have youth delegations coming with you, and of course we are all young at heart, so we can all join the youth party that we will have at ITU Morbihan premises on Monday. So please join the youth track also on Monday, 7th of July, to kind of get an impression of what the young people are expecting out of us. We have exhibition spaces, but since we are non-commercial, they are not very fancy. They're about what people are doing on the ground. I'm going to skip all of this because, well, I do see many high-level track facilitators around, so I wanted to say that the high-level tracks are moderated by the high-level track facilitators who are selected from, not selected, actually nominated by the different stakeholder types. So we look forward to, Cheryl is one of them, and I see Valeria, Anneret, so many of you around. Thank you so much. I spoke about the outcomes of the high-level event, very important this time because they will be fed into the UNGA overall review. So one would be through the chair's summary, so the South African minister who's going to submit the outcome of the high-level event to the UNGA overall review. Second is, of course, the ITU Secretary General's WSIS Plus 20 roadmap and report, which she will be submitting. And I do hope that all of you, while making your submissions to the UNGA overall review, will consider the importance of WSIS Forum and IGF in terms of being multi-stakeholder platforms for deliberations on digital policy. We, of course, have seen the Elements paper which was released, and we were quite surprised to note that the WSIS Forum was not noted on it. So we will provide our feedback, but if all of you could, we would like to encourage all of you also to submit your comments and inputs through the online form, which is available until 15th of July. So I'll stop here now because, it's quite, I'll make this available for you. But just 2 points my colleagues from New York also wanted me to highlight is that ITU is also working with ODET in the GDC implementation roadmap. We are supposed to provide a 1,000-word document on how the GDC is being implemented currently. So we encourage you to also submit to us these ideas so we could prepare this 1,000-word document. And this will be sent to the CSTD annual session next year. So I'm going to stop here and hand over the floor actually to Ambassador Schneider, Switzerland is the co-host of the WSIS Plus 20 high-level event. They were also the they were also the chairs last year. Ambassador Schneider, thank you for the wonderful evening last night. Over to you.
Yes, thank you, Gitanjali, and good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me with your earphones. Yes, we are happy and proud to be the co-host of also this year's WSIS Forum. We are also very happy to work together with our friends from South Africa who are chairing the event this year. Because, we think that WSIS is a very important structure. We had now almost 22 years ago, where we agreed in Geneva on some principles how to turn this world into a inclusive, people-centered and people-centered and development-oriented, or the other way around, information society. Now we would call it digital society. We have agreed on an action plan, and then in Tunis we have complemented whatever was not agreed in Geneva. And we do think that, and we have expressed this at many occasions in this week, that this structure has helped us a lot to achieve some of the goals that we set us, some of the targets that we set us. There's still some work to do in many others. We've had new challenges, new technical developments, new opportunities that this system has been able to take on. We are discussing here at the IGF not only about the same things that we were discussing 20 years ago. We are every year adapting our dialogue to the challenges and opportunities of the time. The same goes not just for the IGF here, it also goes for the WSIS. So we think that this architecture is not perfect, but we have tried to be as inclusive as we can, to allow as many voices to be heard as we can. And the IGF as well as the WSIS Forum are two important components that are complementary because they have a slightly different setting. They are complementary in our view, and we are very happy that these two exist and think these are very important elements of the dialogue part. Of course, we all know the dialogue is only a necessary but not sufficient step in getting things done, in actually making things happen. So I can again refer to among other inputs, to the Swiss non-paper that we have circulated, where we try to build on the existing architecture, make some concrete proposals that can be discussed, that we hope are useful to actually fill the biggest gap that I think we currently have, which is to help make sure that the dialogue that we're having is actually turning into result in decision-making for us, so that the voices of the people are not just heard here or at the WSIS Forum, but they actually heard when and taken into account when decisions are made. I think this is something we all need to work on, and we are very happy to see that also this year there will be a big WSIS plus 20, and the AI for Good will be a big meeting, but with lots of participants, with also a remarkable number of high-level participants. So we also hope that this meeting will be used to get this dialogue to the awareness of high-level people from all stakeholders, because this is what we, I think, need to focus on, to make sure that these voices that we try to make heard, that they are really have an impact in decisions that are taken, be it in intergovernmental institutions, also by private institutions. I think this is the biggest endeavor, so we hope that this discussion here is useful to bring us one step closer to this goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Schneider, and thanks to Switzerland for their support for making this happen. We are really looking forward to the high-level event, 7th to 11th of July. And as we look around the room, I just mentioned that we know most of them are going to be there with us. So thank you so much. I'll move on to now the chair designate, South Africa. Cynthia, the floor is yours. You can use my mic.
Thank you, Gitanjali, and good morning to everyone. And it's such an honor to be part of this session and to see many familiar faces that I have actually interacted with, and we are really looking forward as South Africa to be the chair of the upcoming high-level event in Geneva, which will then be chaired by our Honorable Minister, Solly Malatsi. And for South Africa, really, we stand firmly and constantly a champion of the WSIS process since its inception from 2005 from 2003 to 2005. And many South African delegations have actually actively participated in the 2003 Geneva Summit, including the 2005 Tunisia Summit. And this is a demonstration of the South African commitment to bridging the digital divide and shaping the future for internet governance. As South Africa, we have also played an important role in advancing the civil society and multi-stakeholder participation both in global internet governance process. Its leadership has been visible in both policy development and, of course, the norm-setting platform, helping to ensure that voices of the Global South, particularly African stakeholders, are represented in shaping the digital future. For instance, I would say that from a country point of view, we do have we have also chaired, I think, through our dear Henrietta, a multi-advisory group of the United Nations IGF, and which is another clear recognition of South Africa's commitment to inclusive internet governance. But in addition to that, as South Africa, we have what we call the Internet Governance Forum, which is a multi-stakeholder platform which unites government, the civil society, the academia, the private sector, and most importantly, the youth. And we did not end there as South Africa, but we also recently have hosted a national IGF forum under the theme Reviewing South Africa's Internet Governance Program, progress in the context of WSIS Plus 20. For us, this was about highlighting alignment with the Global Digital Policy Framework. And of course, we've used the forum to access the diverse voices on what we have achieved, the challenges, and again, what lies ahead of us beyond 2020-25. And again, the other, I would say, a classic example of how we are committed to the WSIS Forum is our role as the chair of Council Working Group, ITU Council Working Group, WSIS and SDGs. And through that platform, again, as a chair, what we have done, working together with the ITU, we've issued an ITU's call for both governments and stakeholders to really share their experiences of how they have implemented the WSIS outcomes for over a period of 20 years, and what are the challenges and what is it that they are envisioning going forward. So this is one of what I would say the highlights of showing again how South Africa is really taking this process serious. But we did not only end there, but through our G20 presidency, the country is also prioritizing a number of issues that are actually key, and they are key not only for South Africa, but they are also the issues that are contained in the Global Digital Compact. Issues such as your AI, it's one of the South African G20 presidency focus areas, the issue of the digital public infrastructure, and these are some of the things, and also in addition to the two issues that I've mentioned, there's also the issue of capacity building for SMMEs. That is another element that the South African government is actually prioritizing through its G20 presidency. And all of these things that I've mentioned, they are quite key in the global discussions and again in ensuring that we achieve the 2030 sustainable digital SDGs. But again, it is also important to also reflect on these issues as we look beyond 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia, and we look forward to welcoming South Africa as the chair of the council, the chair of the high-level event. You're already the chair of the Council Working Group on WSIS and SDGs. Thank you so much. We have to be mindful of time. There are 23 minutes left. We can see the timer there. I'll invite all the stakeholders who wanted to also express themselves. I'll start with our co-organizers, Yuping from UNDP. Yuping, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Gitanjali, and just wanted to say on behalf of the other UN organizations that are co-conveners of the WSIS Forum, UNCTAD, UNESCO, and UNDP, together working closely, of course, with ITU. We really look forward to having you as part of the process, as part of the conversation, because we all know this is a particularly important year. I just wanted to put a +1 and a super +1,000, actually, on the points that have been raised on this idea of the translation and delivery of conversations into decision-making and then action. For UNDP, with our 170 country offices around the world, our support to over 120 governments in the area of leveraging digital and AI to achieve the SDGs, this is particularly important. It's about the impact that we make directly to communities and people that we serve around the world that will make the difference in terms of how we translate digital discussions at the global level into real impact on lives and economies and communities. And so that idea that has already been reiterated by Cynthia from South Africa, talking about the importance of capacity building, is particularly profound. So for instance, for UNDP, the number one ask from the national governments and communities that we serve is capacity building. And that's really important. And that is actually a principle that has existed and endured from the very beginning of WSIS itself. So this is, I think, a pertinent example of what Ambassador Schneider says, that, the principles that underlie WSIS are even more relevant today than ever before. I also want to say that's how UNDP characterizes our participation in WSIS around the action line capacity building that we facilitate. So for instance, just last week in Rome, We launched the AI Hub for Sustainable Development with the Italians that was a product of their G7 presidency that is really aiming to strengthen local AI ecosystems in Africa. Just 2 weeks ago at the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, we worked very closely with our colleagues from the German government, the BMZ, the GIZ, to launch the Hamburg Declaration on Responsible AI for the SDGs. This is the first ever completely multi-stakeholder document on this important issue, and we now have almost 50 signatories from across the entire multi-stakeholder community, some of the major names in the area of AI. I will ask my German colleagues to actually put the link to the chat so that perhaps some of the stakeholders here in the IGF community would be also interested in being an endorser of the Hamburg Declaration as well. So all of this, I think, is precisely that connection that we're talking about, the connection between a multi-stakeholder conversation to decision-making by policymakers and collectively by the entire multi-stakeholder community, then translated into real action on the ground for people everywhere that we serve. So I think I just want to reiterate this importance of this continuing connection between New York, Geneva, South Africa, G20, Hamburg, and all of these other places in which we're collectively taking action. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Yuping. I do not see UNESCO in the room. Is UNESCO? UNESCO is there. Sorry, I could not see you. Over to you, please.
Oh, sorry. Thanks very much. I'll read it to make it quick. Thank you again, thank you and colleagues and everyone here present. So over the past 2 decades, the internet has undergone a remarkable transformation, and the vision laid out in WSIS has materialized in ways both inspiring and complex. And we've witnessed how the emerging technologies revolutionized our lives, both positively and also posing serious threats such as disinformation, misinformation, and other harmful content. And this is why UNESCO has continuously advocated for the use of the recognized and principled frameworks such as ROMEX, many of you know it, rooted in the same foundational values as WSIS, human rights, openness, accessibility, and multi-stakeholder participation. ROMEX provides a robust tool to assess and guide the development of inclusive, rights-based digital environment. We're confident that the outcomes of the IGF will serve as a strong foundation for the upcoming WSIS Plus 20 high-level event, which UNESCO is proud to co-host again alongside ITU and Switzerland, the UNDP, and UNCTAD. I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all WSIS stakeholders who actively contributed to shaping this year's IGF program through the open consultation process. I would also like to recognize the continued investment of the members of the UN Group on Information Society, which UNESCO had the honor to chair during the last year. This group constitutes at the UN level a fundamental backbone to implementation of the WSIS outcomes, ensuring coordination, partnership, and complementarity across agencies and programs. Finally, and most importantly, I'd like to warmly invite you to participate in the discussions around the WSIS action lines, which UNESCO is the facilitator. The action lines on access to information, e-learning and science, culture, diversity and multilingualism, media, ethics of information society. These action lines are not just thematic areas, they are pillars of digital society that is inclusive, ethical, and sustainable. We really do look forward to your contributions in these discussions and look forward to the outcomes of the forum for a renewed, focused, action-oriented WSIS WSIS 2.0 or plus, accelerating our collective efforts towards reaching the international agreed development goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Tathivik. And UNESCO is a very close partner of the UN in the WSIS process. And at the ITU, actually, we have expanded WSIS into information and knowledge societies, ensuring that all the work of UNESCO is also discussed when we talk about the WSIS process. So it's not only about provision of ICT infrastructure, but also converting it into knowledge. Thank you so much. I'd now like to hand over the floor to Veni, representing the technical community. He has a conflicting schedule, so Veni, over to you.
Thank you. And thank you for organizing this session and talking about UNESCO and ITU. ICANN is partnering with both organizations. We just signed an MOU with UNESCO, and we have long-term relationships with the ITU in a very positive way. Most recently, we had briefings for UN diplomats in Geneva and in New York, where we had our president and CEO, Curtis Lindquist, speaking with Doreen Bogdan-Martin in Geneva, and we were co-hosted by Cynthia Barr, South Africa, and Finland in New York. So we are really having a very good cooperation, and we use the opportunity here to meet with people from both organizations. We had a meeting with the Assistant Director General yesterday, and we are talking about doing more briefings in the WSIS Plus 20 process. I want to also, I took a note from your appeal to stakeholders, Gitanjali, to put in the elements, the comments to the elements paper to note that the WSIS Plus 20, the WSIS forum, the ITU WSIS forum is not mentioned, and this is an omission. Obviously, I hope it will be corrected in the zero draft. We had a meeting with the co-facilitators yesterday, and we want to reiterate that the WSIS forum, where we will have a delegation headed by the ICANN president, and the leadership of the ICANN board will be participating as well in 10 days in Geneva. We want to convey the same messages everywhere, which is basically the IGF is a great venue. It's not a coincidence that it was mentioned last year in the Global Digital Compact as the primary meeting space for discussing internet-related policy questions, and that the technical community is a separate stakeholder, which also should be recognized and reaffirmed. And also that the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance is the one that actually managed to bring all this economy, accessibility, etc., things that were made possible because of the internet. So we are hopeful that the member states at the United Nations will use this opportunity in the WSIS Plus 20 process to update the WSIS Plus 10 outcome document and to use the good language from the Global Digital Compact. We are very thankful to the ITU for organizing this event. We are partnering with you, as you know, in the WSIS forum. I was impressed personally by the numbers that you showed in the presentation about how many high-level officials, and I'm sure I'm not putting any pressure or stress on South Africa, but I'm sure that the chairmanship will be really a successful one, because obviously you are chairing the Council Working Group on WSIS and SDGs, but also because South Africa has long time been showing interest in this area and is one of the countries that is leading the whole discussions in a very positive way. So thanks again for organizing this, and looking forward to the event in 10 days in Geneva.
Thank you very much, Veni. And, while discussing with the stalwarts of the WSIS process who actually created it, we were asking them that, what should be the key components going forward? And the first thing they said is that this community, which is so motivated to make a difference, should maintain the ambition. Like, we were very ambitious. They said we were very ambitious back then in 1998, and they were, because the whole framework of the WSIS action line, the concepts in the the Geneva Declaration, the Tunis Agenda, they are so relevant even today. So we must ensure that we are ambitious, we have the momentum of the stakeholder community, and that we are making the difference in the right places. Thank you so much. I'll move on to Dayan, who's the facilitator of WSIS Action Line on e-agriculture. Dayan, over to you.
Thank you, and good morning to all participants. On behalf of Food and Agriculture Organizations, the FAO of the UN. So if we look at the reasons why we find this is relevant, also IGF in a way, we still have about 700 million people undernourished, so it's about 1 in 11. Even if you look at this room, I'm sure everybody will get sense of urgency why we need to do something. And what do? We do need to transform agri-food systems, and very urgently. And one of the key enablers and accelerators is technology. And if we look at the key elements that technology offers us, for example, we know we need connectivity, and here we always discuss meaningful connectivity. We also need capacity building, but we also need fintech, AI, and there is a long list of opportunities, let's say technological opportunities we have. And if we pick, for example, just the connectivity side, what we are seeing is that even now, even more than before, rural communities or farmers not connected are completely out of the markets and any possible service we can imagine today. So when we look holistically into all these elements, we can also see that the digital capabilities, they don't understand really the opportunities, but also challenges. They don't really understand IGF or WSIS or UNDP or UNESCO or any other players around us. So what does it take to bring them all together? And we find that WSIS process helped us, I think it's since 2002 even, to bring this multi-stakeholder forum together for us to discuss and see how to move forward with enabling these elements. We do not see any sort of a top-down or centralized approach working. We very much hope that all the sum of the elements that we can hopefully orchestrate together will bring us forward and accelerate solutions needed. So I'm really grateful for the consultation process. I think we can re-energize WSIS, and we are looking forward to be part of this process. So I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dayan. And with FAO, we've also been, doing innovative things like we did a hackathon on hack against hunger. And such innovative solutions came out from the ground and from young engineers all over the world, young students of policy. It was really an innovation, and we should try to do this more often. But from that perspective, we noticed that there is a lack of incubators. So once this innovation comes out, we really were struggling there to kind of give these young people who had developed these applications some sort of guidance. And where we look at the private sector, I see ICC and USCIB, we definitely need your help in that direction as well, to incubate these young talents. I'll now pass on to Bruna. Bruna is the ex-MAG member. Your views, please, Bruna. Over to you.
Thanks, Gitanjali, and also sharing the co-facilitation of the MAG working group on strategy with Chris, Amrita, and many others on this. So happy to be here representing the group. Just to also be brief and mention that on the 8th of July, the agenda of the high-level event will have 2 panels about the IGF, as we do see it as a core part, right, not just of the Plus 20 review, but ensuring that the IGF mandate is not just improved, but is kept as something that's more stable for the near future. So the first session will be hosted by the IGF Secretariat, that's called Building Digital Governance Together. Will focus solely on the Norway outcomes. And the second one will also be, it's the one that the working group strategy is organizing, and it's called Celebrating 20 Years of Multi-Stakeholder Engagement, WSIS Forum, IGF, and the Road Ahead. And for this second panel, we really want to have as open as possible discussion on what the next 20 years of the Internet Governance Forum will look like, not just about the mandate renewal, but also making sure it remains a clearinghouse with its efficient early warning systems and so on. And we, the working group strategy, also wants to make sure we have some youth voices joining the conversation above all. So everyone is invited to join. Please join us there. It's on the 8th of July, and it starts at 15:50. And really looking forward to having this open discussion, as we do want to want to take it over from the very beginning in the early days of WSIS until what came to be the IGF and why this is such a relevant space and why we should keep pushing for multi-stakeholder participation. So I think I'll stop here on the sake of time. Thanks, Gitanjali.
Thank you so much, Bruna. We look forward to continuing this partnership. Of course, all of this is not possible without the civil society. Henriette, APC has been such a strong voice of implementing and also bringing the voices of the people from the ground into the process. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Gitanjali. I'm speaking as someone from civil society. I really urge civil society to participate in the WSIS Forum. I think we've had so far 3 days of a very impactful IGF, and I think the message of the importance of renewing the IGF has I think been brought across substantially. But I also want to urge the value of the WSIS Forum. What the WSIS Action Line framework gives all of us, but also gives civil society, is a framework that enables you to work collaboratively on implementation at country level. Collaborate with governments, collaborate with other stakeholders. It also gives civil society a framework. And I think as Gitanjali and Yuping has said, it's a very ambitious framework. I think the vision of a people-centered, inclusive information society that's human rights oriented, it's ambitious, it's important. And I think it gives us something that, in my view, is more powerful than what most other tech-related UN frameworks gives us. So come to the WSIS Forum. It's an opportunity. You will meet regulators. You'll meet ministries of communications. You'll meet people that are actually building infrastructure on the ground, that are developing capacity building programs. So it's extremely complementary with the IGF, where we talk so much and intensively about governance challenges. At the WSIS Forum, we talk about policy and governments, but we also talk about implementation in a very concrete way. And it's vital, I think, for civil society to be part of that process as well. Back to you, Gitanjali.
Thank you, Henriette. Richard from WIPO. WIPO's been a very active participant also in the WSIS process. Richard, over to you.
Thank you very much, Gitanjali, and a very good morning to everyone. Just for a bit of maybe context, just to say that when thinking about intellectual property, of course, the legal framework is important, but other aspects are equally important that shape that conducive IP system. This includes the infrastructure that helps the innovators and creators more easily protect and manage their IP. And this is about collaboration with academia and industry. This is accessing financing by startups and SMEs. And this is, of course, making sure that everyone everywhere can benefit from the IP system. WIPO serves, of course, the innovators and creators from across the world in all of these areas. And many of our initiatives are contributing to the VC's action lines. We've submitted, of course, the VC's our report of VC's Plus 20, and I had 3 examples I wanted to give you, but because I'm very aware of the ticking clock, I'll just give you one, but happy to expand on those during the VC's forum. So the one I just wanted to mention is that we're supporting the ICT applications in IP institutions. So this is about making sure that that infrastructure, that digital infrastructure is available to everyone. So we help national regional IP offices in every corner of the world to enhance the efficiency of their IP registration and that they can adopt their own digital transformation strategies. This includes, among others, improving their online services, including search and registry, filing systems, and the integration to the regional and international IP systems so that they can more easily exchange data and documents. And since it was launched, already 90 IP institutions from across the world are using one of the modules from our WIPO IP Office suite. This is just an example of the many things that we are doing that contribute to the VC's action lines. Being here in IGF, of course, listening to all the many discussions also on AI, let me also mention our WIPO conversation, which is our discussion on the impact of all the frontier technologies on all the IP rights, and we also, of course, want to bridge the information gap through this forum. Past sessions focused on Gen AI or data and how those impact intellectual property. So, of course, we'll be also speaking about these things further down the road. seeing that clock, let me say that just as we have done over the past 20 years, WIPO stands ready to support VCs through dialogue as well as through practical outcomes that lead to real-world impact. So see you, of course, in July in Geneva in Palexpo. All the past years, we'll be there contributing to a range of activities together with all our great partners also at this table. Thank you.
Thank you, our neighbor from Geneva. ITU, they're just opposite ITU in Geneva. Thank you. If I could please request the producer, the next session is also ours. So if we could please have 5 minutes. Oh, no, we can't. Okay. So, Andy, I missed out the parliamentarians in the high levels who are going to be there with us. We have several parliamentarians joining us. Andy, if you could please...
Thank you. So, Andy Richardson from the Interparliamentary Union. And yes, thank you for this opportunity for parliaments to contribute to the WSIS Plus 20 event, which comes as a great complement to the strong parliamentary track here at IGF this week. Ambassador Schneider referred to dialogue and decision making, and I think this is why it's so important to have parliamentarians at the table, in addition to the core functions of adopting legislation, carrying out oversight, allocating budgets. Really what parliaments try to do is to balance a range of interests, both supporting innovation and protecting citizens, protecting rights, and they bring a strong perspective on how the information society affects the people that they represent. So we're happy to take part in this high-level dialogue with the Secretaries General of the ITU and the IPU and a number of parliamentarians. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. And we are closing with many.
Okay, this is on. So just to quickly say, as ICC, we have been participating and engaging with the WSIS process since really the get-go. We are still very much engaged into the process, and we will make sure to be present in all instances, including the WSIS Plus 20 high-level event coming up very soon. So I just wanted to quickly flag that we will have a number of sessions that we're organizing. So there's an ICC basis workshop. This is the Business Action to Support the Information Society that has been the group of our membership involved with the WSIS process. So it will be on the 10th of July from 3 to 3:45 on global adoption, global progress, managing the challenges of AI inclusion. Again, pointing to the fact of the importance of the, let's say, the neutrality of the WSIS action lines and how they can really apply in various challenges, including AI. So we will be talking a little bit about that. And then, of course, we're also organizing jointly with the United States Council of International Business and Knowledge Cafe that's taking place on the 9th of July from 12 to 2 p.m. that will address the imperative of strengthening multi-stakeholderism. So really looking forward to seeing you there in person in a few days' time, rather. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. Thank you to all of you. The next session starts and it's going to be ours as well, so stay back. And thank you to the production team for giving us some time. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our session. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you for joining us in this IGF 2025 session. The session is called the ITU Call for Inputs on WSIS Plus 20 Review. And my name is Cynthia Lisufi, and it is honestly an honor to be your moderator today. And this session is organized by the ITU and South Africa and invites all stakeholders. I really want to invite all stakeholders to share their available perspective on ITU's contribution for WSIS Plus 20 review, which is actually informed by the work that the ITU is doing through the ITU Council Working Group on WSIS. And there is a specific resolution that is actually guiding this particular process, the ITU Council resolution, which has actually invited member states and stakeholders to share their views on the ITU's work on WSIS Plus 20 review, including the ideas on reviewing WSIS action lines through the Council Working Group, WSIS and SDGs. And with this, I also want to recognize Ambassador from Albania. One of the co-facilitators is Ambassador Kenyan. Welcome and thank you for joining us. And and I see, I apologize, and I see the ambassador from Kenya. The two co-facilitators are actually joining us today. We are really honored for you to be joining us. So, as I've mentioned, I just want to highlight this particular session. Our aim here is to really explore the important areas, including the remarkable strides and evolving challenges since the Geneva Plan of Action, the crucial elements of WSIS process with the transformative 2030 agenda, and the exciting trajectory of WSIS beyond 2025. And this session will also highlight the ITU's impactful work over the past 2 decades and underscore the paramount importance of inclusive, multi-stakeholder engagement in fostering comprehensive and forward-looking review of the WSIS process. And with this, really, I want to welcome all my panelists with me here, and I will then start by inviting Ms. Renata Santayo from the telecommunication regulator of Brazil, Anatel. Ms. Renata, can you please take the floor? Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Gitanjali, for being here, all the panelists and all the judges, of course. Well, the last years, I had the opportunity to be closer to the WSIS process, and with as a vice chair from the American regions and the ITU Council, and about the call of inputs and WSIS Plus 20 review, invited all the stakeholders to give all the contributions and views, and what we could see through all the inputs we had, that ITU always played a very significant role in the WSIS process, and the review facilitated through also the Council Working Group from ITU. And I think it's important to talk about 3 different pillars that assess progress, address challenges, and identify future priorities. So when we look at the assess progress, we can see that we kind of, through the WSIS action lines, we built a lot of progressions, especially combining with SDG 17 that focused on the strengthening global partnerships for sustainable development. We can also talk about the most impactful WSIS action lines, like the whole of government, information and communication infrastructure, C3, access to information, capacity building, and so on, others. But the most important things is like look at the future with the actions line that continue being very valuable for the future, and that we together with the process with GDC, they can be complementary of, and the GDC can, I think, after the call of inputs, we could see that the WSIS architecture is very valuable for all the process, and we can add with also the element paper that we had last week. So I think we can see that all the documents together, all the inputs together, can look at the future and can have help to the challenges that we still have with the fast technological changes, help to the digital divide, all the new challenges like cybersecurity, help with inclusivity. So it was, I think, the call for input was very valuable for the process, and to show that I2 play a very vital role in the process. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renata, for sharing those incredible, valuable input from the Brazilian perspective on the I2's call for WSIS Plus 20 review. Now on the second panelist that I want to call is Mr. William Lee, an assistant director from Australia. Is William Lee in the room? Yes. Hey, William. Sorry. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Cynthia, and it's a pleasure to be here, and let me acknowledge the hard work that ITU and South Africa have been putting in to prepare the ITU community for the WSIS Plus 20 review process. Probably just, I guess, 4 points to acknowledge in terms of the contribution that ITU is making and is continuing to make to the WSIS process. I think one of the first things to call out is the work done by UNGUS and in particular ITU in relation to the GDC, WSIS and SDG matrix. I think as a government we have found that particularly helpful to understand where the linkages and commonalities lie between the various processes that are going on, and to orientate where WSIS Plus 20 can take forward meaningful actions into the next 10 or 20 years of digital development and digital transformation. The second thing that I would acknowledge is the WSIS Forum. I think that is an important part of the cycle of conversation that happens between the IGF, the national and regional initiatives, intergovernmental consultation, and the WSIS Forum acts as a vital bridge between the multi-stakeholder community and governments. And I know we're meeting again in a couple of weeks on the WSIS Forum, and it's very impressive to see the number of governments and other stakeholders engaging in that process and serving as that bridge between the multi-stakeholder discussions happening here at IGF and the conversations happening in Geneva. The third point, I think, to pick up on the call for contributions and the call for inputs, we saw over 90 submissions to that ITU call for inputs, which were extremely valuable in understanding the perspectives of different parts of the ITU community, whether that's from the standards sector, the development sector, or the radio communications sector, all really, really useful inputs. And I think the inputs that were received, coupled with conversations such as on multilingualism in another council working group, really show what is possible, what governments are looking for, what stakeholders are looking for, and what WSIS Plus 20 can deliver into the future. And then finally, simply to acknowledge the 15,000 projects that have happened through the WSIS stocktaking database have really shown in a very practical and tangible sense the impact that the WSIS framework and the WSIS action lines are having. And I think ITU has done an excellent job in collating that information, in championing the support for those projects, shining a light on areas that might not otherwise have seen the light of day, and helping all of us as a multi-stakeholder community contribute to the development of the WSIS objectives and the WSIS vision. So I think there is a bright future ahead. I know as a member of the ITU community, we are excited to see where the WSIS Plus 20 process goes, and as a member of the IGF community, keen to continue to see ITU contributing alongside other stakeholders in the WSIS framework to deliver outcomes over the coming years. Thanks very much, Cynthia.
Thank you, William, for sharing with us those thoughtful contributions on what is it that the ITU is doing with regard to the implementation of WSIS outcomes and what is the future, and doing that, of course, responding to the ITU's call. I now want to give the floor to Ms. Mina from as a council vice chair of the ITU Council Working Group on WSIS and SDG from Japan. I mean, from Korea. From Korea, I apologize, from Korea.
Thank you, Cynthia. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, Japan and Korea, we're best friends, so you can connect. And then I welcome both ambassadors here, and then you have really good, important job in your hands. We are looking forward to meeting you in the coming WSIS high-level event in UN. Well, as we mark 2 decades since the launch of the WSIS process, we are not only looking back, but we are looking ahead with urgency. So the WSIS Plus 20 review is a crucial opportunity to reassess whether our digital transformation is truly aligned with the principle we agreed upon: inclusion, equity, and development. In many ways, and then the Asia-Pacific region reflected both the promise and then paradox of the digital process. We've seen great advancements. 5G now reaches like 65% over of our population, and news internet usage exceeds like 82%, far above the regional average. And countries have made tangible strides in digital infrastructure, inclusion, and innovation with the support of ITU and then with this community. Yet, but deep inequality persists. 1/3 of the region remains offline, and many small island and then landlocked developing countries continue to face systematic barriers to meaningful connectivity. This mixed picture reminds us that the digital transformation must be measured not only in bandwidth, but in equity and then impact. That's why the WSIS Plus 20 process must be supported by strong, inclusive platforms. And here, both the WSIS Forum and the Internet Governance Forum plays an indispensable role. These aren't just like annual meetings. They are essential mechanisms for multi-stakeholder engagement and then regional voice and then global coordination. So their contributions must be fully reflected in the lead up to the UN high-level events in New York and this December. So this connection must not be overlooked. And then WSIS Plus 20 gives us the opportunity to re-energize on our shaped goals, to integrate the action lines more deeply with the SDGs and GDCs, and then to tailor implementation to local needs, and to uphold the spirit of collaborative multi-stakeholder governance. So WSIS was not just a framework of the past, but it is a living process. And now is the time to renew it like boldly, fairly, and together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mina, for sharing with us I would say, the Asia Pacific's views on the ITU call for inputs on the WSIS Plus 20 review. I now want to take this opportunity to welcome Ms. Lindemann from Germany to take us through their views on this. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much for having me. Well, as previous speakers pointed out, we are very happy that we can contribute meaningful in the WSIS Plus 20 process, and so therefore, of course, we appreciated also the ITU's process within. We think this year marks a key moment for internet governance and international digital policy with this review process and the follow-up to the GDC. Having that said, the WSIS Plus 20 negotiation will require careful diplomacy to build a constructive and forward-looking agenda. Key priorities for us and the European Union include the extension of the Internet Governance Forum mandate and ensuring meaningful multi-stakeholder participation. One way to support this is by involving this IGF multi-stakeholder advisory group through the proposed sounding board, as it was suggested by the European Union. So we think this is a really great idea. And we are also very pleased that the co-facilitators, who are actually in the room as well, thank you so much for this, took up the idea and have launched the call for application for the informal multi-stakeholder sounding board. We believe the IGF mandate should not be reopened or renegotiated. From our perspective, the existing mandate is sufficiently broad. A top priority to secure a long-term and stable financial foundation for the IGF to ensure its full implementation of its mandate. So we do see value in strengthening the IGF secretariat. Maybe we were pondering about ideas and through the appointment of a director, a post that had been there in the past and hasn't been reappointed. We also encouraged improved public outreach and communication from the IGF and its secretariat. And in addition, we support aligning the follow-up to the GDC compact with the WSIS action lines. Finally, we advocate for the strengthening of the role of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights in Digital Matters. Thank you so much. This is from my side.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing with us Germany's perspective on this important call. Now I want to invite Mr. Aida, the ex-Vice Minister from Japan. He's currently a special advisor. Mr. Aida, please take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for this opportunity. So, very similar to a German colleague, our priority is not only to maintain IGF, but also to strengthen this platform as the multi-stakeholder platform to discuss internet governance. And we don't also support renegotiating the mandate, and also we don't want to open the discussion on action line. We also support the strengthening the secretariat of IGF, and we have to think about the funding, but we would be very positive to contribute. We also understand there are some AI part, and we do not support duplication with existing instrument, but the output related to AI needs to be streamlined and also inclusive. So that is our position. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Aida, for sharing Japan's perspective on the WSIS Plus 20 review. And I now want to invite Mr. Gitanjali Shah from the ITU. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Cynthia. We'd like to thank the COFAX for joining our session. Thank you, ambassadors. We, of course, as Secretariat at the ITU, work under the guidance of our membership and the chair, Cynthia, and our vice chairs, Mina, Renata, of course, those of you who could not be with us, Susanna from Sweden, Janet from Africa, and Ahmed from Iraq, who are currently serving as vice chairs at the Council Working Group. So the responses highlighted that in 20 years of implementation, the WSIS process has significantly advanced the global connectivity, reduced digital divide, and promoted inclusive digital transformation. ITU has been instrumental in implementing the WSIS process, providing leadership across many domains as the sole facilitator of ICT infrastructure action line C2, capacity building C4, building confidence and use security in the use of ICT, cybersecurity C5, and C6, the enabling environment. Additionally, ITU has been a central coordinator for this UN framework, working with more than 50 UN entities nearly on a day-to-day basis based on our respective mandates. We just had a session before this where we had FAO, UNESCO, UNDP, and many other UN agencies working with us together in implementing the WSIS process. The comments and inputs also highlight with respect to the WSIS process and the Pact of the Future and its GDC to leverage existing mechanisms along with its key elements such as the WSIS action lines, UNGIS, WSIS stocktaking, WSIS forum, IGF, which provide a comprehensive framework for implementing the commitments outlined in GDC. The inputs, of course, also outline ways to maintain and strengthen multi-stakeholder platforms like the WSIS Forum and the IGF. The call for inputs, as decided in the ITU Council last week, Cynthia, perhaps you can also provide the way forward that was decided. The Secretary General will definitely input this through her WSIS Plus 20 report to the UNGA overall review. And as ITU, the Secretary General also noted in her opening address that 2.6 billion people are still completely offline. Closing these digital divides and building digital governance together with urgency is very timely. It means that securing global digital infrastructure is secure and resilient from submarine cables to satellite networks, setting trustworthy technical standards, innovation in AI, especially, of course, innovation in emerging tech, especially AI, is sustainable and responsible. So ITU, of course, is working with all its membership and all stakeholders to make sure that connectivity is not just universal, but meaningful. It's safe, affordable, and empowering. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Gitanjali, for taking us through the summary of the call for input. Yes, indeed, as you have highlighted, the ITU is currently holding its ITU Council. However, this issue was also discussed in the Council. Then the decision of the Council was to actually submit this to the upcoming UNGA in December. And this will be submitted by the ITU Secretary General. But not only that, the Council also decided that through the chairperson of the high-level event, the upcoming high-level event, which is South Africa, would also include this in the summary report that the chair will be producing, and the intention of that report is also to submit to the upcoming high-level event. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, I now want to open the floor for comments.
UNDP raised the flag.
Oh, okay. UNDP, please take the floor.
There we go. I apologize for that. So just my thanks to ITU and South Africa for organizing this event, for giving UNDP the floor. We just wanted to reiterate that as a member of the United Nations Group on the Information Society that the UK had mentioned, had mentioned that we, as one of the UN agencies, the United Nations Development Programme, stand ready to support the co-facilitators, the member states, the stakeholder community in any way that we can to continue this very important multi-stakeholder dialogue. We work very closely in New York, and so this connection between Geneva, New York, other parts of the world will be particularly important, and that we really, as the UN system, stand ready to support in any way possible, and that we are looking forward to the outcomes of the WSIS Plus 20 review. So just again, to reiterate our thanks to being part of this conversation and our readiness as the UN system to make sure that the very important multi-stakeholder conversations that start here, begun elsewhere, translate into impact, into delivery, and concrete contributions to improving the lives of communities and peoples that we serve. Thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you, Yuping. UNDP. Of course, the ITU do work with all UN agencies, and we appreciate your input. Any person asking for the floor? I see. Cuba, asking for the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator and panelists. I represent the Ministry of Communications of the Republic of Cuba, and we have submitted a contribution for the WSIS Plus 20 process to the CSTD, also to the ITU, and I think it will be submitted also to the co-facilitators. I just want to mention some key parts of this contribution. The first one is that we think that the outcome documents of both phases of WSIS remain fully valid and should be reaffirmed. The concepts, principles, and objectives that should govern the construction of the information society were meticulously drafted and negotiated over more than 2 years. As a result, the WSIS output documents have a depth, generality, and breadth that makes them remain fully relevant despite the elapsed time and the emergence of new technologies, so they do not need to be updated, reopened, or renegotiated. They should be reaffirmed, as was done in the 2024 Summit of the Future. Another key aspect of the contribution is that we believe that no new mechanisms and processes should be created for the implementation and follow-up of the WSIS and the Global Digital Compact, because the increase in the amount of governance mechanisms and processes in the digital world make it difficult for many member states, particularly developing countries, to participate. This diminishes the inclusiveness of these mechanisms and processes, as many countries and regions of the world would not be adequately represented. The other key element, I'm just going fast, is that the existing processes and forums of the WSIS implementation and follow-up mechanism at the international level should continue. We then mentioned the Internet Governance Forum that has been mentioned here, and that the mandate of the existing is sufficient to keep as it's mandated as a policy dialogue, multi-stakeholder policy dialogue forum. Also, the importance of the Commissions on Science and Technology for Development, because it's a space open for intergovernmental discussions that is also necessary in this framework. Of course, this has been tasked with the follow-up and revision of the outcomes of WSIS, but it could be widened to some more, like recently it's open for data governance and some others, so it's another one. Of course, the WSIS forum should continue, but we emphasize that it should focus more in the follow-up of the action lines and the accountability of the facilitator moderators of those action lines. At the end, I will give a personal comment around that. And the final point, and of course the General Assembly is all this, every year goes to the General Assembly at the end of this process. And the other key point that this process needs to be improved and need to be increase the communication linkage between them to avoid duplication and emphasize synergies. those, in a nutshell, is the content of the contribution. Now I'm going to make a comment just to underline what we are mentioned about the WSIS Forum, because we are now focusing here in the ITU. We believe, and that's also in the contribution, that the action lines should be a sort of a clearinghouse for all the activities regarding a topic, because it's cross-cutting around thematics. For instance, I'm going to put an example in which I have personal experience. There's one action line regarding cybersecurity. But on the other hand, there's some other process, even within the United Nations, like the Open-Ending Working Group in the First Commission. And sometimes there's no communication between those two processes, and that could reinforce each other and avoid duplication. The same could happen and happens with some other action lines. So I think that this was mentioned before, that one of the parts of improvement of all this process is to increase the complementarity by making formal linkages, maybe formal liaisons between all these processes in order to avoid duplication. And I will repeat, in the Open-Ended Working Group of Cybersecurity in New York, there are many action-oriented recommendations that could fit very well within the WSIS action line in cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you, Cuba, for sharing Cuba's perspective on the WSIS Plus 20 review. Is there anyone asking for the floor? Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Luvo Gray. I am from the South African Internet Governance Forum, and I'm also a telecoms operator in South Africa. So we recently held our Internet Governance Forum in South Africa in April, and one of the questions that were asked were, so as the ITU calls for inputs on the WSIS Plus 20 review, how do we ensure that this process genuinely reflects the voices and the lived realities of developing countries, especially marginalized communities who remain unconnected? So rather than being dominated by the narratives from the global north and large technology corporations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luvo from South Africa, for highlighting South Africa's view. And, I think from one of the stakeholders of South Africa, and we thank you very much, and I'm sure the co-facilitators are listening, then they will then take this into consideration. Anyone asking for the floor? Yes, Nigeria, from Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. My name is Abdul Karim. I am from University of Ilorin, Nigeria. I want to, first of all, commend you for those wonderful presentations and all the panelists for those wonderful presentations they made earlier. But I have a question, which is regarding the next steps. I know that the document has been approved by the ITU Council, as you suggested, and I know that most of the documents by ITU are restricted documents. Would the output document be published so that the general public will be able to view this document before it's submitted to the Secretary General? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will try and answer this, and Gitanjali can try and add. The documents, as we speak, they are currently published on the ITU website. However, there are those documents that the member states and stakeholders have requested that they shouldn't be published, but those which they have agreed that they can be published, they are currently on the ITU website. So anyone is free to go to the ITU website and access the contribution coming from different stakeholders. Thank you. Anyone asking for the floor? So I don't see anyone. Okay.
Chair, there are some online questions, and the producer is just going to send them to us. Maybe, Chair, if you permit, I can also respond to the South African participants' question. Thank you, sir. Of course, we must all never forget that WSIS was about bringing technology to the people. So it is about serving the underserved and to make sure that the process reaches the last mile. This is the reason why all our policy making processes in terms of WSIS are bottom up. For example, the agenda of the WSIS forum, the agenda of the IGF, the ITU call for inputs was also open to all stakeholders, and we received many from civil society. I do hope you also participated in it, but just to let you know that the ultimate goal of the WSIS process is to ensure that technology benefits the last mile and that we are bringing the opportunities of technology to everyone everywhere. Producers, do we have the questions, please? Could you read them out?
Sorry, we're just waiting for the producers to send us the questions or read them out. Or they can put them on the screen if it's possible. You're welcome. Is there anyone wanting to take the floor while we are waiting for the questions to be put on the screen? Okay. Yes, please take the floor.
Hi, Professor Lee McKnight, Syracuse University. So it's very impressive, all the progress that has been made over the years through the WSIS process. However, now we get to the however. However, over the last 3 years, the number of unconnected has remained static at 2.6 billion. It was 2.6 billion in 2022. It's 2.6 billion unconnected in 2025. That might suggest that the WSIS process has played out and has made the contributions that it can, that it's time for further reform and to go in a new direction to break beyond what the level that we've been able to make through the WSIS process. Thank you. As an observation.
Thank you for providing us with that observation. I'm not so sure if the ITU Secretariat want to say something on the observation.
Sure, Cynthia. As we heard today, of course, there are challenges that remain. It's a huge task, like Anneret from the civil society mentioned in the previous session, that it was very ambitious, connecting the entire world, bringing the benefits of technology to all over the world, making sure there are capacity building programs, making sure what UNESCO does in the sense of building a knowledge community, like converting information into knowledge. It's a huge task, and we as UN agencies are adhering to the WSIS framework to ensure that we are able to provide those in a manner that we are not duplicating each other's mandates, and that we are committed towards providing these benefits of technology to all. So we have been asked to be ambitious, to continue this momentum that stakeholders have built, and to ensure that we bring this energy of the stakeholders into the WSIS Plus 20 overall review, which is going on right now. And this is the reason why IGF and WSIS Forum are so important, so that all these views converge and they are inputted into the UNGA overall review as well. So thank you so much, sir, for bringing that to our attention.
I see William wanting to take the floor. William, Australia.
Thanks very much, Cynthia. And just to build on your question, I think one of the things we have seen is that the problem is now less and less a coverage gap and more a usage gap. And that requires a very different set of interventions and ideas and opportunities to close that gap, whether it's a question of digital literacy, whether it's a question of access to the technology and affordability of that technology, whether it's a question of online safety, whether it's a question of ensuring that the online environment is compatible with the language and the cultural diversity of the people we are trying to connect online. It's a far more nuanced problem than simply putting up a mobile tower or connecting a community with a line, although those are really important interventions still. So I think WSIS Plus 20 is the opportunity to get actions and ideas to close those gaps and get the excellent work of all of the UN agencies, governments and other stakeholders pointing into that direction to keep that number moving in the right direction. So that was the only thing I wanted to add to that excellent question. Thank you.
Quickly, just to also mention, Cynthia, sorry, that the value we're looking at, the 2.6 billion, the numbers are reducing. It's because we're looking at the numbers in terms of the billions. So by the time we narrow it down to the numbers, it's not 2.6 billion because it's on the billions. Thank you.
Thank you for adding on William's comment. I now give the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you so much. My name is Kweku Entry from Ghana, IGF. There are two things I'd like to suggest. The first one, for most of us who come from multi-bilingual countries, most of the times when we are having our processes and activities, being able to translate to have meaningful connectivity and also understanding from our multicultural and multi-linguistic barriers becomes problems because we do not translate the information and even the skills material training into language in which our locality, and especially our grassroots, picking up from Professor Lee McKnight, being able to connect the next billion is going to be from the grassroots. It's not going to be from top down. So the suggestion I always make, especially across Africa, is that to be able to translate this and have it in material in which is understandable for the people, we have a lot of teachers who are language teachers. But most importantly, to bridge that divide, especially in terms of technology for our older folks, the older language retired teachers are a resource we can also tap into because they will be retired and they will have some time on their hands to be able to help us and so bridge the age gap. The second point is this. We formed the International Association of Regulation last year in University of Pennsylvania. And one of the things that I find, especially from my regulatory background, is that very often, most of the constituencies that we want to bring together, regulators, those who are doing the research, and the private practitioners, most of the panels that we have sometimes do not bring together what I call the triad or the quadruple triad or whatever it is. So those who do the research in the active field, those who are applying it, those who are regulating, I know ITU and the rest are doing some stuff, but on the international front, especially for the upcoming WSIS, I know there was call to suggest panels. Unfortunately, I couldn't suggest any of these, but maybe if there's still an opportunity for us to be able to bring the regulators, those who are using the data, those acting in the field, and let's have that kind of conversation because you've done some great work, and I think these are some of the things that you can be able to do, and especially the grassroots. Bring some of the grassroots people as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for that valuable input and comments. I will then give the floor to the ITU to react to the comments.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that very important question. You touched about interpretation. We also have been facing a lot of challenge with that because the more interpretation we provide, the more participation we get. For instance, we started the Mayors Roundtable at the WSIS Forum last year, and we realized that the chiefs and the mayors really require interpretation for the conversation to be valuable. So this challenge we are being able to now overcome with the advances in technology. We are being able to get many languages using the different advances in the technology for interpretation. So we will try those also at the AI for Good summit at the 7th to 11th of July, and some of it at the WSIS forum as well. But within this UN system, we also have processes that we have to follow with the interpretation teams, with the interpreters. So we will do our best, making sure we don't break any of the rules. But we are experimenting with this at the AI for Good with several languages and with remote interpretation teams. So please do use those and let us know how it works. For the regulators, we have around 40 plus regulators coming to the WSIS forum, and we will have a regulatory roundtable and several interactive discussions where you can interact with the regulators. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Gitanjali, for that. Is there any other question? I think, okay, there is last question because
Thank you.
I think our time is over
Mohammad
now.
Abdullah Konu from Bangladesh IGF. I have some observation. As we approach, how does the ITU plan to ensure that voice from developing countries and local IGF, as like Bangladesh, are meaningfully reflect in the review outcome, especially regarding digital inclusion, capacity building, and involving multi-stakeholder ecosystem? This is my question.
Thank you, sir, for that question. So my plea is that those who have questions, including the question that you have raised, please be vocal at the upcoming WSIS high-level event forum, and some of these things we will then be able to capture them. And with this, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for the speakers, and also to thank the co-facilitators for joining us. And I'm sure you've heard what the stakeholders are saying. And thank you very much for the questions. And this was really an insightful session. Thank you very much. And is it possible to do a photo?
Good morning and good day. My name is Ram Mohan, and welcome to the session, Bridging the Digital Divide, Language Inclusion as a Pillar. Despite global efforts to expand internet access, linguistic diversity remains an overlooked barrier to digital inclusion. With over 7,000 languages spoken worldwide, the dominance of a few major languages that are online prevents billions of users from fully participating in digital spaces. Today's workshop will explore how language accessibility can be integrated into internet governance, as well as digital rights frameworks, and what connectivity strategies can ensure universal access and universal acceptance. What we have here is a panel of experts and leaders who've been working in the multilingual domain name and multilingual space. And we will have both a bit of a policy discussion as well as a conversation about actual use cases that demonstrate both the need as well as the ability to solve for the actual problems of digital inclusion. So let me begin first with some introductions. Let me start with myself. My name is Ram Mohan. I am the Chief Strategy Officer of Identity Digital, which is a domain name registry company. But I'm here in addition to that as the chair of an exciting and newly formed group, the Coalition for Digital Impact, or CODI in short. We're really pleased to be here, and we invite you to become a part of CODI by going to codi.global. Let me turn to my online moderator, Christian, ask him to introduce himself, and then carry on from there.
Happy to do so. I am the online moderator for today. My name is Christian Dawson. I'm Executive Director of the Internet Infrastructure Coalition. We're a tech trade association. We have been working for over a decade on issues involving universal acceptance, and I'm proud to be a co-founder and co-facilitator of the CODI effort that we'll talk a little bit about today.
Teresa?
Yes.
There we go. This is a press the button one. Okay, fantastic. Let me try that again. Teresa Swinehart. I'm with ICANN. I oversee our work with regards to policy implementation and various other aspects on DNS abuse and some of the programs that we have that are across collaboration with the community and the board as well. In one area in particular here is our work on not only the next round of top-level domains, which will afford opportunities, but also universal acceptance and our work around internationalized domain names. So very excited to be here and to look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me turn to you, Taral.
Great. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Ram and CODI, for this invitation. I'm Taral Cowieson. I'm the CEO of the Unicode Consortium. Unicode is a nonprofit, open source, open standards body whose mission is to ensure that everyone can communicate on all devices in their own languages. Digital inclusion starts with Unicode, starts with the work of Unicode, which includes character encoding. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram and CODI, for the invitation. My name is Jennifer Chung. I'm Vice President of Policy for .Asia organization. We are the .Asia top-level domain registry operator. In terms of internationalized domain names, we have done quite a lot of work, and of course, we support universal acceptance. And looking forward to the discussion. Back to you, Ram.
Thank you so much. Sophie, let me come to you.
Thanks very much, Ram. Hi, everyone. Really pleased to join you from here in Australia. I'm Sophie Mitchell. I'm the Chief Communications Officer at the .au, so the Registry Operator for Australia. And yeah, Outer is really committed to enhancing digital inclusion and improving the utility of the internet or the .au for the benefit of all Australians. We do quite a bit of work in this space through our public benefit and grants program, which we may touch on in the course of this evening. So thanks, Ram. Back to you.
Thank you so much. And Manal?
Thank you, Ram. Hello, everyone. My name is Manal Ismail. I'm with the National Telecom Regulatory Authority of Egypt, and I've been working on introduction of internationalized domain names and universal acceptance efforts, and now progressing multilingual internet experiences for quite a number of years now, and I look forward to our discussion today. Thank you, Ram. Back to you.
Thank you, Manal. So we are looking to have a discussion here in a couple of parts. But the first part, I thought that might be useful to illustrate the nature of the issues that are facing us and the kinds of not just challenges, but also some potential solutions that might be there. We thought it might be instructive to ask folks who are actually doing the work of inclusion, and to have them share what they are finding from the ground. So, Taral, shall I turn to you and ask you for what you're seeing, in your role and in your organization's role in this area?
Certainly. Thank you so much. So when we're looking at digital inclusion, for those of us in majority languages, there are many things that we can take for granted. So, for example, can I exchange currency, date and time format, time zone adjustments, usage of numerical symbols or decimals and comma separators used appropriately. If I am using an application, does the country name appear appropriately? And so those are things that we take for granted, but that's not necessarily the case for those in digitally disadvantaged language communities. And I think that's where the bulk of the work has to be done. When, Ram, when you mentioned the 7,000 languages, the majority of languages, the characters of those languages are encoded, but it's all of those other things that we take for granted. Can I search on my emoji in the language that I use? So there's still a lot to do, and I think even with IDNs, we know that from a content perspective, that full representation and that full user interface is not there.
Thank you, Taral. Jen, what do you see?
I guess in terms of multilingual internet, I think that is really the foreground and the background and all through the entire thread of what we're looking at. I'm going to take a half step back, because when you look online and you're searching online, if your language is not English, is not your native language, you're not really searching in that language. I will take up my phone, I'll be searching in Chinese, I'll be speaking in Cantonese to my phone as well. So that's the first thing. And of course, the content also still, right, online, almost 50% of that content is still in English. And of course, even though English is the most widely spoken language, in terms of population, in terms of breadth, it is not the native language or first language or even second or third languages for a lot of people who use the internet, and those who, of course, are yet to come online. I think it's really important to remember, the other part of the need to actually, think about why we need this multilingual internet is if we don't have this, exactly what you said, all these languages will go away. I think there was a statistic somewhere that said, 90% of the world's languages might become extinct at the end of this, century. That is a big loss, not in terms of how we communicate, but really it's human culture. So just putting this out there as a first kind of demonstrating the need and something that we really do need to start looking at and doing something about.
Thank you, Jen. Sophie, what has your experience been in the regions that you and your organization have been involved in?
Thanks, Ram. So yeah, just taking it back to here in Australia, I think Australia is one of the greatest countries in the world. I, of course, would say that, but we have about 30% of our population are actually born overseas. So they don't just come from parents who were born overseas, they are themselves born overseas. So that's in a population of 28 million, it's about 8.5 million people or thereabouts that are born overseas. Some of those come with English language skills, but many, of course, do not. So that's our migrant population. But of course, Australia was a colonised country. So first Australians who've been living here for many thousands of years actually have 250 language groups, or indeed they did when the British arrived and settled Australia. Unfortunately, through the process of colonisation, over the last 200 plus years, that we've lost about half of those Indigenous language groups, and many of those are endangered today. So certainly echo what Jen was saying, and that is an issue here in Australia, is capturing those endangered languages, because of course the other problem we have in capturing them is that they weren't written languages, they were oral languages, and told through a culture of storytelling. And of course, that culture was impacted adversely by colonisation because Indigenous families children were separated from their families and moved on to reservations, as has occurred in many colonial countries. And so a lot of that knowledge was lost. So really we're starting from a step back in trying to find those languages, preserve those languages, and then, of course, then we can address some of the digital inequities that we see with Indigenous communities, and I'm sure we'll go on to talk about those this evening. Thanks, Ram.
Thank you, Sophie. So, as you heard from, Jen, what you're saying, as well as what you just shared with us, Sophie, the challenges are not just in representing languages, but in some cases representing languages that have no written representation. Toral, how does that work, from the perspective of the Unicode Consortium?
That's certainly a very real issue. And in fact, Unicode's work is really around written languages. So that is not something that the Unicode Consortium is addressing at this point because of the work still to be done with the written scripts. So I'm curious to hear how others are addressing that, but that's just the reality of Unicode's mission.
Manal, what is your perspective on other challenges that may exist when it comes to getting the internet to be more multilingual?
Thank you, Ram. And from a government perspective, of course, a truly multilingual internet is crucial for digital inclusion. It's essential for the continued growing of online population and necessary to have the next billion users connect meaningfully to the internet. As already mentioned, we have already 1/3 of the world's population still offline, and it was quite alarming to read in the Pact of the Future that progress on most of the SDGs is either moving too slowly or has regressed below the 2015 baseline. So I think we need to think about the reasons and how to make sure technology is really serving humanity in that respect. And while digital inclusion really promises global information access, language remains a fundamental axis of inequality and a barrier that's commonly overlooked. It hinders equitable, meaningful digital participation. It restricts individuals' access to critical services, limits economic opportunities, and, as already Jen mentioned, erodes cultural identity. And we have a long list of challenges here: the limited availability of online multilingual content, poor quality or absence of machine translations, cultural irrelevance resulting from literal translations without really cultural localization. As you already mentioned, some platforms and softwares prioritize a small subset of global dominant languages, and this also touches on the bias in AI and natural language processing, high cost of building robust digital tools, making it economically unfeasible, sometimes really deprioritizing language accessibility in favor of faster and broader market scalability. And even when it comes to trainings, they are often delivered in dominant languages, resulting in digital literacy gaps. And all this, unfortunately, results in a vicious cycle with younger generations not being fluent in ancestral languages, thus weakening even more the user base for potential language inclusivity. I'll leave it at this. Back to you, Ram. Thank you.
Manal, that is powerful what you just said, and you listed not just some of the challenges, but also some of the consequences of not addressing these challenges. Teresa, what are your points of view on the policy gaps, as well as some of the technical challenges that we're seeing, and what is your organization doing to help bridge those? And I'd also be interested to hear your views on what you think are the remaining inequities even after the work that is being done.
Those are a lot of questions. We have a couple hours, right? So there's a couple factors, and I think what I'm really quite struck by in these conversations is the internet itself, and within our context of what ICANN does, the addressing space, is an incredibly powerful medium, and its goal is to be unfragmented and enable more people to come online. And yet at the same time, we are seeing a saddening erosion of use of languages around that. And so from that, I think we need to cross this barrier of, yes, the internet was originally designed in the context of the use of Roman character sets, and that's just a historical factor. Had it developed in a different part of the world, it would have been different. But how do we now create the right awareness that we can bridge into these areas? And so from ICANN's perspective, we're engaged in quite a few different things. One is the work around internationalized domain names. And so from a technical standpoint, enabling the use with language tables and various others on the technical interface from that standpoint. And there's a lot of material around that and colleagues working on that. And with that, how does one not only have one's email or anything of that sort, but also to the right or to the left of the dot, if I can put it that way, in the context of Arabic script. So working with many communities there. And then partnering with many other organizations with regards to awareness of universal acceptance. Now, the term universal acceptance may sound a little bit odd, but what it actually means is the resolvability of one's experience with one's address or with one's website or with one's domain name, and for that to interface through the different applications and enable a communication. Now, that's a very simplified description of it, and I think the engineers would probably just pull me aside and say, that's, there's a lot more to this. But the point is that we have a demand for languages. UNESCO is running a decade of indigenous languages, and this is quite important for preserving languages, whether they're written or oral. But we now need to do an awareness that there is a demand and the supply needs to meet the demand. And that disconnect is one that's fundamentally important. It is feasible to have one's entire experience online as one would expect offline, but we need to now take that next step to make that feasible. I'll just do one more thing and then I'll hand it over. So we have been engaged with many others. We have a partnership MOU with UNESCO, with many other organizations, and working with them for awareness, but also have a Universal Acceptance Day that is really looking at creating awareness at local levels about the opportunities that can occur if one works towards this. So we have a lot of work to do, but I'm hopeful. And for oral languages, that is the content that can then be online, and it's fundamentally important around that. So a few things here and there, and I'm happy to add on later. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. So, Sophie, I'm just going to come to you and ask, what kinds of incentive-based approaches have you and your organization thought of as effective ways for the adoption of digital content and services in local languages?
Thanks, Ram. I think one of the things we're focused on here, and I think Teresa summed it up really nicely then when she said we need supply to meet demand. And so part of the problem we see here is that Indigenous languages aren't widely spoken, and we also have quite a big skills gap in Australia. In our Indigenous population. So that has been mapped. The government's been doing some work since the early 2020s on the Indigenous digital inclusion, and we do have in Australia an Indigenous digital inclusion index. So this gap is actually mapped, and we've just had funding to continue that index over the next 3 years. So there's an access gap. So in Indigenous access, there's an ability gap. So that's that skills gap, and also an affordability gap, because we do see in Australia that our Indigenous population are more likely to live in remote areas and therefore less likely to have access to high-paying jobs in those areas. And so OUTA, as I mentioned earlier, does, through its public benefit fund, have a community grants program through which it funds a number of initiatives. And the initiatives we've really tried to fund over recent years have been about supporting both recording Indigenous languages so that they can be used, and also increasing the skills of Indigenous communities, so their digital skills, so that they can participate in the digital economy and upskill so that they may get jobs, and I guess also can participate in civic society and access government services as well, because that's another area we see gaps. People who lack those digital skills tend to use the internet in a more simplistic way, so often for social connection, so using social media or for telephone calls, but they don't extend that use for other purposes, so it can be quite exclusionary, and they're things we're looking to try and improve so we can increase that economic participation and grow Australia's digital economy. Thanks, Ram.
Fantastic. So, Jen, Sophie just brought in this concept of meaningful connectivity, right? It's not enough to simply be connected and stream and use for social media, but make that connectivity more meaningful. What do you see in the Asia Pacific region in terms of meaningful connectivity? Many governments and other folks are spending lots of money connecting populations, but what challenges exist to make connectivity meaningful, to get populations to actually achieve agency online?
Thanks, Ram. I'm going to pick up on the last word you mentioned. Agency is absolutely the most important part, because after you connect the populations who are previously unconnected or underserved, they might not know how to use the technology. They might not know what kind of ways they can search. For example, like I said, they wouldn't know that they could search with their native language if all the content they see right now is in a different language that they don't understand. Capacity building is definitely the key thing here, but then targeted to actually bringing them online to understand what they can do. There could be e-services, there could be education, and the different parts of capacity building must really direct to the populations that are most vulnerable for them to understand. One thing that I really want to point out is multilingual internet is not only about preserving language. In fact, having it in the thinking that multilingual internet actually makes it safer. And, for example, I like to take my father, who's a bit elderly now. If I tell him that he needs to do, certain things on this website to make an appointment for his, health checkup, he would most likely be like, I won't want to do this if I can't read this. I don't know. I don't understand. I have to find someone else to explain to me all these different procedures. But if everything is able to be searched, navigated content-wise also in his native language, he will feel a lot better. Another thing I want to point out is, we talk all about, different bad actors online try to spoof these things, but actually understanding the language makes it much easier for perhaps populations who don't have English as a first language to first understand, oh, this actually looks a little bit strange to me, and understand that, I'm fortunate to be able to understand that when, I see some spoof email or something like that, I won't click on it because that looks strange to me and I can read the English. But for someone who absolutely don't understand those characters at all, that could be a huge mystery. And I think understanding that having this is actually makes for a safer internet is something that we need to think about.
Thanks, Jen. Christian, you've been helping work on this area for quite a long while, and recently you helped co-found Coady. What is happening there to help address some of these challenges?
Thanks, Ram. I'm really glad that Jen brought up cybersecurity, and I think that's a very important topic. There are a number of different reasons why focusing on digital inclusion is so important right now, and that is certainly one of them. There are surfacing all of the reasons why it is important to act on this at the moment is one of the goals of Coady as an initiative. The initiative is focused on attempting to bring together all the different parts of the community that are going to need to collaborate together in order to make a difference to move this forward. One of the fundamental things that we sort of have to realize is that the underlying technology in many ways has been complete and has been completely for some time. What we're dealing with is a situation where the awareness is required because we are fighting inertia. And there's a timeliness now in the era of advancing AI when people are using the internet directly with LLMs. There are these these data-rich languages and many, many, many data-poor languages. And so you get into these situations where we need to advance all of the arguments for people to put the effort in to go ahead and take the technologies that already exist and advance them towards multilingualism. And so we need to bring the arguments about cybersecurity, about the importance of inclusion so that they can be part of the digital economy and grow the economy. But also, as we were saying, because we can't lose these stories and the histories that exist from these cultures. There are many reasons why we learn history in order to make sure that we don't repeat it, but also so that we can live harmoniously in societies and not advance towards war and disharmony. And all of these different arguments are the things that we need to bring to bear. So we've got a number of initiatives that we're pulling together with Coady. Some are simple. One of them that we're advancing at the moment is we're starting to try to figure out how to gather data that will show that if people build tools for language inclusion at the last mile, it will be more likely that the individuals who are recipients of those tools will use the internet more. It's quite obvious that that would be the case, but in order for businesses to to go ahead and commit time and resources, quite obvious isn't good enough, right? They actually need hard data, and there aren't really a lot of studies that show these sorts of things. So that's just one example of some of the many projects that we're going to be putting together and advancing with Coady, and we're hoping that you join us.
Thanks so much. Manal, in terms of government initiatives to support language accessibility in digital spaces, what has been the experience with your government?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ram. When the internet fails to speak your language, it's not just inconvenient, it becomes a barrier to health, education, and livelihood. And as Sophie hinted, governments have an important and powerful role in encouraging the development and adoption of multilingual digital content in order to foster digital inclusion. And this can a mix of both regulatory approaches, but also incentive-based approaches in order to balance enforcement with supportive frameworks and capacity building. Regulatory approaches may include mandating multilingual access for key digital platforms and services, especially in public sectors, expanding digital accessibility laws and regulations to explicitly include language accessibility alongside disabilities, and making multilingual support a prerequisite for public procurement contracts or national projects. As for the incentives, these may also include offering targeted grants and fundings for projects that develop digital tools, content, or platforms in underrepresented languages, providing tax breaks or reductions or subsidies even to companies that integrate inclusive language practices, and forming public-private partnerships also with technology firms and or universities to build and maintain inclusive digital ecosystems. And it would be also good to establish a recognition or some sort of certification program for digital inclusion, digital language inclusion, in order to recognize platforms that meet government requirements in that respect. And finally, also investing in capacity building and training programs for developers and translators as needed. So in a nutshell, in order to ensure that inclusive language support is not an afterthought, but the core pillar of national digital transformation strategies, effective government strategies should integrate regulatory mandates to ensure compliance, incentive schemes to ensure investment and innovation, and collaborative frameworks to ensure sustainability and community participation. Thank you, Ram. Back to you.
Thank you, Manal. Taral, what are the fundamental technical limitations or design paradigms that have historically contributed to the internet's bias linguistically towards just a few dominant languages?
So I think, the technical limitations have been, at least from a Unicode perspective, have been addressed on our side, but where the challenge is really engaging the language communities themselves for the remaining work to be done. And that's where, when I talked about kind of that full immersed experience, that's where the limitation is. And, part of it is on the Unicode side is people don't know that there is work to be done. And how do we effectively equip and empower those communities to be part of the solution to ensure that solution is in place? So that's really the issue. And, our member organizations have tended to be the big tech companies, and originally the priorities were the majority languages. But now they are also realizing that it serves their better interests as well to make sure these other communities are online. And so we do see organizations like, certainly Google, Meta, Airbnb, where they have access to native speakers, and they're bringing those individuals into that work for that full experience. So, from a kind of a core technology perspective, it's just getting language communities.
Thank you, Terrell. I'm going to turn to the to now. We've spent some time looking at the challenges, identifying some of the barriers that exist. Let's turn our attention to practical things that we can actually do. So I'm actually going to turn to each of the folks here on the panel, and I'm going to ask you this question. Looking at the landscape of existing efforts, what is one area where you see significant potential for accelerating progress towards a multilingual internet? So let me ask that and turn to you, Jen, first.
The one thing that will accelerate it the most, I think the one thing that will accelerate it the most is actually a paradigm shift to thinking about looking at it as multilingual first as opposed to English first, to look at it by, multilingual by design, universal acceptance, UA by design. That actually sets us up for success, because when we have that mentality, all of the stakeholder groups the governments will understand exactly what Manal says. This is part of national strategy. It's not an afterthought. For those who are coding, they will know this is what it is that we learned. This is how we do it, instead of doing it the previous way. In terms of, private sector too, that's also the incentive. So that is really the mind shift. That's the one thing that will accelerate it.
Teresa?
I think it's spot on to have a paradigm shift, that one should have an expectation that one's experience online is the same as offline. I think there's a couple areas where one can look at that. One is around education and educating and creating modules in coursework, whether it's around policy or around technical areas. We run a program where we are working with universities on specific modules to have awareness and education around these areas. We just recently ran a hackathon in Bahrain, which was incredible to watch 60 students have a task of coming up with a website and how to have that be able to work in both Arabic and in English. So I think there's some very pragmatic, very specific things to do. I think there's also some other areas around procurement, and that there is just an expectation that one is going to, in the future, need to supply things in this kind of way. And to add on to that, I think that there's also opportunities, as we've talked about. We open the next round next year with applicant support for specific categories to create the opportunity to have what one wants to the right or the left of the dot in one's language. But it's fundamentally that there is a paradigm shift, as has been said, about the expectation is, as a user, have the experience in the online digital world as one would in the offline world. And the benefit is not only societal, it's not only the opportunity to engage with a hospital or a university or education or provide that information and retain cultural norms and cultural values. One's home, that is anchored in who we are as individuals and how we communicate with each other. There's also economic opportunities. From a business perspective, there's entire populations that have no consumer interest potentially in whatever somebody is providing because they don't have a connection because of the language barrier. So it's not about economics only, it's about society and affording that ability for everybody to have that experience in the internet. And so I think we have many, many, many things to do. From ICANN's perspective, we're doing some of them very specific and partnering with others because nobody can do this alone.
Thanks, Teresa. Sophie, one area where you see significant potential for accelerating progress towards a multilingual internet.
Thanks, Ram. I find it really difficult because I think both Jen and Teresa there have hit on two really key elements. I think, people don't participate because they're, in many cases, because they're excluded, so they can't, and that mindset shift isn't there. I've spent a lot of time thinking, since I was invited to speak on this panel, about whether technology will help solve it. So will AI translation actually accelerate it or be part of the problem? Because do we worry about a multilingual internet if you don't have to, or if you've just got those translation skills there? So I think that's not really a mindset shift, but I do think it will be a very big shift, and I hope accelerate the availability of the internet for those who are currently excluded. But I do still think it's that upskilling. Even if you have the language skills, certainly I know we find in migrants in Australia, many arrive without English skills, but they actually, many of them don't have great skills in their own native languages either. So if you're illiterate, that's probably a barrier to using the internet in any language. So we spend a lot of time focusing on multilingual abilities, but I think it's also technology, but I think it's also upskilling people with digital skills in whatever language they have as well.
Christian.
For as long as I've been coming to IGF, we've been talking about connecting the next billion. We are focusing our attention on how we can connect the unconnected, and there are lots of stakeholders who are doing that and putting efforts into last mile connectivity. We've spent time here talking about meaningful connectivity, and earlier today you asked Jen what she thought it would take to add language along with access devices and training into the definition of meaningful connectivity everywhere. What I would really like to do is to go out individually to all those stakeholders, to have a survey, to actually go to the people that are connecting the unconnected to the last mile and ask them en masse, try to gather up that information and then disseminate it, because all of us then need to take what they are saying they are missing, what they are telling us they are missing, and we need to figure out how we can collectively build those tools. So what I want most is I want direct information for the people that aren't making it happen now, and for them to tell us how we can make it happen.
Doral?
Yeah, thank you. Those are hard answers to follow. I don't know what to add. So I want to build off of something that Teresa said, that no one can do this alone. And I think, the one key thing is strengthening the work that's already happening across stakeholders. When we think about all the stakeholders who are required, NGOs, governments, tech companies, standards organizations, language communities, and really taking a step back and organizing ourselves, kind of clarity around the roles and responsibilities that each of us have in this multilingual internet, and then communicating that effectively, because there's so much work. We talked about UNESCO's International Decade of Indigenous Languages, for example, and all the other initiatives, ICANN's initiatives, for example. And how do we bring those together in a way that we can make it clear for how language communities can be engaged? Because I think we make it so hard. And it's hard to know, all of us have so many things coming at us. How do we make it easier? And then how do we engage and empower those communities to be, again, part of that solution? So, my thoughts are really around our work across stakeholders and the responsibility that we have to one another, to the language communities, and how do we hold ourselves accountable to success? Like Christian said, we've been talking about that next billion for a long time, and how are we actually demonstrating that we're bringing that to closure in some way? So, thanks. Great question.
Thank you. Manal?
Thank you, Ram. And I truly believe that the most significant mindset shift needed from all stakeholders, as we mentioned, across the internet ecosystem, is to treat language equity not as a localization add-on that comes as an afterthought, but as a core driver of global meaningful participation and a foundational layer of digital infrastructure. Same as connectivity, as cybersecurity. And accordingly, rather than thinking of linguistic plurality as a challenge that we need to fix, and sometimes by adding translations later or by trying to find workarounds, we all know how IDNs were introduced, and keep it if there is demand. I think we need to think of multilingual by design, as Jen also mentioned, as an integral to inclusive, scalable, and ethical digital infrastructure innovation. We also need conscious and deliberate maybe national initiatives that involve all stakeholders, like have been mentioned also, the importance of collaboration in that respect. Such initiatives could be government-supported, publicly funded, open source-based, something that could provide high-quality language resources, tools, or APIs for underrepresented languages. So instead of making languages chase technology, we need to start making technology serve languages. Thank you, Ram. Back to you.
Thank you, Manal. That's a really powerful way to encapsulate what we're trying to do. Technology should be serving languages rather than the other way around. So let me ask a question. We have here in our panel, we have diverse perspectives, technical perspectives, civil society, industry, government. So, Christian, let me start with you. How can these diverse stakeholders collaborate and coordinate so that we can amplify their impact in promoting linguistic inclusion in digital policies?
I think we have a lot of people with a lot of good intentions, and a lot of us don't know exactly what it is we need to do to put those good intentions to active good. There are lots of programs that do active good in here. We've heard about some of the active good programs that ICANN has been doing for a long time in this area. One of the things that we're doing with Coady is we're trying to find all the people that are doing active good. We're trying to bring them into a sort of single, coordinating stream where people can talk to one another about things that are going on and raise programs that need to get done. I think there just needs to be a lot more talking and a lot more organization around all of the efforts that are going on, so that we can centralize them and surface other ways to help that will get people to be able to raise their hands and say, well, that's the kind of work that I can do. I've been looking for a way to contribute to these efforts. I'm ready.
Teresa, what do you think? How can we better coordinate and collaborate among the various stakeholders? If the goal is to have language as a pillar of digital inclusion strategies worldwide, what can we do better?
I think not be shy to pursue ideas. And by that I mean different organizations may be engaged. I'll just give some examples with educational modules around internet-related issues or digital inclusion-related aspects, or how certain things function. Are there opportunities there to add on additional modules around language awareness, around internationalized domain names or universal acceptance, or how to build that in? I think sometimes looking at things in isolation and our own work in isolation, we lose sight of the opportunity that for somebody who's involved in a, let's say, policy track of education for international relations, let's say by example, it might not make sense to create awareness that there is actually the opportunity to have one's own language online and what that would entail. But a chapter or two in a book that is part of that sets off that awareness. In a business school, awareness that one actually, from a business standpoint, has a population that could very well be interested in using their own languages. For educational institutions or for medical professions, that one serves a population. Many of us, when we go to our medical facility, it may say, if you need somebody to help interpret this, please contact this number and we can provide these languages. Where is that online? Where is that source of the click down? So I think that there's, we tend to look at either our areas of work in isolation or our sectors in isolation, and we need to do what we can to help connect the dots. And in those dots, what are the opportunities? What are the tools in the toolbox for different sectors, different organizations to fully serve a population that is not only speaking with Roman character sets, by example, from a technical standpoint, but is speaking so many different languages, and some of them are written in oral. And how does one then go to serve them? So it's a big task, but I would say if each of us walked away today and said, here are the two things I'm going to follow up on, and the two people I know in wherever it might be, I'm going to contact and say, hey, did you know? It could go a long way. So,
Jen, what mechanisms are missing or need strengthening when we look at collaboration and coordination?
I think both Christian and Teresa have actually hit on a lot of these points, and Terrell as well. And when she mentioned, you can't go at it alone. Missing things still, I mean, just filling in the gaps, I think what it is. Teresa's last call, for action really is, personal for all of us here at the table and those in the room as well. Making that connection, connecting the two dots, understanding that, each of the organizations, .Asia, of course, we have a lot of work that we do in IDNs, and we do a lot of work in capacity building, but in the act of doing all these things, we come across different organizations also in the region that can help us with these efforts, especially when we're looking at Coady, connecting good things that people are doing and allowing them to do them together. So again, I mean, the answer is the same thing, filling in the gaps in the way that we know how. I think that is what it's missing, and that really takes a collective effort.
Thank you so much. So let me turn to you, Manal, with a different question. So we've been talking here about the principles of linguistic diversity and multilingual by design. So how can these principles become more explicitly embedded into digital rights frameworks and more embedded in governance discussions?
Thank you, Ram. Can you hear me? Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, this could be extended in laws and regulations that already support disabilities, and this could be also part of such laws or regulations, and have this expanding the digital accessibility laws and regulations to explicitly include language accessibility alongside disabilities. And also through the regulatory and approaches we've mentioned, and the incentives that could be done as well. And I believe also, as everyone mentioned, it's a multi-stakeholder thing, and it's also as a special characteristic that we need to work on the supply and demand side at the same time. As some have already mentioned, even the demand side, they don't know they can have this service. So they see everything in Latin, in English, or whatever dominant languages, and they don't know that this luxury is even possible. And on the other side, the supply side, they don't see it visible from a business point of view. So we need to work on awareing the demand side and triggering the supply side at the same time. And maybe governments can help with national initiatives, help with government support or public funds, and lastly, also connecting the dots and making sure that we're all pushing in the same direction as everyone else mentioned. And I think one good thing about the Universal Acceptance Global Day that we can learn from, it started globally and now it's connecting with on-the-ground national activities, which I think is a good thing that we can also follow when we talk about a really multilingual digital future. Thank you.
Thanks, Manal. Let's go to getting questions and really an interaction with the audience. Let's start online, Christian.
Sure, we do have one question in the chat. Feel free if you're in the chat to add others, and we'll also welcome people to come to the mics as well. You'll go to the queue next? Fantastic. Question from Nicholas Fumarelli. How can countries accelerate IDN compliance and readiness in the light that these measures are not advancing from year to year at the same pace of other adoptions, such as RPKI validation-enabled networks or DNSSEC deployment? What can be alternatives other than law enforcement on this topic? I'll read the rest. We're actually having a fragmentation of languages due to this. Some efforts from UASG to reach popular software owners, messaging apps, among others. But how can, for example, local chapters help? Do you have any examples of soft enforcement for UA readiness? To note, UA is also part of UNESCO Rome X framework. Would anybody on our panel like to take this?
I think Teresa is probably closest to the response to that question. Christian, I think there were several questions in there, so let's get to just one thing that perhaps.
So let's see. Let's focus in on the idea soft enforcement for UA readiness. How can countries accelerate IDN compliance and readiness with soft enforcement mechanisms?
So I think that there's many different ways, and we saw efforts around with IPv6 at different points. I think that there's soft ways to do it are through the education system in the next generation, through the schools and the opportunities to both create awareness, but maybe require that some of the digital engagement is done through the use of internationalized domain names or universal acceptance tools, and work with the technical community in order to make sure that the schools have that capacity. That creates awareness for the next generation, which is essential if we want to actually preserve languages moving forward. Maybe it's also soft ways through requirements of medical facilities or government social facilities that are providing to their citizens, that government agencies themselves look to have those mechanisms put into place and work with providing that for their citizens in their languages. Many countries have multiple languages, and then they have indigenous languages as well that they could serve. So I think leading by example is essential, that if one wants to actually have this resonate, one has to lead by example around that. I think that there's other ways within the context of the private sector. Maybe if one's procurement policy may suggest that one would encourage the use of that, and if not, to be willing to help to figure out how different agencies could do that or different bidders could do that. So I think that there's many, many different ways to build it into one's own effort, but part of it is walking the talk and leading by example. And I think that's an important fundamental step around that.
Thank you. Jen?
I don't know if I like the phrase soft enforcement, but really I think we're looking at incentivizing, especially when you're looking at industry. I think a lot of registries, registrars, we are incentivized to be able to do this, in our own internal systems as well. And then I want to pick up on something that Teresa mentioned. Not so much soft enforcement, but in the incentivizing. I think Manal also touched on it when she mentioned, tax incentives, tax breaks, putting it in, requiring it in the procurement process in kind of stages where you first, prioritize those contractors that do have this, and then finally, in the end, this would become a requirement, and then including the requirement of reporting of UA readiness in tenders. I think that combined would have the effect that I think the answer was looking for. Yeah.
Thank you, Jen. Let's go to the gentleman here.
Thank you. This is Mohammad Abdul Haq Onu, or everybody call Onu. I'm a Secretary General of Bangladesh Internet Governance Forum. Myself with Bangladesh Internet Governance Forum actively organizing Universal Acceptance Day event for the last 3 years, with a special focus on Bangla language. I truly welcome this discussion on language inclusion. Bridging the digital divide is not only about infrastructure, it is about ensuring every community can access the internet in their own language. In Bangladesh, our efforts to promote UA and local script adoption have shown that digital inclusion becomes meaningful when people can use technology in their native language. Bangladesh is spoken by over 200 Bangla language. 250 million people still face challenges in full UA readiness. I urge global stakeholders to treat language inclusion as a core digital right, to invest in technical and policy framework that support meaningful internet access in multilingual access also challenges meaningful internet connectivity, especially rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughtful intervention. Appreciate it. Let's take another question from the audience there.
Hello, my name is Gabriel, and I have a question regarding implementation. So for someone wanting to implement a website in their own language, it's often that you would get into trouble with for example, font rendering not displaying it properly, or the font not having support. And when you get into other accessibility things like screen readers, if even those are mandated, they might not have support for that language. So my question is then, how do you ensure that the underlying tools that people are using to build websites are accessible to these languages, and so that other people who are educators or bloggers can make websites in their own languages without having to have deep knowledge about how all these things about font rendering or technology works? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think, Taral, that is adjacent to some of the core things that you're doing, so perhaps you want to take that?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'll give you an example. I was recently working with a designer on some stickers or something, and we were using, let's say, the spaceship emoji, and what are the different languages in which you could search for that. And we put it into one tool, I'm not going to say which organization, and we were getting a lot of tofus, right? Little squares with just nothing that was useful. And then we put it, I said, let me try it in Canva. And I put it that same block of information into Canva and everything rendered correctly. And what that told me is that Canva had built Unicode, had Unicode in its technology stack. And what was different about how Canva was approaching it is their products are built to be world ready. So Canva is not a Unicode member, so I'm just, let me just put that out there. But it really depends on what tools you're using, and if Unicode is in the tech stack, that will make it easier for your website development to happen. So it's really finding the right tool and not being frustrated that something isn't working the way that you were hoping that it would. But there are solutions that are out there, and if Unicode is in the tech stack, that can accelerate the work.
And Christian, I wonder whether that idea that Taral was just speaking about and what the gentleman was identifying as a real need, maybe one of the kinds of initiatives that might be useful on a global scale.
Well, I think that's exactly why the organization that we're trying to build is focused on listening, because identifying where there are gaps is an important thing that we need to be doing, but also where there is effective work that needs to be connected with the people who need to know that it's being done is also a vital tool that needs to be done as well.
Thank you so much. I'll go to the lady there on the right, on my right.
Hi, my name is Elisabeth Carrera, and I'm with Wikimedia Norway. And one of the many things we do to do with language diversity is we support the community that creates and curates Northern Sami Wikipedia. So we're sort of the movement behind Wikipedia. And I just thought I'd add a little bit of optimism when it comes to tech and language diversity. Well, what we're seeing now, you mentioned we should make technology serve languages. I think technology is quite keen to go bilingual, full force. With our encyclopedia in Northern Sami, currently human traffic is about 12%, and Northern Sami is a tiny language. The remaining traffic is bots, spiders, large language models desperately trying to learn Northern Sami. So I think there's hope. One of the obstacles we're facing with small languages is just the same that we faced when we first started gaining like public access, general access to the internet here in Norway in the 1990s. There isn't enough text, quality text and quality data available. So, frustratingly, in Northern Sami, in this case, text is available. It's just not available under open licenses. So it's not there to be scraped. So if you want tech to learn multilingual approaches quickly, we need to make available what we have. So that's the first step. And it's a very elementary step that we can easily make. And even public entities don't realize how much of a difference they can make by making their data sets available under open licenses. So just a small piece of optimism. We can easily do this.
Thank you so much. Christian.
I've got a couple of thoughts. First of all, one of the things that we have been doing as we've been trying to organize Coady as a movement that we are trying to start in this area is talking to a number of groups who are doing important work in this space. And I want to say that the work that Wikimedia Foundation and Wikipedia are doing is phenomenal. They're doing incredible things when it comes to language, and in the areas where we are talking about the challenges that are coming because of AI. They're doing it not just in languages, but in cultural contexts, right? And the things that they're doing there are incredibly impressive. I think that you're right, that open needs to be an important component of what it is we're talking about. Of course, open has its own challenges in the era of LLMs because large data scraping is a challenge for a lot of people who are designed to be to have open environments. Yesterday, I joined the kickoff call for a Creative Commons program called CC Signals that's trying to address some of the concerns that people have in the scraping, that when it comes to scraping in open environments for LLMs. And that's an area that we're going to try to connect Coady to. I encourage everybody to take a look at the efforts that are happening there, because I agree with you, it's very important and hopeful.
Thank you. Terrell?
Great, thank you for that positive news there. I just wanted to comment on this notion of open, and this is where we've hit some concerns from language communities, that by granting rights that they are giving up something. And that is an ongoing challenge. And one of the distinctions that we've been working on as we've been talking with language communities is this open license is the only way for full participation and access for other users. And being really clear that by licensing, that you are granting licensing, but you're not giving up. You still retain ownership. And I think that distinction, as clear as we can make it, and I've had to work with our general counsel on this a bit, because it can be very easy to get deep into the legalese, and I think that frightens and scares off language communities, rightfully so, and just raises some huge concerns. But that open license piece is a huge step towards access. So.
Thank you. We have another question from the audience on my left.
Yes. Roberto Gaetano, Iuralo Individual Users. This is not really a question, it's rather a comment or a contribution on the question, what can we do to improve multilingualism? I think that I agree completely with what has been said, that we need a paradigm shift. We have really a cultural problem with this, and this is something that is now that we are subject to this particular mentality. We behave in a way that I would call the syndrome of Animal Farm, in the sense that we all say, okay, all languages are equal. But then, in practice, we behave as if we have one language that is more equal than the others. And let me make an example. In a lot of meetings, we have interpretation. Also here in the main room at ICANN meetings, we have several situations in which we have interpretation. And the situation is more often than not that the panel consistently speaks in English. And the interpretation is used by people in the audience to understand, to listen in their own language. And just rarely there's a question from the audience in a different language, and then maybe somebody from the panel, as a courtesy, replies in that language. But why can't we establish the rule, the behavior, that when we have interpretation and your language is one of the interpreted languages, why don't you speak in your own language or in the language that you are more comfortable with than in English? I think that this cultural change is done, like every cultural change, by little steps. We don't need huge changes, but just make the people think that there are more languages. This will not achieve the 7,000 languages having same status over the internet, but at least we can start moving slowly in that direction.
Thank you so much. In many ways, I think, especially with the advent of large language models and artificial intelligence engines, we're quickly moving to a path where we may end up having one language to rule them all, rather than the diversity of languages that really represents the world around us. So thank you so much. I'm going to ask each of the panelists one sentence that sums up what you want to provide to our audience as a takeaway, but only one sentence. Let me start with you, Sophie.
Oh, Ram, that's unfair. I'm still ruminating on the question from the last gentleman about Animal Farm. So I almost want my one overarching thought to be, let's not be Animal Farm, and let's ensure that that all languages are equal. But I think am I allowed one more? Sorry, Ram, I'm already breaking your rule.
Please go ahead.
I was just going to say it's such a multifaceted issue that I really think it does require a multi-stakeholder response. And I think if we start quantifying the benefits for people, then we might be able to see better unification and unified action. And I'd love to see that.
Thank you. Taral, one sentence.
We can only be successful together.
Thank you. Manal?
We need to all continue working on the supply and demand side together. Multilingual by design, not an afterthought. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen?
It's absolutely a language justice movement. And again, repeating multilingual first and UA by design.
Thank you. Teresa?
Lead by example and connect everybody to change this.
And last word, Christian.
My sense is there are Coady postcards on the corner table over there. You should grab one, and let's do more together than we can apart.
Thank you so much. That concludes this session.
Say Chers amis, mesdames, messieurs, bienvenue. Théoriquement, maintenant, ça marche, n'est-ce pas, les casques, vous m'entendez? Bienvenue à cette session francophone. N'hésitez pas à vous installer ici autour de la table, puisque comme vous le voyez, ce Studio 6 est un de ceux qui ont de très grandes tables. C'est plus simple et confortable d'être ensemble. Voilà, je vois que certains préfèrent garder la distance, mais vraiment, n'hésitez pas. Alors, bienvenue donc pour cette table ronde organisée par la francophonie avec comme objectif d'explorer rapidement les enjeux principaux qui sont liés au contexte actuel pour ce qui concerne la gouvernance du numérique et de l'intelligence artificielle. Je pense qu'il n'est pas nécessaire de répéter ce qui s'est joué autour du pacte numérique mondial et puis ce qui est en discussion maintenant dans le cadre du sommet mondial sur la société de l'information qui débutera à Genève le 7 juillet prochain, avec la perspective de rendre des propositions, y compris d'ailleurs des propositions qui émaneront directement du Forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet, de IGF, où nous nous trouvons maintenant, pour tenter de faire évoluer cette gouvernance. Il y a des enjeux spécifiques pour l'espace francophone et c'est ces enjeux que nous voulons évoquer, que nous voulons explorer aujourd'hui. 3 thématiques principales. La question de l'inclusion numérique, puisque comme cela a été aussi beaucoup répété lors des différentes réunions, ateliers de cet IGF, 2,6 milliards 600 millions de personnes aujourd'hui n'ont pas accès à Internet, mais au-delà de ce chiffre, il y a toutes sortes de fractures, de formes de fractures numériques. Il y a un enjeu extrêmement important aussi pour ce qui concerne l'espace francophone, et ça sera notre deuxième thématique, sur le fait de pouvoir s'exprimer dans sa langue. Et je ne parle pas ici uniquement du français. Vous savez que l'espace francophone comprend un grand nombre de langues, un grand nombre de cultures. À l'heure où se développent les intelligences artificielles génératives qui s'appuient sur les données numériques existantes, c'est extrêmement important de savoir comment nous allons là aussi faire face à ce défi. Et enfin, bien entendu, la question de la gouvernance des données, puisque c'est la matière première finalement à partir de laquelle sont construites ces intelligences artificielles. Nous allons aborder successivement ces 3 points. Alors nous avons autour de la table une partie de nos intervenants, d'autres sont en route encore, et je voudrais en particulier souligner la présence de son Excellence Monsieur le ministre Michel Boucard, qui est le ministre des télécommunications. Attention, je ne peux pas me tromper. Hein. Non, c'est le ministre des télécommunications, de la transformation de l'administration et de l'économie numérique. C'est pas dans le bon ordre, mais tout y est. De la République du Tchad, qui nous fait l'honneur de sa présence, à sa droite, son Excellence, Monsieur l'ambassadeur du numérique pour la France, Henri Verdier, et je pense que nous avons également à côté de nous Monsieur le coordonnateur pour IGF pour l'Afrique centrale, et en ligne. Il interviendra depuis Montréal où il se trouve, le professeur Destiny Chewali, professeur à l'Université du Québec à Montréal et spécialiste des enjeux de diversité et de découvrabilité. Notre collègue Maktar Sek Mais c'est Maktar qui est là. Ah pardon, je n'avais pas vu, parce que Henri cache tout le monde. Donc Maktar est là. Non, c'est Michel qui nous manque, qui va nous rejoindre un petit peu plus tard. Eh bien, on attaque sans plus attendre et je vais céder la parole sur cet enjeu de l'inclusion numérique, du défi que représente aujourd'hui encore le fait de pouvoir connecter tous nos territoires, y compris les territoires ruraux, le fait aussi de donner un accès réel au-delà de la connectivité, c'est-à-dire d'avoir des personnes qui sont en mesure d'utiliser les outils et de les développer à leur tour. Je commencerai par donner la parole à Monsieur le ministre Michel Boucard parce que c'est le chantier principal que vous menez actuellement au Tchad, n'est-ce pas, Monsieur le ministre?
Merci, Monsieur Henri. Monsieur l'ambassadeur en charge du numérique, je vous remercie de m'avoir donné cette opportunité pour parler du thème qui m'a été envoyé vers une évolution de la gouvernance internationale du numérique et de l'IA. Quel enjeu pour les pays de l'espace francophone? Inclusion, diversité culturelle, linguistique et gouvernance des données. Je pense que c'est un très bon thème, mais la reformulation que moi j'ai voulu mettre à votre disposition, c'est vers une évolution de la gouvernance internationale du numérique et de l'IA. Enjeu pour l'espace francophone. C'est quoi la francophonie? Il faut qu'on en parle un peu de ça, qui est assez intéressant, c'est-à-dire vers les années 60, 70, lorsque la plupart des pays africains ont commencé à avoir leur indépendance, il était question de, oui, avoir l'indépendance, mais de garder un lien culturel avec la France. C'est à quoi la création de l'OIF est arrivée vers les années 70 avec l'arrivée du président Pompidou qui a mis en marche la création de l'OIF, qui est l'ancienne comment on appelle, l'agence de coopération culturelle et technique. À cette époque, la coopération se construisait sur la culture, l'éducation et les relations politiques. Mais aujourd'hui, l'ère du numérique et de l'intelligence artificielle ouvre de nouvelles perspectives pour renforcer ces liens, tout en posant de nouveaux défis. Comme l'a dit Léopold Sédar Senghor, la francophonie n'est pas un héritage, c'est une aventure à construire. Et le numérique et l'intelligence artificielle peuvent être des outils puissants pour cette aventure. Ils ne sont plus de ce monde, mais nous pensons qu'ils nous ont légué quand même quelque chose d'intéressant auquel nous devons nous accoucher à ça. Alors, quels sont les nouveaux enjeux du numérique et de l'intelligence artificielle? Nous parlons de l'inclusion numérique. Malgré le progrès de nombreux pays francophones qui souffrent encore d'un accès limité au numérique, notamment en Afrique, l'OIF a mis en place tout un arsenal pour accompagner ce pays. Le programme Connect Africa, qui est soutenu par l'OIF, vise à développer les infrastructures numériques, les réseaux fibres optiques, les réseaux Internet, les fibres optiques pour favoriser l'accès à l'Internet dans les zones rurales. Alors, l'accès à l'Internet est la condition première pour que les populations puissent bénéficier de l'outil numérique et de l'intelligence artificielle. Un accès mondial à la culture. Aujourd'hui, grâce à l'Internet, nous pouvons accéder à des œuvres de culturelles du monde entier en quelques clics. Exemple concret, nous avons sur YouTube, on peut écouter de la musique congolaise. Regardez les courts-métrages sénégalaises. On peut découvrir les danses traditionnelles au Vietnam. Ces contenus sont souvent produits localement et trouvent un public intéressant au niveau international. Les réseaux sociaux comme Instagram ou TikTok permettent aux jeunes de valoriser leur culture. On voit par exemple des créateurs africains utiliser des langues locales dans leurs vidéos, ce qui contribue à leur reconnaissance. Alors, du point de vue culturel linguistique,
Qu'est-ce qui va se passer? Qu'est-ce que l'Internet et l'IA, les données numériques et l'IA peuvent nous amener? Il y a les technologies numériques, notamment l'IA, qui sont souvent développées dans un contexte anglophone, ce qui menace la diversité culturelle, linguistique. Exemple concret, la reconnaissance vocale fonctionne beaucoup mieux en anglais qu'en français ou en langue africaine. Qu'est-ce que l'OIF peut mettre en exergue une plateforme qui pourra engager ou bien corriger ceci. L'OIF encourage le développement de contenus et des outils numériques adaptés aux langues francophones et locales, par exemple le Wolof, le Bambara ou bien le dialecte l'arabe au Tchad, qui préservent ainsi les richesses culturelles. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire et qu'est-ce qu'on peut penser de l'OIF s'agissant de projets? Il est nécessaire des créations de bases de données linguistiques francophones pour entraîner les IA plus inclusives. Ceci peut se déboucher sur des exemples pratiques. Des jeunes au Burkina Faso créent par exemple le podcast en français et en moré pour parler de leur quotidien, de leurs coutumes ou débattre des sujets de société. Ces contenus sont en Afrique mais aussi en France et au Canada. C'est une révolution. On ne dépend plus des grandes maisons d'édition ou de chaînes. Tout le monde peut créer et diffuser. L'OIF, qui était notre espace commun, peut se mettre en exergue pour mettre en place toute cette synergie. S'agissant de la gouvernance des données et des souverainetés numériques, la collecte massive de données pose des questions de souveraineté et de respect des droits citoyens. Le Tchad et d'autres pays francophones adoptent des législations pour protéger des données personnelles. L'OIF, où est sa place? L'OIF peut militer pour une gouvernance internationale des données qui prennent en compte des spécificités culturelles et le respect des diversités. Enfin, pour chuter, il faut que nous parlions un peu de la gouvernance internationale, du numérique et de l'IA, un espace à co-construire. Le rôle des institutions internationales telles que l'OIF ou l'UNESCO travaille à promouvoir une gouvernance plus équilibrée qui respecte toutes les cultures. L'exemple concret, l'OIF a lancé le programme des déclics qui forme des jeunes francophones au numérique pour qu'ils deviennent eux-mêmes créateurs de contenus culturels. Mais ce projet, je pense que l'OIF doit réfléchir pour que ça puisse atteindre beaucoup de pays francophones qui ne sont pas insérés dans ce projet. Par exemple, le cas de mon pays, le Tchad. Nous, on en a besoin parce que ce projet n'est pas arrivé. Et j'aurai l'occasion peut-être en Genève, essayer d'échanger avec les responsables en charge pour que si vous voulez que notre espace puisse grandir, puisse avoir des impacts significatifs au niveau de notre espace francophone, qui est totalement différent de nos Commonwealth, parce que l'origine était d'abord des Africains. Le père fondateur Houphouët-Boigny, Léopold Sédar Senghor et Amani Djouri, c'est eux qui avaient porté cette flambeau pour qu'on arrive à cet espace francophone. Mais qu'est-ce qu'on s'est dit maintenant pour l'OIF aujourd'hui? On se rend compte qu'on est un peu en arrière. Avec l'arrivée de l'intelligence artificielle du numérique, nous pouvons, à travers l'OIF, faire régénérer encore ce système qui est un peu resté dans la bureaucratie, avec des projets très concrets, surtout l'OIF avec son programme de déclic. Si on le gère bien, on pourra atteindre cet espace. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre. Vous avez couvert tout le champ là, hein, toutes les problématiques. On va continuer peut-être dans un premier temps sur l'inclusion. Bon, en même temps, je laisse nos intervenants donner leur point de vue. Encore une fois, l'idée, c'est aussi dans le débat qui va suivre que nous puissions formuler les propositions et les attentes que nous avons les uns les autres par rapport à ce que nous pouvons faire en commun. Vous l'avez dit, Monsieur le Ministre, les francophones se retrouveront la semaine prochaine à Genève, juste avant le sommet, la 20e réunion de suivi du sommet mondial
mondial sur la société de l'information pour précisément se concerter sur ces questions. Mais ça commence ici, ça commence maintenant, le débat est lancé. Monsieur l'ambassadeur, vous avez la parole.
Oui, mais je vais refuser ta règle du jeu, Henri, parce que monsieur le ministre m'a donné envie de repartir de votre propos, monsieur le ministre. Je dirai un tout petit mot de l'inclusivité à la fin. Je trouve que vous avez raison, infiniment raison, de revenir à l'histoire de la francophonie et à l'Agence de coopération culturelle et technique de 1970. Et je trouve que vous avez été bien aimable de citer le président Pompidou, parce que la vérité, c'est quand même que 4 immenses chefs d'État, Léopold Sédar Senghor, Habib Bourguiba, Amani Diori et Norodom Sihanouk, ont imposé à la France l'idée que cette langue française n'appartient pas à la France, que c'est quelque chose que nous avons en commun. C'est un commun, au sens où on va parler dans un instant de commun numérique, c'est-à-dire tout le monde a le droit de s'en servir, et chacun qui s'en sert a le droit de la modifier, et elle vivra de ça. Et je pense que ce geste a sauvé la langue française d'un certain point de vue, parce qu'elle s'est enrichie de ses nuances, de ses créolités, de ses... Hier, j'ai pris un taxi avec mon équipe, norvégien, et le chauffeur m'a dit « Oh, you are French, Aya Nakamura ». Et il m'a félicité de cette grande chanteuse française qu'est Aya Nakamura, ici en Norvège. Voilà le monde qui a été autorisé par la francophonie. Et je me suis souvent demandé quelle devrait être la note principale de la francophonie numérique, et ce serait peut-être de se rappeler que cette histoire où nous avons protégé, étendu et fait vivre un commun. Parce que finalement, ce numérique dans lequel nous vivons, et qui est porteur de beaucoup de bénéfices, il est né comme un commun. Il est né avec des grands câbles transatlantiques qui étaient cofinancés, mais qui appartenaient à personne. Il est né avec des standards ouverts, le protocole TCP/IP, le web. Il est né avec des contenus gratuits, il est né dans une logique de coopération et de contribution extraordinaire. Et aujourd'hui, il est menacé. Il est menacé de toutes parts. Il est menacé de... En anglais, on dit weaponization. J'ai jamais trouvé la parfaite traduction de weaponization. Il est détourné à des fins de confrontation par un certain nombre de puissances étatiques. Il est un terrain de jeu privilégié pour certains acteurs malveillants. Et surtout, il est capturé par des monopoles industriels gigantesques. Et je crois, je le dis, qu'aucun État, même les États-Unis d'ailleurs, n'est prêt à réguler des entreprises qui pèsent 1000 milliards de dollars et qui se considèrent désormais comme des acteurs politiques privés et qui considèrent qu'elles ont le droit de peser sur l'ordre géopolitique du monde. Nous ne sommes pas prêts, conceptuellement et méthodologiquement. On progresse, et on progresse vite, mais on n'avait jamais eu à faire face à cela, sauf peut-être il y a très longtemps avec la North Indian Company qui a tenté de contrôler la route des épices avec la puissance que l'on sait. Et d'ailleurs, la seule manière dont la reine Victoria a réussi à contrôler la Compagnie des Indes, c'est en supprimant la Compagnie des Indes. Les États n'ont jamais réussi à la contrôler vraiment, quoi. Ils ont fini par l'interdire. Et donc, j'ai envie de partir de ce que vient de dire Monsieur le Ministre et de dire c'est peut-être ça notre origine et notre destin commun. Il y a des choses qui sont du commun et dont nous souhaitons que ça reste du commun, que tout le monde ait le droit de s'en servir et que tout le monde ait le droit d'y contribuer. Et c'est assez simple finalement, parce que ça va nous servir de boussole sur beaucoup des sujets qu'on va traiter aujourd'hui. Et si j'en viens à l'inclusivité, d'abord effectivement, il est non éthique de laisser presque 2 milliards d'humains encore en dehors de ce chemin de révolution numérique, et donc l'accessibilité au sens le plus simple du terme doit rester une priorité fondamentale. Et on peut peut-être enrichir de quelques idées ce constat, parce qu'il ne suffit pas d'avoir une fibre optique dans son salon. D'abord, on peut peut-être quand même prendre aussi une culture de réflexion à une connectivité un peu frugale. Je parlais hier avec mes amis indiens qui ont conçu les infrastructures publiques numériques en Inde. Ils me disaient il faut aussi prévoir des chemins, eux ils parlent de phygital, qui savent hybrider un peu le physique et le digital pour qu'on puisse utiliser un service numérique avec un téléphone, même si on n'a pas de connexion. C'est possible, on flash quelque chose et puis on attend d'être devant du Wi-Fi pour pouvoir s'en servir. Enfin, on peut dans le design mettre des choses qui tiennent compte du fait que la connectivité parfaite ne sera pas là demain matin. Or, les gens, ils ont des droits aujourd'hui, quoi. Donc, on peut introduire cette culture de frugalité. On peut se dire qu'il ne suffit pas d'avoir de la fibre, mais qu'il y a finalement une sorte d'infrastructure du numérique, des choses comme l'identité, le paiement, sur lesquels il faut qu'on ait un regard si on souhaite à la fois que les gens en bénéficient, mais aussi que ce ne soit pas propriété privée de une ou deux gigantesques entreprises. Donc l'idée qu'il faut des infrastructures publiques numériques, une petite couche de services publics par-dessus les fibres, me semble faire partie d'un projet de connectivité. Et puis bien sûr, j'ai souvent entendu parler de, alors plutôt en anglais, mais souvent dans l'environnement OIF, meaningful connectivity, une connectivité qui ait du sens, parce qu'il ne suffit pas d'être un consommateur passif qui reçoit des contenus. Il faut qu'on ait le droit que cette connectivité serve à l'émancipation, à l'auto-organisation, à des solidarités locales. Et pour ça, il faut quand même des programmes d'encouragement des innovateurs, d'accompagnement des communautés, de partage de capacités qui vont avec l'arrivée de l'accès à Internet. Mais je trouve, et je termine, je le redis, vous avez raison de rappeler d'où nous venons et ça peut vraiment servir de boussole au combat numérique.
Merci beaucoup, cher Henri, et nous poursuivons ce premier tour de table en donnant la parole à Monsieur Maktarsek, qui est le chef de la section des technologies et de l'innovation au sein de la Commission économique des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique, basée à Addis Abeba, qui a une longue expérience de ces enjeux, qui a suivi l'évolution du modèle de gouvernance et de chacune des priorités qui sont évoquées ici depuis longtemps, qui connaît bien les acteurs. Alors, vous, par rapport au tournant, alors c'est peut-être un tournant qui n'est pas toujours perçu, mais qui me semble-t-il est effectif, avec l'adoption du pacte numérique, qui signifie quand même un rôle nouveau, un rôle un peu différent de la part des États dans un processus qui est spécifiquement intergouvernemental. En même temps, une réflexion au sein du système multi-acteurs, et ici notamment pour voir comment s'adapter à cela. Comment vous voyez justement ces défis spécifiques pour l'espace francophone?
Merci beaucoup. C'est avec un plaisir que je participe à cette importante discussion sur l'espace francophonie, l'espace francophone, comment le numérique et en particulier l'intelligence artificielle peuvent révolutionner le monde de la francophonie, en lumière avec l'adoption du pacte numérique dont vous avez cité, vous venez de citer, et aussi le rôle des différents acteurs, organisations internationales au niveau de la mise en œuvre de ce pacte numérique et surtout le rôle de la francophonie dans cet espace. Je vous rappelle que l'espace francophonie est un grand marché, plus d'1 milliard de population. Et je pense que le PIB il représente 16 à 15% du PIB mondial, ce qui est extrêmement important. Mais nous sommes confrontés depuis des décennies à beaucoup de problèmes par nos pays francophones, par la majorité des pays francophones, dans l'adaptation et de l'adoption de ces technologies numériques. D'abord, on l'a cité, la question des infrastructures. Le problème d'infrastructure se situe même pas au niveau du pays, mais aussi au niveau des régions et au niveau aussi de la population. Donc, ce problème existe depuis très longtemps, avec l'objectif 1 du pacte numérique, de promouvoir la connectivité. Je pense que des organisations comme la francophonie peuvent travailler avec d'autres organisations pour voir comment étendre les infrastructures au niveau du monde rural et au niveau des pays francophones. Ceci peut se faire par plusieurs manières. Je pense qu'il y a un déficit au niveau de la fibre optique. Pourquoi pas regrouper les pays ensemble ou bien les organisations régionales pour mettre en place des fibres optiques partagées. Aussi, la question des données, c'est très important. Si les pays francophones veulent maîtriser aussi cette IA, il y a la bataille des données en mettant en place les centres de données adéquats. Et c'est un manque aussi au niveau de certains pays francophones. Et comme le ministre l'a rappelé, je pense qu'il y a lieu pour qu'il y ait une coordination de la francophone parmi les pays pour qu'on puisse avoir des centres de données régionales ou bien un centre de data pour la francophonie. Et aussi, la question de l'infrastructure n'est pas seulement liée aux infrastructures physiques, il y a aussi la question d'électricité qu'il ne faut pas oublier. Bon, il y a différentes initiatives entretenues par la francophone dans ce domaine, mais c'est un problème important aussi dans ces États membres. Un autre point qu'il faut, c'est la réglementation. Parce qu'on a besoin d'une nouvelle forme de réglementation au niveau de cette technologie numérique. Et c'est là où je pense que la francophonie a un rôle important avec leur stratégie numérique qu'ils ont adoptée pour voir comment on peut aider les pays francophones pour s'inspirer des cas pratiques et des success stories dans les autres pays pour arriver à une réglementation adéquate de ces nouvelles technologies, surtout l'intelligence artificielle, la blockchain et autres technologies émergentes. Et ceci conduit à une nouvelle forme de développement ou bien de définition de la régulation centrée par des approches spécifiques. Comment on peut faire pour promouvoir l'innovation avec ça, la réglementation, et c'est un point sur lequel je pense que la francophonie a beaucoup d'atouts. Un autre point sur lequel je pense qu'il est important, c'est au niveau de l'inclusion. Comment ces technologies peuvent aider à l'inclusion au niveau de l'espace francophone. C'est un espace où il y a plusieurs langues, plus de 1000 langues. Il y en a qui disent même 2000 langues, mais je peux vous donner quelques cas. Par exemple, vous prenez le pays comme la RDC, ils ont 250 langues locales. Les pays comme le Cameroun, ils ont 200 langues. Prenez les pays de l'espace de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, des pays comme le Sénégal, la Côte d'Ivoire, ils ont entre 10 et 15 langues. Donc c'est un grand atout pour le continent et pour l'inclusion aussi. Comment on peut parvenir à faire de ces langues locales grâce à l'IA un outil de développement au niveau de l'espace francophone. Développement continu, la francophonie apporte beaucoup d'efforts pour appuyer le développement des contenus locaux et je pense que l'IA est un moyen pour la francophonie de parachever ce développement des contenus locaux qui vont créer non seulement de la valeur ajoutée pour les populations, mais aussi créer des emplois parce que dans ces pays, le nombre de jeunes est extrêmement élevé et par le biais de ces technologies, on peut créer beaucoup d'emplois pour ces jeunes. Recherche et développement. C'est très important qu'on appuie la recherche et le développement. C'est la partie manquante. Et pour qu'on puisse faire nos propres outils IA en Afrique francophone, il faut que les gens puissent promouvoir la recherche et le développement. Et je pense que la francophone a un rôle important à jouer compte tenu de vos avancées dans des pays comme la France, la Belgique, le Canada. Il faut aider à promouvoir cette recherche-développement au niveau de l'espace francophone afin que la majeure partie des francophones puissent développer des outils propres à leurs besoins. Et aussi la compétence. Il y a beaucoup d'initiatives au niveau de la francophonie sur le développement des logiciels libres, mais avec l'ère des technologies de l'information, on a besoin de former plus de jeunes dans ces nouvelles technologies, dans l'IA. Et ça, c'est quelque part où la francophonie a un rôle important à jouer. Bien sûr, la francophonie ne pourra tout faire. Donc, il faudra travailler avec des organisations multilatérales, bilatérales, pour voir comment on peut faire des aides pour que l'aide puisse avoir plus d'impact dans ces pays francophones. Pour le moment, je vais m'arrêter là. Et je pense que le problème de l'inclusion et de la langue est extrêmement important. On a vu dans l'IGF, la présence francophone n'est pas élevée et on a besoin de faire quelque chose. Et l'IA est là pour aider. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. On va y revenir en effet, mais continuons sur la question précisément de la langue et de la diversité. And now I will switch briefly to English because we are going to invite our colleague Destiny, and it's in order that the technician know that they have to connect him. Donc on va traverser l'Atlantique pour aller retrouver le professeur Destiny Chewali. Destiny, est-ce que tu m'entends?
Oui, monsieur l'ambassadeur, je vous entends parfaitement.
On te voit, on ne t'entend pas. Ah, on l'entend dans le casque, bien sûr. Bien sûr. Ok, super. Bienvenue. Merci beaucoup d'être parmi nous. Il est tôt encore à Montréal, mais je te vois vaillant là. Donc, tu as entendu que cet enjeu de la diversité, de ce patrimoine excellent, génial, et en même temps peut-être encombrant, là par rapport à la problématique de l'intelligence artificielle se pose. Quelles sont tes réflexions à ce propos?
Merci, Son Excellence, Monsieur l'ambassadeur Henri. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Excellence, Monsieur le ministre, Excellence, ambassadeur et distingués panélistes et participants. Je regrette de ne pas être avec vous en personne, mais je me sens très privilégié quand même de pouvoir prendre part à cette discussion, à cette concertation, je dirais, qui est très précieuse pour la francophonie. Alors, par rapport à tous les échanges précédents et à la question sur laquelle tu me lances, cher Henri, j'aimerais simplement rebondir sur le fait que nous sommes tous préoccupés actuellement par rapport à l'évolution très rapide des technologies numériques, lesquelles sont en train de bouleverser littéralement la manière dont nous accédons à nos contenus francophones en ligne, à nos cultures, à nos langues dans l'environnement numérique. Et si jusqu'ici on se réjouissait du fait que le français est quand même la 4e langue de l'Internet, avec à peu près 6% de contenu derrière l'anglais qui est à peu près autour de 30% environ, le chinois, l'espagnol, on peut quand même continuer à se préoccuper par rapport à une certaine urgence d'agir parce qu'on se rend compte que le web, l'environnement numérique, le cyberespace ne génère pas spontanément de la diversité. Et l'accès à la diversité est tributaire finalement d'un enjeu que nous avions nommé ici au Québec d'enjeu de découvrabilité qui par ailleurs a été déjà bien réapproprié partout ailleurs dans la francophonie. Et la découvrabilité, ça réfère à quoi? Ça réfère finalement à la disponibilité de nos contenus à leur présence en ligne, mais surtout à la capacité de se faire recommander ces contenus, notamment quand on n'en connaissait pas l'existence préalablement. En gros, ça revient simplement à se poser la question de savoir, et j'avoue que c'est aussi une question d'inclusion, hein, c'est de savoir, mais un contenu dont je n'avais pas la connaissance, quelle est la probabilité que je puisse le découvrir et y accéder parmi ces 6% de contenu francophone disponible par exemple en ligne? Et c'est ici que on souligne l'importance d'activer des leviers justement de gouvernance, parce que la découvrabilité est un enjeu éminemment politique, un enjeu de politique culturelle, et il importe justement de pouvoir travailler de concert à la fois les décideurs publics, les politiques, mais aussi les propriétaires de plateformes, la société civile, les acteurs du numérique dans leur ensemble, pour justement trouver des solutions adéquates afin d'optimiser cette découvrabilité, parce que la menace actuellement, et l'ambassadeur Henri Verdier le soulignait, il y a menace. La menace aujourd'hui, c'est celle justement de tout ce que nous avons considéré comme acquis au cours des dernières années, acquis au fruit de longues batailles en matière de promotion et de préservation de la diversité culturelle et linguistique, mais qui sont aujourd'hui totalement menacés parce que on a des algorithmes, par exemple, de recommandation des plateformes numériques qui ont tendance à promouvoir, à mettre davantage en avant et rendre davantage visibles des contenus autres que francophones. Je terminerai simplement dans cette première partie, et pour refaire le lien avec la dimension d'inclusion, d'accessibilité, sur la nécessité, hein, plus que jamais, de pouvoir justement mettre en place des mesures, des règles. C'est très important de pouvoir s'entendre en tant que francophone sur les critères nécessaires pour déterminer ce qui constitue ou pas des contenus diversifiés francophones, donc dans différentes langues qui caractérisent la francophonie, de savoir dans quelle proportion, en tant que gouvernement, nous souhaiterons que les plateformes mettent en avant quelle quantité, quelle proportion de contenus nationaux ils pourraient mettre en avant quand ils offrent des services de diffusion et de distribution sur nos territoires et évidemment de réduire les biais et les discriminations qui sont à la fois linguistiques mais aussi beaucoup technologiques en améliorant justement ces systèmes de recommandations automatisés surtout à l'ère de l'intelligence artificielle. Voilà, je m'arrête d'abord là et je suis certain que nous allons entrer en profondeur dans d'autres considérations toujours en lien avec ces questions. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, merci Destiny. Nous revenons vers toi dans un instant, mais je voudrais pour ma part que l'on traite peut-être un tout petit peu plus en profondeur la question de la gouvernance des données, parce que autant on a parlé d'inclusion, de diversité, là vous avez parlé dans vos introductions respectives, autant l'enjeu de la gouvernance des données reste un sujet au contour encore très mal défini. L'acteur et producteur Joseph Gordon-Levitt, qui intervenait lors de l'ouverture de cet IGF mardi matin, a dit mais nous sommes entrés dans un schéma où finalement nous sommes habitués au fait que les entreprises, ces minotaures du numérique se nourrissent de nos données et il apparaît presque impossible aujourd'hui de changer les règles. Il apparaît presque impossible de leur dire mais écoutez, ça ce sont nos données, elles ne peuvent être utilisées qu'à certaines conditions avec rémunération, elles ne peuvent pas être utilisées dans certains cas et ces données elles sont fondamentales par rapport à tous les éléments que vous avez évoqués. Si on n'arrive pas à pouvoir les gérer, on se retrouve quand même dans une situation de dépendance et une difficulté à construire une offre numérique, parce que c'est quand même ça l'enjeu. Pour ma part, j'ai l'habitude d'expliquer, je sais que nous partageons ce point de vue avec Henri Verdier, d'expliquer à mes collègues européens qu'ils ne se rendent pas compte qu'ils sont aujourd'hui des acteurs colonisés par d'autres acteurs en matière de numérique à leur tour et qu'il est essentiel d'avoir une maîtrise des données. Est-ce que vous pensez que ça peut être changé et est-ce que vous pensez que dans le contexte où nous sommes maintenant, à la fois le contexte géopolitique mais aussi le cadre décisionnel qui s'annonce avec notamment un débat au sein de l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies sur le dialogue pour l'IA et sur l'architecture du modèle de gouvernance en décembre prochain, est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose à faire? Est-ce que les francophones et peut-être d'autres, les hispanophones, les lusophones, d'autres encore, se mobiliser sur cette question de la gouvernance des données? Je vais peut-être donner cette fois la parole à l'ambassadeur Verdier, puis on ira vers Monsieur Sec et on terminera avec Monsieur le ministre et Destiny.
Je vais être très bref parce que finalement nous sommes largement consensuels, donc je vais me contenter de pousser quelques idées supplémentaires en sachant que sur le cœur nous sommes d'accord. Je reste un instant sur la découvrabilité juste pour dire que le propos était éloquent. On a aussi entendu que les contenus francophones font 6% des contenus du web, donc on a un problème, c'est qu'à la fois il y a un problème de découvrabilité mais aussi un problème d'offre et un problème d'accessibilité et qu'ils sont liés. Et je pense qu'il faut travailler l'ensemble. Plus il y aura de gens qui accéderont au web, plus il y aura de requêtes en français, plus il y aura de contenus en français, plus on les trouvera et plus on se battra pour la découvrabilité. Enfin, tout ça peut faire un cercle vertueux. Et je vérifiais là, en France par exemple, il y a 3 ans seulement, c'est tard, on a pris nos responsabilités et on a décidé que Netflix était un service audiovisuel comme les autres et qu'ils avaient des obligations de production en langue française. Et donc maintenant, Netflix est obligé par la loi d'investir dans la production de cinéma en langue française. Et les télévisions avaient déjà ces obligations-là. C'était normal d'étendre l'obligation et tout le monde s'en trouve bien, je crois, y compris Netflix d'ailleurs. Sur ta question sur la donnée, oui, c'est très important. Le problème d'abord, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup d'enceintes où on parle de gouvernance de la donnée sans qu'on la précise toujours très très bien. Donc moi j'ai envie de partager avec vous l'idée que pour moi il y a 3 enjeux dans la gouvernance de la donnée. Il y a d'abord bien sûr la protection de la vie privée et d'ailleurs on pourrait dire de tous les secrets légaux parce que la vie privée c'est un secret légal mais la propriété industrielle c'en est un autre, la sécurité nationale c'en est un troisième et il y a un certain nombre de secrets que nous avons décidé de protéger par la loi et qui doivent rester protégés dans le monde numérique. Le deuxième, c'est ce que je disais en introduction, ce qui était commun doit rester commun. Enfin, on voit quand même qu'il y a des mouvements de capture de la connaissance, de la connaissance que nous avions en commun dans l'humanité. Alors l'intelligence artificielle, puisqu'on en parle, c'est pas qu'ils nous volent les données, mais s'ils construisent la seule autoroute d'accès aux données et que si on n'a pas d'intelligence artificielle ouverte ou en langue française, et qu'on est obligé de prendre le petit sentier de montagne, c'est comme s'il y avait eu capture de la connaissance. Donc cette idée que nous avons l'obligation d'être certains qu'il restera une égalité dans l'accès à la connaissance et à l'information, elle est très importante et c'est aussi un sujet de gouvernance de la donnée. Et puis le troisième, c'est le partage de la valeur. Parce qu'en fait, on nous dit, plus vous ferez circuler les données, plus on créera de valeur. Ce qui est vrai l'un dans l'autre. Plus il y a des gens qui cherchent à faire des choses avec les données, plus on va créer de valeur. Mais la question est où sera créée la valeur et est-ce qu'elle sera créée par exemple ou est-ce qu'elle retombera dans les pays dont viennent les données? C'est une vraie question. Et là-dessus, je termine avec ça. Vous savez que nous avions il y a quelques mois le sommet pour l'action sur l'IA à Paris et nous avons eu le privilège de monter une petite session de dialogue avec une dizaine de ministres du numérique africains, mais alors vous n'étiez pas là, monsieur le ministre, et avec une quinzaine de start-up. Et j'ai entendu quelque chose d'extrêmement important, c'était monsieur Sam George, le ministre du numérique du Ghana, qui a dit « L'Afrique, au fond, on a un double problème. Comme vous voyez, ce n'est pas que la francophonie, là. On a un double problème. D'abord, nos données ne sont pas assez exposées, et donc on n'est pas certain que les gens qui développent des solutions avec l'intelligence artificielle vont trouver des solutions pour nous. Mais deuxièmement, si on ouvre grand, si on fabrique les données et si on les ouvre en grand, il y a aussi un risque qu'on nous les vole et qu'on nous les capture et qu'on domine notre économie. Et il disait, et en fait, nous devrions concevoir l'infrastructure africaine d'exposition des données africaines. Donc trouver un moyen d'avoir des grandes infrastructures publiques en disant les données africaines, elles sont là, venez, c'est facile, vous pouvez vous en servir, vous pouvez innover, mais vous ne pourrez pas les capturer et les privatiser à votre profit parce que c'est une infrastructure publique et continentale et intergouvernementale. Et donc, il y a des règles du jeu et vous pouvez interroger ces bases de données, mais vous ne pouvez pas les voler. Je crois que c'est un chemin qui mériterait vraiment d'être exploré et que l'espace francophone mériterait de se mobiliser pour apporter sa contribution avec Smart Africa et avec d'autres à cette réflexion.
Merci beaucoup. Oui, Johan Courbalia, que beaucoup d'entre vous connaissent, le directeur de la Diplo Foundation, expliquait hier que pour lui, l'enjeu, en effet, est bien au-delà des données aujourd'hui, c'est l'enjeu de la connaissance. La connaissance était jusque-là un monopole public, faisait l'objet d'investissements publics considérables et d'un travail qui mettait au premier plan des infrastructures et de la recherche publique. Et aujourd'hui, c'est un domaine qui est largement capté par le secteur privé à travers l'industrie numérique et l'IA. Est-ce que c'est aussi votre point de vue, Monsieur Seck?
Oui, il a parfaitement raison et je suis d'accord aussi avec l'ambassadeur sur sa réflexion sur les données parce que les données, ça va au-delà de la souveraineté. C'est lié aussi à la souveraineté numérique. Sans données, sans la maîtrise de vos données, vous n'avez pas une souveraineté numérique dans le monde actuel. Et la majorité des pays francophones qui sont en Afrique font face à ces difficultés de la gouvernance des données et surtout de la création de données. Parce qu'en général, on n'a pas beaucoup de données sur le continent. On n'arrive pas à aller prendre les données. Vous pouvez prendre un exemple. Vous allez dans n'importe quel pays, vous allez vous demander une donnée. Par rapport à 3 institutions, ce n'est pas la même chose. Ce n'est pas le même nombre qu'ils vous donnent. Sur la population, quelqu'un vous donne un nombre, un autre vous donne un autre différent. Sur le PIB, même chose. Sur l'inflation. Donc,
en vrai, c'est pareil en France. Il y a 3 ministères qui ont 3... Quand vous leur demandez combien il y a de communes en France, ils ont 3 réponses différentes.
Et si vous n'avez pas les bonnes données, vous ne pouvez pas bâtir une politique. Vous ne pouvez pas bâtir un plan de développement adéquat et durable. Donc, il nous faut d'abord la bataille d'avoir des données correctes. C'est un. Deux, il faudra qu'on arrive à maîtriser nos données et à gouverner les données. Ça, c'est extrêmement important. Qui a besoin des données? Quelles sont les données qui sont publiques? Quelles sont les données qui ne sont pas publiques? Comment les gens vont utiliser nos données? Surtout au niveau de la protection de la vie privée. Ça, c'est extrêmement important. Et malheureusement, ce n'est pas le cas dans plusieurs pays de la francophonie en Afrique. Il y a un problème sur la protection des données privées. Le deuxième point, quand on arrive à faire la bonne gouvernance, comment on va faire le marché des données? Comment structurer ce marché de données? Comment ces données peuvent aider à créer une valeur ajoutée, à créer plus d'emplois, surtout pour la jeune génération? Comment ces données peuvent permettre au gouvernement de mettre en place des politiques de développement dans le futur avec des données adéquates? Et c'est là où je pense que la francophonie a un rôle important à jouer au niveau de la gouvernance des données de l'espace francophone. Un seul pays ne peut pas faire la gouvernance des données. Parce que c'est des données, on est dans un espace ouvert. Il faut des ensembles régionaux et des blocs comme la francophonie pour développer un cadre de la gouvernance des données où chacun va voir son intérêt. Parce que les données sont chez Facebook, les données sont chez Amazon, chez Google. On ne peut pas un seul pays négocier avec Google. C'est pas possible. Il faudra que la francophonie joue ce rôle, avec d'autres organisations bien sûr, pour puisse aider les pays francophones à discuter, à avoir le niveau d'information nécessaire, on ne l'a pas encore, et aussi regarder leurs intérêts par rapport aux données qui sont véhiculées par ces différentes entités. Merci.
Merci. I will go again to Montreal in order to have Destiny's view on this question. Et ensuite, Monsieur le Ministre, je vous demanderai de bien vouloir aussi donner votre point de vue parce que, in fine, quand Monsieur Seck nous dit qu'il est important que la francophonie et d'autres organisations agissent, ces organisations, elles sont intergouvernementales. Donc c'est la volonté des États qui doit se manifester à travers elles. Et donc nous avons besoin aussi, évidemment, collectivement, que nos gouvernements, que nos ministres s'impliquent dans ce sens. Destiny est-il là? Is Destiny ok, vas-y mon cher Destiny.
Merci. Effectivement, l'enjeu de la gouvernance de données, il est tout aussi crucial quand on parle de souveraineté numérique, de souveraineté des données, mais même aussi de souveraineté culturelle. Vous savez, la gouvernance des données aujourd'hui, c'est un enjeu géopolitique majeur qui est en train de redéfinir vraiment les rapports de force entre les États et les entreprises technologiques, les géants technologiques. Et particulièrement dans le contexte du développement de l'IA, ce qui est préoccupant, c'est de voir un peu les effets au niveau de l'entraînement des modèles. On sait que la centralité des données, par exemple, dans l'écosystème de l'IA, induit parfois des biais parce que c'est la matière première, c'est l'input, c'est la matière première nécessaire au fonctionnement même des modèles. Et s'ils ne sont pas bien accompagnés, s'ils ne sont pas maîtrisés, parfois aussi, dépendamment aussi des enjeux de localisation de ces données, et évidemment, ça a des impacts sur l'exploitation qu'on en fait de tout le potentiel. Et les données d'entraînement, quand on parle d'IA, c'est des travaux sur lesquels nous nous penchons au niveau de notre chaire de recherche du Québec sur l'IA et le numérique francophone, sont très importants à prendre en considération quand on parle d'apprentissage des machines, de machine learning, apprendre à l'algorithme à apprendre et à détecter des modèles ou à prédire par exemple des résultats, à recommander des contenus quand il s'agit de découvrabilité. Tout ça se fait sur la base de données qui sont étiquetées, sur la base de métadonnées de processus de référencement, etc., et qui crée des liens finalement aussi donc entre ces différentes couches de données là. Et là où il y a des risques aujourd'hui, si je prends l'exemple du domaine de la traduction automatique, on se rend compte que les modèles d'IA sont souvent entraînés principalement sur des données anglophones ou de corpus anglophones, et donc là, les langues dites à faible ressource ne sont pas assez prises en compte, et donc il y a des performances inégales au niveau des résultats de ces modèles et de ces processus, par exemple, de traduction automatique. Et donc voilà, ça interpelle une fois encore la nécessité d'avoir des réponses réglementaires et stratégiques. Et une fois encore, il ne faut pas que ces réponses soient isolées. Bien évidemment, l'enjeu de souveraineté peut être national, mais éminemment par rapport à l'IA et aux géants mondiaux de l'IA, les cadres réglementaires à construire doivent être aussi faits, surtout sur la question de la gouvernance des données, par exemple, à une échelle beaucoup plus multilatérale, notamment.
Merci beaucoup Destiny. Comme promis, Monsieur le Ministre, je reviens vers vous. Alors, sur cette question de la gouvernance des données, peut-on envisager une initiative commune de ou des ministres, on peut rêver, de l'ensemble des ministres de l'espace francophone pour porter le dossier et pour attendre, bien sûr, de votre organisation, de l'OIF, mais aussi des organisations internationales concernées, qu'elles portent vraiment le sujet.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, je vais sauter un peu sur les dites et les de l'ambassadeur Verdier et de SEC. Quelquefois, c'est nous-mêmes qui posons problème dans notre espace francophone. Je crois que la francophonie, comme disait, j'ai cité Léopold Sédar Senghor, la francophonie, c'est pas un héritage, mais c'est une aventure. Et cette aventure tombe à pic avec l'arrivée de l'Internet et du numérique et de l'intelligence artificielle. Donc, on doit saisir cette aventure-là pour faire de la francophonie un espace solide. J'assiste quelquefois à des conférences internationales sur le numérique. Alors, dites-moi, Verdier, est-ce que le ministre en charge du numérique de la France est toujours occupé? Il peut venir. Il peut assister quand même à ces conférences où il y a des grandes décisions qui se prennent. Par exemple, sur le pacte numérique, ils sont toujours absents. Nous avons à peu près en 2030, je pense que les pays parlant la langue française sont à peu près 600 millions d'habitants. Vous ne pouvez pas imaginer cette langue internationale de communication qui fait notre richesse, qui est une culture pour nous. On est toujours absent. On est fiers d'être francophone. Et l'arrivée du numérique et de l'intelligence artificielle, c'est une opportunité à porter haut à cet espace. Mais pour réussir, il nous faut une solide concertation, laissant de côté la politique. Ça, c'est autre chose. Mais privilégier quand même cet espace francophone qui peut nous amener à aller plus loin. Nous ne pouvons pas aller arracher les données au niveau de GAFT, au niveau de Google et autres, sans qu'il y ait une concertation solide. Quelquefois, ça peut nous amener à des arbitrages. Et pour aller à des arbitrages, il nous faut quand même mettre en exergue tous ces pays en charge de l'espace francophone qui gèrent le numérique pour défendre le dossier. La gouvernance des bases de données, c'est également la culture. Et cette culture nécessite à ce qu'il y ait une concertation vraiment dense dans nos espaces pour aller en avant. Alors, comment il faut faire? C'est ça où ça semble être intéressant. Nous avons dans certains pays, ils ont des data centers qui hébergent déjà des données.
Alors, dans d'autres pays, ils sont en train de construire. Comment faire en sorte que dans chaque pays ou bien dans chaque zone de la francophonie, qu'on puisse héberger des données? Les États-Unis en ont combien? Leurs data, ils ont à peu près 2500 quelques data centers. L'Afrique en dispose combien? La Chine, l'Europe, la France, vous en avez combien? À peu près, je ne sais pas, 250 ou 300 data centers. Mais comment il faut faire pour donner d'abord confiance dans l'espace francophone? Parce qu'il s'agit des données. Et quand il s'agit des données, il y a des données culturelles, il y a des données de protection qu'il le faut. J'évoquais avant-hier. Aujourd'hui, l'arrivée de l'IA peut nous amener à réfléchir à quelque chose d'extraordinaire. Est-ce que vous trouvez normal que nos politiques, grâce à l'intelligence artificielle, retrouvent leurs données imagées sur l'Internet? Qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire? Qu'est-ce qu'on doit décider? N'est-ce pas? Donc, on peut déjà commencer à réfléchir au niveau de notre espace francophone pour être un peu en avant, parce que les anglophones, ils sont très avancés et nous, on ne traîne pas. On laisse de côté tout ce que nous voulons décider ensemble. On est là sur des petites batailles. Et puis maintenant, il y a quelque chose d'intéressant qu'il faut aussi se dire. Nos pères fondateurs avaient une vision. Ils nous ont légué un héritage, mais cet héritage est en train de s'effricer. Il faut qu'on commence à réfléchir comment il faut consolider. J'en ai fini. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le ministre. Ça nous donne très envie de poursuivre le débat, la semaine prochaine, puisque nous aurons 2 jours entiers à Genève sur cette discussion spécifiquement francophone, en présence d'ailleurs de tous les intervenants qui participent à ce débat, y compris le professeur Tchewali qui sera également à Genève, beaucoup d'autres. Donc, si vous n'êtes pas inscrit encore à ce forum, il vous reste 24 heures pour le faire. Vous pouvez le suivre en ligne si vous ne venez pas au sommet mondial sur la société de l'information, si vous n'êtes pas à Genève à ce moment-là. Alors je passe maintenant la parole à la salle. Si vous avez des questions, des interpellations, des commentaires, n'hésitez pas. Vous connaissez la manière dont ça se passe ici à Oslo. Vous devez vous diriger vers le micro qui se trouve là à votre gauche, près de l'écran. Ah, peut-être il y en a un à droite. Ah oui, j'en vois un à droite aussi, parfait. Allez-y, monsieur.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Moi, c'est M. Abdeljalil Bacharbon. Je suis du Tchad, coordinateur de IGF Tchad, en même temps président de House of Africa. Donc, nous vous remercions avant tout pour ces panels de haut niveau, y compris de haute personnalité avec des perspectives différentes. Nous vous remercions pour cette opportunité et aussi à l'OIF pour l'organisation. Donc, en tant que membre de la communauté, nous ici dans la salle, je vois beaucoup des anciens qui sont là. Sébastien ici, qu'on est là dans l'écosystème, ça fait longtemps. Donc, on apprend beaucoup d'eux. Ils sont en train de nous coacher, à nous pousser, même si avant la francophonie n'était pas là. Et il y avait un grand vide, que ce soit au niveau de l'écosystème de l'IGF, que ce soit au niveau de l'ICANN, que ce soit au niveau de l'IGF ici, que maintenant la francophonie est de retour. Avant, c'était avec Emmanuel, le représentant de l'OIF au niveau de l'Amérique, en Haïti, Amérique latine, qui faisait un grand travail avec l'école de la gouvernance francophone, avec les renforcements des capacités au niveau d'Afrique. Si la francophonie était là, on ne va pas en arriver là où il y a les problèmes d'Afrique aussi. Parce qu'il y avait qui poussait, il y avait une communauté derrière ça. Et donc, nous vous remercions de votre retour. Et moi, ma suggestion est beaucoup plus sur les renforcements des capacités. Je pense que le ministre avait parlé ici. C'est très important de former notre nouvelle génération sur l'intelligence artificielle et surtout à pousser les start-upers. Donc à créer, à les accompagner. Parce qu'une main seule, comme on le dit en Afrique, ne peut pas applaudir. Mais quand on est ensemble, comme vous l'avez dit ici, l'espace francophone, nous sommes presque à 1 milliard, disons à 500, 600 millions. Donc je pense que c'est très important de pousser et surtout le contenu, les créations de contenu. Donc quand on le voit, tout est en anglais ici. Donc on a beaucoup de difficultés. Il y a certaines sessions qu'on part, on ne se rappelle même pas. Donc je pense qu'on est là, présence, mais il n'y a pas une présence active. Et là, c'est pas bon. Être là et ne pas être actif, c'est pas bon. Et surtout avec la nouvelle tendance, c'est les WISIS, tous ces sujets. Et je pense que nous remercions la francophonie et nous aimerions qu'on sur les plans nationaux aussi, qu'il y aura ces sujets-là, ces discussions-là, pour qu'on remonte. Donc pour moi, c'est le renforcement des capacités, surtout de la jeunesse des femmes, est très important pour qu'on s'implique dans cette gouvernance mondiale de l'Internet. Donc je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup à vous. Une autre question là-bas. On va prendre toutes les questions, en tout cas un nombre raisonnable, et puis redonner la parole à nos intervenants pour qu'ils puissent y répondre. Je vous en prie, monsieur.
Y a-t-il un contact?
Non, vous parlez simplement.
Allô?
Allez-y.
Vous me recevez, oui. Moi, c'est Dikolbaïbe Kennedy. Je suis du Tchad. Je suis le directeur de communication électronique au ministère de Télécommunications, Économie numérique et de la digitalisation de l'administration publique. Alors, l'exposé et le thème s'assied réellement à réfléchir aujourd'hui et poser des bases pour le développement de l'IA, que ce soit mondial, régional et sous-régional. Et spécifiquement, nous sommes sur un plateau de la francophonie. Donc je félicite les panélistes d'être à la hauteur vraiment des réponses que nous tous ici apprêtons à vivre. Ma question précisément en ce qui concerne l'IA, c'est un domaine très nouveau et ça demande à ce qu'on puisse changer nos manières traditionnelles afin de nous adapter et aller vers l'inclusion numérique afin que toute la population terrestre puisse être au même niveau. C'est là où la culture doit braver les frontières. Alors, je voudrais poser une question. Pourquoi généralement tout ce qui est documents cadres ou ce soit des livres sont souvent toujours traduits en anglais, surtout tout ce qui est documents francophones? Pourquoi on laisse aller vers ces traductions? C'est quoi la motivation et comment faire pour pouvoir cadrer cette manière, ce système? Je vous remercie.
Merci à vous. Alors, il y a encore une question là dans la salle à ma gauche. S'il y a d'autres questions dans la salle, merci de vous manifester tout de suite. Et il y a une question en ligne également. Donc, cette question dans la salle, la question en ligne, puis la parole aux intervenants. Je vous en prie, monsieur.
Merci beaucoup. Sébastien Bacholet de France, représentant les utilisateurs européens. D'abord, merci d'avoir une session en français. Je trouve que quand on est dans une structure internationale comme celle de l'IGF, il devrait y avoir beaucoup plus de possibilités d'échanger dans différentes langues et qu'il n'y a qu'une seule salle, c'est un peu dommage. Je voulais soutenir ce qu'a dit mon ami Abdeljadir Bachar-Bong du Tchad. Le retour de la francophonie, comme il l'a dit, est absolument important et essentiel. On a besoin de vous, on a besoin de vous dans les structures comme ici, comme l'ICANN, parce que sans vous, c'est difficile de faire entendre la voix de la langue française. Et pas la voix de la France, mais la voix de la langue française. Et je voudrais que vous réfléchissiez à une chose autour du numérique, c'est que vous avez dans chacun de vos pays un trésor. Et le trésor, c'est l'extension, le nom de domaine, le country code, comme ils disent en anglais, donc l'extension de votre pays. Et je pense qu'il y a des choses à faire autour de ça qui permettraient de développer, d'une part, les usages et aussi le contrôle, entre guillemets, des données dans votre pays, dans vos pays. Et donc, je pense que ça vaudrait le coup qu'il y ait une réflexion autour de ça. Il y a un collège international à l'AFNIC qui gère le .fr qui peut être un bon endroit pour que cette discussion ait lieu. Et si vous avez besoin de réflexion sur ce sujet-là, je suis aussi à votre disposition. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, and now I got to the techniques because we have someone online, it seems. Question online. Ah, ok, on revient vers vous. Does it work?
Yes, it's work. Bonjour.
Ok, bonjour, on l'entend.
Bonjour, madame, messieurs. Bonjour, cher ambassadeur Henri Mosso. Moi, c'est Sidi Aboubakar Nondichao, depuis Alexandrie à l'Université Senghor, université de langue française au service du développement africain, opérateur direct de la francophonie. Et je voudrais au passage vous transmettre les salutations du recteur, professeur Thierry Verdel, qui devrait aussi être connecté, mais pour des questions d'agenda, n'a pas pu. Très intéressant tout ce que j'ai entendu cet après-midi, et je voudrais féliciter à mon tour les différents intervenants et préciser qu'il y a beaucoup d'appels qui ont été faits sur la gouvernance du numérique, et je voudrais qu'à la suite de ce grand colloque qu'on aura dans quelques jours, qu'on puisse véritablement passer à l'action dans les pays respectifs de la francophonie. Et tout à l'heure, un collègue a parlé de renforcement des capacités. Je voudrais rappeler que la francophonie, à travers la direction de la francophonie économique et numérique, a lancé une grande initiative de formation sur la gouvernance de l'Internet à travers le programme Déclic. Et l'Université Senghor Alexandrie a eu la chance de pouvoir piloter cette formation au profit de diplomates francophones ainsi que de députés d'Assemblée nationale. Et nous aimerions et nous pensons que ces genres de formations doivent se poursuivre dans tout l'espace francophone. Et aujourd'hui, l'Université Senghor a le privilège d'accueillir ce qu'on appelle la classe diplomatique de l'Université Senghor, qui est organisée depuis 2022. Nous sommes à la 4e édition. Et au cours de cette classe diplomatique, on réunit plusieurs diplomates francophones de différents pays pour participer aux enjeux de la francophonie. Et à l'occasion de cette classe diplomatique, nous allons revenir sur les enjeux de la gouvernance numérique et les enjeux de l'intelligence artificielle, pour vous dire que l'OIF, à travers l'ensemble de ses organes, est en train de mettre les bouchées doubles pour permettre à tous les citoyens francophones de pouvoir en savoir davantage sur la gouvernance du numérique. Et je voudrais finir mon intervention en invitant tous les pays francophones à bien vouloir passer à l'action, puisqu'il y a beaucoup d'effets qui semblent être souvent des effets d'annonce qui ont été faits dans différents forums. Et il est temps aujourd'hui que nous puissions passer à l'action, nous puissions mettre en synergie nos énergies, nos ressources, pour que nous puissions, en tant que francophones, être vraiment pesés de tout notre poids dans la gouvernance de l'Internet et du numérique. J'espère être parmi vous d'ici juillet, si j'ai mon visa pour venir. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, on a très peu de temps. Il nous reste 2 minutes. Alors, je vous donne, monsieur, rapidement la parole, mais vraiment en 10 secondes, si vous voulez bien, 15 secondes, pour quand même donner aussi 30 secondes à chacun des intervenants pour un dernier mot. Mais on a bien compris que la conclusion, c'était rendez-vous à Genève. Je vous en prie.
Je me fais entendre?
Oui, allez-y.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis Emmanuel Ampeta, membre de l'Assemblée nationale de la République démocratique du Congo. J'ai entendu dire ici que l'Afrique avait un problème de données. Je peux dire oui et non. Non. Pourquoi? Parce que je pense que l'Afrique a des données. Nous avons des données, mais on a un sérieux problème, c'est le faible taux de numérisation de ces données. Les données de services de l'État, les données de services publics, les données culturelles. L'Afrique a beaucoup de données et se pose un sérieux problème de numérisation. Et j'en profiterai pour demander à la francophonie de pouvoir aider les pays francophones africains à pouvoir numériser les données. Aujourd'hui, l'infrastructure est là et nous sommes envahis. Nous sommes envahis, comme il a été dit ici, par les données anglophones. Et moi, mon plaidoyer, ça serait de demander à la francophonie de pouvoir voir dans quelle mesure on peut aider l'Afrique à pouvoir numériser ces données. C'était ça ma contribution. Merci.
Très importante contribution. Merci, monsieur le député. Et je donne rapidement, mais très rapidement, vous n'avez plus qu'une poignée de secondes chacun, ou en tout cas ceux qui le souhaitent, pour dire un mot, si vous le souhaitez. Monsieur le ministre, monsieur Verdier, monsieur Sec. Oui, qui? Allez-y. Monsieur Sec.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que, comme vous l'avez dit, le rendez-vous sera à Paris et je pense qu'on sortira avec une recommandation très forte, surtout au niveau de la gouvernance des données pour les pays francophones. Allez, merci.
Merci. À Genève, je pense. Ok, Henri.
Donc oui, les données existent, mais il faut les systèmes d'information et donc la transformation numérique de l'État est un sujet majeur pour les rendre interopérables, exploitables, etc. Oui, l'Union fait la force et l'Europe l'a appris à ses dépens parce qu'il a fallu des textes européens pour imposer des règles aux GAFAM et sinon ils étaient capables de boycotter la France, l'Espagne ou l'Allemagne. C'était pas assez gros pour les faire reculer. Et troisièmement, oui, il y a un sujet d'innovation en langue française et je voudrais insister sur le fait qu'on peut aussi engager la bataille par les petites innovations, régler des vrais problèmes dans son pays, pour son agriculture, pour son système hospitalier. C'est aussi une manière d'entrer et de peser dans la révolution numérique.
Monsieur le ministre. Bon, moi je voudrais tout simplement m'allier aux autres. Je pense que il y a un député qui a parlé. Nous avons beaucoup de données avec l'arrivée de l'IA et de l'Internet. La numérisation n'est pas l'intelligence artificielle. Donc je pense que la francophonie peut commencer déjà à réfléchir comment accompagner nos États pour numériser d'abord tous les documents, les archives. Et puis il y a certains pays qui ont traversé beaucoup de temps dans la guerre. Comment récupérer ces données? Il y a certaines données qui se trouvent aussi en France. Comment les récupérer pour les amener en France, en Afrique? Ces données-là, il faut les libériser. Moi, mon papa, c'est des gens qui ont eu leur bac, on appelait le bac Matelem, qui est logé en France. Donc, comment il faut ramener tout ça pour amener à réfléchir à autre chose? Très rapidement, il y a Kennedy qui a parlé pourquoi les livres sont traduits. Moi, j'écris toujours mes livres en français. La francophonie ne m'a jamais payé. J'écris toujours mes livres en français, mais compte tenu de l'importance des documents, mes livres sont traduits en anglais. Automatiquement, je ne les demande même pas. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Non, mais vous savez, j'ai assisté hier au...
Thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon from Oslo, or good morning, wherever you are tuning in from. My name is Yasmin Afina, researcher from the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, and I have the pleasure of moderating today's session on responsible AI in security, governance, risks, and innovation. For those who are joining us in person, may I please highly encourage you to come to the front, to this beautiful almost round table, to allow us to have a free-flowing round table discussion, because this session forms part of our project related to the round table on AI security and ethics. And in the spirit of having a round table, I do highly encourage everyone in the room who have just joined us today to join us in the front, because I would like this to be very interactive and highly engaging. And for those who are joining online, thank you very much for joining us online wherever you are. And as we are using Zoom, I do encourage you to use the raise hand function if you would like to take the floor, as again, this is a very highly interactive discussion. So again, my name is Yasmin Afina, and I'm very pleased to be joined today by three excellent speakers who, for those who are in the room, we do not see them yet, but for those online, you will see them. Dr. Jin He from the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, Michael Karimian from Microsoft, and Dr. Alex Idru from the ICRC. And before we get into this, into key remarks from our excellent panelists, I would like to spend 5 minutes to introduce you a little bit to the Roundtable for AI Security and Ethics and my institute, the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research. So at a glance, UNIDIR is an autonomous institution within the United Nations. You can think of us like a think tank within the UN ecosystem. We're independent from the Secretariat, and we've been established in 1980 at the height of the Cold War to ensure that the deliberations of states are well informed and evidence-based in the area of disarmament. And of course, today the landscape of disarmament is much different from what it was in 1980. And so we are conducting evidence-based policy research, we conduct multi-stakeholder engagement, and we want to make sure that we also facilitate dialogue where there is none, including on sensitive issues such as AI insecurity. So one of the priority areas of UNIDIR and our work is related to AI and autonomy in security and defense, including the military domain. And what we've noticed is that in the light of this technology's highly unique nature, we understood very quickly the importance of multi-stakeholder engagement and perspectives to obtain input on the implications of AI for international peace and security. So we saw the need to provide a platform for open, inclusive, and meaningful dialogue. We saw this need as well to warrant public trust and legitimacy, and to ensure that these discussions are not just a one-way discussion, but actually are coming both from the bottom up, but also from the top-down approach. We also want to make sure that we improve cross-disciplinary literacy, and so on and so forth. And you may see on the slides a number of very different incentives as to why the multi-stakeholder perspective is indeed important on this issue. And so that is why in March 2024, UNIDIR joined forces with Microsoft and in partnership with a series of other stakeholders on the establishment of the Roundtable for AI Security and Ethics, or RAISE. Our idea is to bring together experts and thought leaders from all around the world. So we have, for example, experts from China, from Russia, from the United States and United Kingdom, but also from Namibia, Ecuador, Kenya, India. And we really want to make sure that we bridge divides and we bridge the conversation when there is none on these issues of AI insecurity. We aspire to lay the foundation for robust global AI governance grounded in cooperation, transparency, and mutual learning, with the idea that we should overcome any sense of competitiveness or distrust, and where there is any need for building this trust, this is where it would be. We also would like to use RAISE to foster and facilitate compliance with international law and ethical norms in the light of their importance in the age of innovation, warfare and security and destabilization. And finally, we would like to complement and reinforce responsible and ethical AI practices in the security and defense domains, again, in an area where we are hoping to disrupt monopolies in the hands of the few, and to ensure that all voices are heard from all layers of society. So before we hear from our excellent panelists, I would like to open the floor to, I would like to provide an opportunity for both participants who are joining online, but also in person, to share their thoughts via Slido. So for those who are unfamiliar with Slido, and I may please ask our technicians to share the Slido presentation on screen. Thank you very much. First, before we start, I wanted to get your sense of what you think AI and international peace and security means for you. There is no right or wrong answer, and for that, what I would encourage you to do is to go on slido.com and put in the code 179812. For those who see the screen, use the QR code to join the conversation, and you will see a text box where you'll be able to provide your input on what you think AI and international peace and security means for you. And again, no right or wrong answer. It really is for us to understand your thoughts and your perspectives, and to really set the scene and see where things are at. And because of course it is important for us to share with you the work that we're doing, but it's also important for us to engage with the incredibly diverse IGF community to see what you think about this issue. So I will leave this poll open for a few minutes while you put in your contributions on what you think AI, international peace and security, means for you. And there should be the results showing in. Perhaps if I can ask our technicians to see if there's any input that has been added. So it is not showing on the screen, but, sorry, if you can please come back to Slido. Sorry, I'm bugging the technicians with my request, but I can see for those who are joined online that there's quite a few responses already. So we see, for example, censorship fake news that has been generated using AI. I see that AI could be used for good or for bad, and I really appreciate this balanced approach to looking at AI for international peace and security. I see issues related to data privacy and threats on human intelligence. I also see the use of AI in the military, law enforcement, and how they are used responsibly in the respective fields, facial recognition at borders, countering the proliferation of AI-enabled weapon systems, and I also see automated target selection. So a very wide range of responses, and please keep adding your responses to this question. May I please ask our colleagues from IT to share again Slido, and this time for the next question. Sorry, is it not working? Okay. 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 Oh, perfect. Now we can see them. So I think that this is great. Thank you very much to our IT team. And I've heard that there was a connectivity issue, so please bear with us as we navigate the hybrid space of discussions for this session. So now I'm going to get us to the second question. What should be the role of the multi-stakeholder community in the governance of AI and international peace and security? For those who are on Slido, it's the same link. If you just refresh your page, or it should be refreshed on its own. It should be refreshing on its own. If you can please add your responses, and they should start appearing one by one. And for those who have just joined us, may I encourage you to open slido.com using your laptop or your phone by scanning the QR code to provide your input on what you think should be the role of the multi-stakeholder community in the governance of AI and international peace and security. So I see already one response on agreeing on and implementing norms. I do encourage everyone to keep sharing their discussions and their reflections on what they think should be the role of the multi-stakeholder community, because that will also help us at UNIDIR to inform our work on this and how to better engage with the multi-stakeholder community. So I see in big commitments, and I would love to hear your thoughts when we'll open the floor on what sort of commitments do you think that whether the multi-stakeholder community could have a role in. I also see industry and AI, and perhaps again when we'll open the floor for discussions, I would love to hear your thoughts on what they mean. And once again, for those who are joining us in the room physically, may I encourage you highly to come into the stage to join us in the middle to enable us to have a roundtable discussion so that it is interactive. I see a lot of input into the Slido, and I do see, for example, trust building, standards, proposed solutions, technical standards again, actionable legislation, responsible and peace. So I do appreciate you really putting a lot of input into these discussions. And now that we've had this little warm-up exercise, I will please ask our IT colleagues to get back to us to the PowerPoint for me to introduce once again our speakers for today's discussions. So the way it will work for the rest of the session, as we have 45 minutes, I will be providing the floor to 3 speakers who are joining us online for kickoff remarks, who are supposed to be introductory and generate more questions and answers, perhaps on very select issues related to AI, international peace and security. And then I will open the floor for those who are joining us online, but also in person, for a discussion on perhaps reactions to what you've heard, perhaps to elaborate a bit on the questions that you have, on the answers that you have shared with us, and also perhaps if you have any questions for our panelists and speakers who are joining us today. So again, for those who have just joined, we are joined virtually by 3 excellent speakers: Dr. Ginger He from the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, Dr. Alexei Drew from the International Committee of the Red Cross, and Michael Karimi on Microsoft. For those who are joining in person, I assure you they're online and they should be appearing on the screen when it is their turn to speak. So now, may I please turn online and ask Ginger to provide us with her opening remarks. May I please ask the IT colleagues to show Ginger on the screen. Ginger, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yasmin. Very nice to be meeting you all. And thank you for the invitation. Always a pleasure to joining the conversation just to see your face on screens. So I think the inclusive engagement across stakeholders is essential for the effective global governance of artificial intelligence. And the main reason will be that technological challenges, I believe, can often be addressed through technological solutions. However, the identification of the true nature of these challenges requires an interdisciplinary and multi-stakeholder approach. So such an inclusive approach ensures that a wide range of knowledge, expertise, and perspectives, often complementary in nature, are taken into account in shaping responsible and equitable understandings, norms, policies for AI development and deployment. So here I want to take the opportunity to really underscore the importance of the UN-sponsored platform, such as UNIDIR's RISE that Jasmine just introduced, and the IGF, and the Global Digital Compact, etc. So these platforms play a critical role in enabling multi-stakeholder engagements. What sets them apart from more state-centric mechanism is that it's their unique ability to provide neutral, depoliticized, and inclusive spaces So within those platforms, knowledge sharing and confidence building can take place beyond the constraints of geopolitical tensions and national interest, allowing for more constructive, balanced, and therefore more promising outcomes. But of course, one dilemma that I want to point out is that such platforms, especially like RISE, do face funding issues and questions about how to make the project more sustainable. I remember the first time I attending RISE, and Yasmin was sharing the concern that this project should be more sustainable and stuff like that. I do believe that Yasmin and Michael has done a great job in supporting this program, but I do believe that this should be a more collective effort for all of us to bring in resources and contribute to this project and these communities. So Yasmin also asked me to provide some concrete example for how AI foster international peace and security. So one of my recent projects is about AI and satellite remote sensing. So satellite remote sensing has been increasingly recognized as a critical tool for international peace and security. In recent years, there has been a growing interest in applying AI and machine learning to enhance analytical efficiency of satellite imageries. So one example is Amnesty International, in collaboration with a company called Element AI, as well as almost 29,000 volunteers. So they developed tools to automatically analyze satellite imagery for monitoring conflicts in Darfur. So this is just one of the many examples of how AI can empower satellite imagery and benefits for international peace, security, and non-proliferation missions, etc. Of course, I always care about the challenges. So one potential challenges, as my previous research shows, that is there's always a challenge of adversarial attacks in such systems, which will make the system more vulnerable and our discussion more interesting and challenges. So I will stop for now, and I will be happy to answer questions. Yasmin?
Thank you very much, Ginger, for this very short and crisp, but also very provocative introductory remarks. And I do appreciate you noting as well the difficulty that the UN is currently facing on fundraising. And of course, the UNIDIR as a voluntary funded institute, we do rely on voluntary contributions. So I do appreciate you noting as well the dire situation that we're facing today to enable such dialogue from happening. But also, I also appreciate you sharing the importance of AI to enhance the ability to analyze and to monitor conflicts, including by civil society organizations. So it does show the potential of AI to enhance international peace and security, while of course being balanced by the risks that may resurface, including with regards to adversarial attacks on these AI technologies. So I think that one key aspect that you also shared with us is the importance of engaging all kinds of stakeholders. And we're very fortunate today to be joined by Michael Karimian from Microsoft. Michael, may I please ask now that you provide us with your kickoff remarks, particularly to see what do you think is the role of industries in supporting responsible AI practices for international peace and security? Michael, over to you.
Thank you, Yasmin. It's a pleasure to join you all. And thank you, Yasmin, not just for facilitating today's discussion, but of course, for being an essential partner in the work of the Roundtable for AI Security and Ethics. As we've heard, and as I think we already know, AI is and will rapidly reshape international security dynamics, and the governance frameworks needed to ensure its responsible use urgently require quite robust multi-stakeholder engagement, just as Ginger outlined. And industry in particular has a critical role to play obviously as developers and deployers of AI technology, but also, I think, as proactive stakeholders in establishing norms and standards and safeguards to mitigate risks associated with AI in security contexts. And the Roundtable for AI Security and Ethics has already quite clearly highlighted that while states and international organizations are vital in setting norms and regulations, industry in particular has quite practical contributions to governance, which I think can't be overstated. So, for example, industry actors often are the first to encounter and understand AI risks and vulnerabilities, in part due to their direct involvement in developing and deploying these technologies. That can put industry players in a unique position to provide expertise on technical feasibility, operational impacts, and risk mitigation strategies, which are, of course, essential for effective governance. And through RAISE, industry stakeholders, including Microsoft, have already identified several key contributions that can be made. Firstly, transparency and accountability. Industry must develop and adhere to clear standards that ensure AI systems used in security applications are transparent in their capabilities and limitations, with accountability mechanisms clearly articulated. And that involves quite robust documentation practices, as well as continuous monitoring and the capability to audit AI systems, which together, I think, provide greater predictability and trust. Second, and relatedly, is the topic of due diligence. The Secretary General's upcoming report and also ongoing UN General Assembly discussions will likely continue to underscore the importance of due diligence, because industry actors have a responsibility to implement robust due diligence processes across the AI lifecycle, from design and development through to deployment and eventual decommissioning. And this aligns closely with lifecycle management approaches already being emphasized by both UNIDIR and the ICRC in its submission to the Secretary General's upcoming report. Third, there's the topic of proactive collaboration. Industry should actively contribute technical expertise and capacity building initiatives, particularly in regions where regulatory frameworks are still emerging. Effective governance, of course, requires global equity in knowledge and resources, and so initiatives such as RAISE, but also REAIM, the Responsible AI in the Military Domain process, we see them promoting practical and inclusive governance strategies, which serve as a strong foundation. And industry collaboration through those platforms can, of course, further amplify these efforts. I think on the topic of reducing disparities and capacity building and knowledge transfer, industry really does have a significant technical and expertise resources that are needed to support governance, civil society, and international organizations, particularly those from the Global South, in understanding and assessing and mitigating AI risks, because strengthening global capacity is really key to ensuring inclusive governance and avoiding exacerbating already existing inequalities in security capabilities. I guess if we look ahead, industry's engagement should continue to be structured, it should continue to be sustained, and it should, of course, be substantive. And this means participating in and supporting frameworks established through the United Nations and other multilateral venues, as well as initiatives such as RAISE to collectively shape responsible AI governance in security. And I think that we can ensure that our collaborative efforts lead not only to innovative, but enhanced global stability, resilience, and trust. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Michael, for for a very comprehensive overview of what you think should be the role of industries in promoting and enhancing responsible AI practices for international peace and security, both as developers but also as deployers. And I do appreciate your remarks as well, your point on the industries needing to be proactive actors to mitigate the risks and harms that may ensue from these technologies. I also note from your remarks the importance of implementing feasible and effective risk mitigation mechanisms throughout the life cycle of technologies for AI, for international peace and security. And we're very fortunate to be joined by Dr. Alexis Drew from the International Committee of the Red Cross, who's been our expert within the RAISE, who's been promoting relentlessly on the importance of a lifecycle management approach to the governance of AI in security. So now may I please ask Alexis to come to the floor and also share her remarks on this point. Thank you very much, Alexis.
Thank you very much, Yasmin, and thank you, Michael, for setting the stage for me. It makes it a lot easier for me to continue my crusade to make life cycle management a feature that everyone is aware of, and be more aware of the necessity of why it needs to be approached and understood and actually engaged with, rather than as a secondary feature. And that secondariness is actually one of the key reasons why life cycle management is critical, because we've been talking about governance quite a bit. We've been talking about the need to be responsible and ethical in how we design, develop and deploy these systems, but governance is not something that can be added on after the fact. It's not a afterthought. It needs to be something which is designed to fit in each stage of a life cycle. Now, for the purposes of this discussion, I'm going to break life cycles down into very simple segments. In this case, we're going to talk about the development stage, the validation stage, and the deployment stage. And I thought it would be helpful if I gave you a particular series of risks with hypothetical contexts where those things are actually producing risks now, so we can understand why governance at each stage is important. So one of these risks that I see them, and the ICRC approaches them, is that the trend that we have tried to engage towards the localization of aid and assistance is reversed through the utilization of systems which are by their default and their design not local. So, for example, at the development stage, you might use data which is taken from the global north, train a model which is designed to be deployed in the global south. It doesn't reflect the realities. A predictive model, for example, based on this for delivery of humanitarian aid, is going to prioritize the delivery of aid to certain groups as opposed to others based upon the data that has been selected for it, which is not applicable to the local context. And that's going to effectively create a compounding problem. At the validation stage, localization can also create problems if it's not properly taken into account with regards to localization. If you test something outside of the local context in which you intend to deploy it, you're not actually testing for the scenario and the circumstance and the context which a thing is going to be used in. So your ability to be sure that it's delivering as expected is undermined. You're ignoring the social, economic, political dynamics of the context in which something is going to be ultimately deployed in. So our clean test beds, which might be suitable for some circumstances, are not likely to be suitable for those if you try and use the same system in multiple places. At the deployment stage, for example, we might be using aid algorithms that worked in one context that systematically exclude marginalized communities in another. So we might have a refugee processing system which trained on one population works perfectly fine but fails catastrophically when applied in a different, with slightly different linguistic characteristics, social characteristics, economic needs and requirements. When you take these across, these localized issues at the development stage, the validation and deployment stage, this is a compounding of problems and risks which you can't then remove by a set of governance which is attached to the end of a life cycle. It's something which has to be addressed at each of these stages to ensure that these risks are avoided and not compounded. There's also the problem of inscrutability. Now, inscrutability is almost the opposite of transparency and explainability that Michael mentioned earlier. But sometimes inscrutability is a design choice that takes place at a certain point or several points in the life cycle. At the development stage, rather than choosing something which is open source, understood as a model, you might choose a proprietary algorithm, which is more niche, more sophisticated, but a complex neural network selected because it seems more appropriate and more complicated, and when actually a simpler, more explainable model could do the job, is going to introduce inscrutability into the system at the development stage. Further on, at the stage where you're actually validating or generating a model, you're then going to create a system which is so complex that not only can the end users, the subjects of this system, not understand decisions being made, but the users themselves might not be able to, particularly if these users haven't been the designers, they simply purchased these systems from those who were asked to procure it for them. What's the real world impact of this? Well, it means that humanitarians or aid suppliers on the ground can't explain to individuals why the decisions are being made as they are. They can't explain why aid isn't being delivered to one group while it is to another. They can't explain why some resources are available in one place or not another. And that undermines trust in both the humanitarian sector but also in the systems being used, which further means that in the long term, this life cycle of redeployment and redesign is going to have less than an effective impact on the very communities and the very peace building that it's designed to develop. And the final point that I'd raise is that life cycles are often, and we use the term cycle, but what do we mean by cyclical? And what does that actually imply to how things are used? Well, the problem is that if you look at a life cycle as a series of stages that are begun at one end and produce a tool at the other, and then perhaps cycle round again, it seems like a conveyor belt. It could be seen and operated on operationally by the designers, procurers, and the ultimate deployers of these systems as a series of checkboxes that you move from one stage to the other once certain things have been completed. But what that means is that we have, rather than a series of checks and balances and means of ensuring that these risks are not compounded, we have a series of things which are simply checked off as complete without sufficient evidence to the fact, without the ability to understand, is this system suitable for what it's being used for? And when that's then recycled and the requirements might be changed and this tool is deployed in a different context for a different purpose, then we find ourselves further compounding the issues that we saw before. So what I would like to say is what we need to be aware of with this life cycle, finally taking away from this, is that if we are to ensure that these systems are being used in a manner which is humane, ethical, and principled, and adding to our security and building peace, rather than creating or recreating rather the conditions that have led to insecurity, unethical practice, and a risk to both civilians, combatants, and other already highly impacted and at-risk individuals, we need to ensure that not only do we have a shared understanding of how these tools are made on the different stages of their life cycle, we need to understand and come up with a means of technical, ethical, and humanitarian governance which intersects with all of these stages effectively. And I'll leave it there and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Alexi, for, again, this very comprehensive overview of why the lifecycle management approach to the governance of AI is indeed important. I particularly like the way that you ended the discussions and your remarks by noting that this is a prerequisite to ensure that these technologies indeed will build peace instead of exacerbating the sources of insecurity and instability. So on that note, we have a bit around 20 minutes, I would say, for an open discussion. I would highly encourage for those who are both in the room in Oslo, but also who are joining us virtually, to ask questions to our panelists, but also building on the Slido discussions that we had earlier, where we collected your responses of what AI, international peace and security means, but also the role of the multi-stakeholder community. I would encourage you to also take the floor to elaborate a bit more on these answers. But also, if you have anything else to add based on, for example, we heard from Alex the importance of local contexts. How is AI being deployed and used, for example, in your respective regions or states or your organization to build peace and to enhance international peace and security? So on that note, I would like to open the floor now for those who are joining in person and online. For those who are online, I will keep an eye on the Zoom, but for those who are joining in person, I believe there's a microphone on the side for those who are joining from the floor, or perhaps from those who are joining on the center table. If they would like to take the floor, I think there are microphones in front of you. So on that note, I'm opening the floor now, and perhaps give a few seconds as well for you to collect your thoughts or your questions. Do you have a question? The gentleman on my left, I think you have a question. Please introduce yourself and share your name, where you're coming from, and also if you have a question, if it is directed specifically at a speaker, please do so as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Francis Alaneme. I'm from the .ng domain name registry, and so it's just more of a comment. I know AI is widely used, and AI is something that a lot of persons are jumping into, and it's flying everywhere. A lot of contents are generated with AI, and I think so. Part of the things that the AI adoption is driving at is trying to make imaginary things come real, and I think part of the algorithm should look at ways to actually make AI generated contents have more of a signature that, okay, so people can actually easily say, or people can actually identify what AI is generated and what humans actually generated. When you look at some video contents, you see that a lot of, there are video contents that you see and you think they are real. And, those kind of contents can be used to pass some kind of false information that can be used to actually instigate some kind of violence in some places, where you see some kind of contents that are actually not, culture friendly, or something that can actually instigate some kind of, thoughts in mind of people. So I think there should be more of, that kind of a signature, or that kind of, thing to identify AI generated contents and human contents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for outlining the importance of ensuring some sort of signature, or at least a means to verify what is AI generated, what is not AI generated, and perhaps the security implications of not being able to differentiate between the two. I see that we have a hand raised virtually by Bagus Jatmiko, who I know is joining us from very late from Indonesia. Perhaps may I ask our IT technicians to display him on the screen, and Bagus, please, you have the floor now. Thank you very much. Bagus, if you can please unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you would like to intervene.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So I don't know
we cannot
whether
see you, I'm so
my
sorry. Thank you.
okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. Oh,
Perfect.
there you go. Sorry for the connection and also the technical issues. So I see very familiar faces in this conference, and also would like to bring some concern, and also would like to maybe bring some question to the panelists also, in a way that I'm working in the defense sector, and AI is being used exponentially. And I also talked about this with during the ICRC conference virtually last week, if I'm not mistaken. And I bring the concern about how AI is being used in a way that some of the commander or the user within the military domain is unaware of the possibility that AI might be corrupted during the use, like what we call as the emergent misalignment, or there's also the misalignment with the system itself. And I also would like to bring the concern about the possibility of the maybe it's not possibility, this the tendency of AI being psychopath in a way that AI would also maybe provide the answers that the users would like to bring or would like to seek. And being in the battlefield, that kind of tendency would be very, in a way, very risky and maybe dangerous, and how they can actually misalign the user or the commander in the battlefield in taking the, what you may call it, like the decision that might increase the risk for the humanity and also for the civilian population. And this goes to my question: how would you all maybe provide the what you call is like the attention and maybe the focus on how the AI is being used, especially in the military domain? This is for all the panelists. And how would you maybe more encourage more into the use of AI, responsible AI within the military domain? Because if I relate it to the humanitarian law, somehow in the fog of war, in the condition of uncertainty, mostly commander would like to see the quick answers provided by AI DSS, and they just ignore the possibility or the the existence of law or humanitarian law in this case. Goes back to you, Yasmin. Thank you.
Thank you, Vagus. Perhaps may I please ask that you also introduce yourself for those who are not familiar with your work and where you're coming from.
Oh, yeah. Sorry for not introducing myself. So my name is Commander Bagus Chadmiko, and I'm actually an Indonesian Navy officer, and I also a researcher in AI and information warfare. That bring me to the attention that the use of AI within the military domain and defense sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bagus. I see a gentleman here who would like to ask a question or perhaps share some comments, and then I'll get back to our panelists for some reactions or answers to the questions. Gentlemen, please.
Good evening, everybody. Allow me to raise a very short question in the beginning. Who is responsible for the mitigation of AI risks? This is a very short question for me. Is it the high-tech big companies who are creating AI and developing AI? Because it is not in the hand of the government, especially in the developing countries right now. So let me have the big issue here. While I'm following the rapid development, advancement of AI, especially in fields which are related to security, I am terrorized. Because I am not going to mention or to name any country now, but we can see how AI is being used in current ongoing wars, and the victims behind the use of AI technology in autonomous weapon, for example, how civilians are being killed without accountability. So for this reason, looking from a developing country's perspective, which have nothing to do in their hands right now, it is all in the hands of the big tech companies which exist in the powerful countries. So this is my issue here, how we are going to mitigate ourselves this risk. Thank you.
May I please ask that you introduce yourself? Sorry, can you please introduce yourself in the microphone just so that we know who you are and where you're coming from?
My name is Judge Adel Magid. I am judge at the Supreme Court of Egypt, and I am also an honorary professor of law at Durham University, the UK. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, sir. So in the interest of time, I realize that we have 10 to 15 minutes left. So I just want to make sure and check in the room virtually or online, virtually or in person, if there's any further questions or comments or remarks for our panelists or to add to the discussions today. If not, I know that Alexei, you've also put in the chat that there is an ongoing project on adding signatures to AI-generated content, the Content Authenticity Initiative, which you might be interested in. And perhaps, Alexei, you'll be able to elaborate a bit more. Before I give the floor back to our panelists, I do note a question from Rowan Wilkinson from Chatham House. Hi, Rowan. Many policymakers are discussing the importance of AI openness in civilian context, including in meeting safety commitments through OSS and community oversight. Does the panel foresee a policy shift around openness in the AI peace and security domain? So we do have quite a few questions and remarks and calls for reflections. So we had a question surrounding AI authenticity and the implications of not knowing what is generated or not, and the security and the destabilizing effects. We had a question from Bagus on the commander and perhaps some of the human-machine interaction in the battlefield, and perhaps also how do we make sure that the use of AI remains indeed responsible in the hands of the commander, particularly under situations of pressure, such as in the battlefield. We had the question of who should be responsible for the mitigation of risks of AI, particularly in the light of ongoing conflicts today and the implications of civilians. And finally, we have a question on openness in the AI peace and security domains. So perhaps may I ask, in the interest of time, Ginger to start us off with 3 to 4 minutes. Please feel free to answer any questions that you may think or any other element that you would like to add based on what you've heard today. Ginger, please, you have the floor.
Thank you for your questions. So first, the question is from Bagus. I think the first things we need to do is knowledge sharing, because I assume that in military, when you deploy an AI system, you developed it first and as a project, and you deploy it. So many times, based on my experience from the civilian field and industries, many times the one who make the decision whether to use, deploy, or complete the project may not always be the one who understands the technologies. So knowledge sharing is very important. Transparency is important. Those people who make the decisions need to understand the technology perspective. And also, the second point I want to make is the importance of incentives. It is very important for the militaries to understand that AI is not only a force multiplier, but also a threat multiplier. It is not only about the risk of civilians, it's also about increasing risk of your own combatants when you have a poorly designed, unverified AI system with uncertainties, and you cannot be confident about it, and there's a whole black box. So this kind of incentive is very important. With this understanding, I believe many militaries will be more incentivized to improve their systems. A quick answer for the second question: who's responsible for AI governance? I think everyone. Like I'm sure Michael will talk more about from the industry point of view, but I do sense that everyone is responsible for raising a voice, being sensitive about the importance of AI governance, incentivize or promoting a dialogue about the AI risks. And the third question about AI openness, I'm actually not sure what is the AI openness, because if you're talking about openness about the algorithm, I think it's very difficult, because when we're in the industry, when we go for due diligence or technological scouting, we ask the company, what is it? What's your core technology? They told us they were likely to tell us it's their own IP, and they will not be able to reveal it. But look, we have a good system and it works perfectly. Just believing our results. This is what happened. So if you're talking about openness about AI algorithm, I have a huge question mark about the feasibilities and possibility of this kind of solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ginger, for your very sharp response, and also the fact that you're actually joining us from very far, and it's very late that you're at home. So thank you very much for this. Michael, would you like to intervene now?
Thank you, Yasmin. Happy to do so. I should flag, Zoom keeps telling me that my internet connection is unstable. So if I pause at any moment, that'll be the reason why. In answer to the questions, Francis's question on AI signature, I appreciate the question. I think one way of thinking about this is, are there specific use cases where we really need AI signatures, or would we be comfortable with other use cases where we don't need them? I suspect that's possibly the direction we will go in. But of course, the proliferation of AI solutions means that there'll always be solutions or actors who would circumvent that anyway, but that doesn't downplay the importance of having AI signatures in the first place. To Bagus's question on emergent misalignment and AI-supported DSS, I think Bagus, your question really points to something which we've certainly discussed in the context of the Roundtable for AI Security and Ethics. And that's the challenge which exists at the moment in having access to meaningful and trustworthy use cases to understand in very effective ways actually how AI is being used. I think the academic community, civil society, industry, governments, actually at the moment we are relying on a number of examples which partly come from hearsay or just perhaps aren't that reflective of how AI is being used in security domains. But I'm hopeful that as AI is further adopted in various security domains, transparency around use cases will improve, and then we'll be better able to understand implications of them. To the question from our colleague from Egypt / the University of Durham, Jinja's right, who has responsibility? Everyone. From a human rights perspective, of course, states have the state duty to protect, respect, and fulfill human rights. Industry has a corporate responsibility to respect human rights, and individuals have a right to remedy when their rights have been harmed. Focusing just specifically on the role of industry, what that means is that all companies under the UN Guiding Principles on Business Human Rights have a responsibility to ensure that their products and services are not being used in ways to facilitate or contribute to serious human rights abuses. And this means that any engagement with a government, a Ministry of Defense, armed forces, especially in the context of ongoing armed conflict, or where there are credible allegations of international law violations, must be subject to rigorous due diligence, clear red lines on misuse, and where risks cannot be mitigated, there should be a refusal to provide or maintain support. And actually, that's not new. This has been an established position for a number of years now, but of course matters there is implementation. And lastly, to Rowan's question, yes, I would hope so that we will see more openness. And actually one example of that is the REAIM process, which I mentioned earlier, Responsible AI in the Military Domain process. Last year hosted in South Korea, and in the next 6-12 months will be hosted in Spain. And so anyone in the audience, stakeholders who are interested in this should certainly keep an eye on the REAIM process.
Thank you very much, Michael, for this and the sort of the importance of differentiating, of course, principles, but also actual implementation, and the importance as well of sort of human rights and providing a framework to ensure that everyone is indeed held accountable, but also to ensure that civilians have a right to remedy, including in the context of AI for international peace and security. Finally, Alexei, would you like to have any concluding remarks and responses to any of the questions raised?
Thank you. I'll rattle through these nice and quickly in the interest of giving people their time. I'd like to start with the silver lining to the signatures and the kind of demarking inauthentic content or AI-generated content from human-generated content. As someone who used to work in arms control, there's a great thing to kind of bear in note that every time a new threat arises or a new innovation creates a threat, it's very quick for a counter to be developed against it. And that is just as true in the identification of inauthentically generated or machine-generated content as it is with any other risk of this type that we've seen before. So I'm encouraged to see that it's not just the CAI that exists in this space. There are a number of initiatives coming with technical and non-technical means to kind of give us the means of, as Michael says, in critical circumstances, being able to identify when content has been generated as opposed to when it has been created and is authentic. On the question from Bagos reference, compliance and commanders component, this is actually part of what I was referencing when I was talking about the need to ensure that governance, both ethical, legal, and economic, is built in at every stage of the design of life cycle. If we take IHL as part of that governance, a system should be designed, trained, tested, authenticated and verified with the data selected with its need to be compliant with IHL in mind. If it isn't, that's when you're introducing the risks that something could be designed which is either completely incompatible with IHL or is open to being, or is possible for it to be used in a manner which is non-compliant. If you actually treat the life cycle effectively in how you incorporate IHL across it rather than just in a section of it or in, say, the assurance stage, or treat it as a checkbox exercise, then you can actually constrain the risks of that going wrong. That being said, there are other components to that. The fact that any user of a system should be trained to understand what it can and what it cannot do. What does it look like when it fails? What are the circumstances which have led to its failure in testing? What influences its level of accuracy, so they can make informed decisions as to how much and whether, in fact, to trust an AI-based tool system or weapon system, be it decision-making system, strategic or tactical, or be it a direct weapon system. And it should also mean that in some cases these tools simply aren't used because it's understood, because of how these systems have been designed with IHL baked into each part of it, that in the context you're seeking to apply them, they simply cannot be compliant with IHL. On the subject of trust around these tools and how, particularly LLMs, some of them have been found to be very non-critical of their human users and how that might influence it. Yes, that is a problem. They're not designed to be critical and to push back on their human users. They're designed to be supportive administrative assistants that say yes a lot. And that should be something which is understood as a potential failing and implications to how a military should design, create doctrine, and then deploy a tool. Moving quickly onto the who owns it, where's the responsibility? I agree with both previous speakers, Jinji and Michael. Everyone owns the responsibility here, but there are levers, despite the complex ownership structures between the private sector, the public sector, the global north and south, and those with less seeming control, that everyone has a lever they can use here. Be it the taking part in globalized standard setting organizations, technical or non-technical, or be it in procurement strategies and procurement standards. If governance is critical, IHL, ethical, social and economic, then it should be a condition of procurement from governments to suppliers. So then even if they don't own the system or the services required to operate the system, say it's AI as a service, the thing has been designed to fit these standards and it's legally necessary to do so to meet the procurement standards. Finally, on a point on openness, I'm going to try and be positive, there's a bit of negativity here. I think we're at a point where innovation is being posed as a solution to our increasing state of insecurity and a risk to peace. And it's being posited as a zero-sum game between innovation and security, or insecurity and constraint on innovation. That is not the case. You can, in fact, have security and innovation with adherence to values and governance, which protects all individuals from all societies and delivers the economic and social value that we're trying to seek here. But it's important that we push back on those that are trying to stress that zero-sum dynamic between those two. And I'll leave it there, hopefully, on a semi-positive note.
Thank you very much, indeed, Alexi, for ending us on a semi-positive note, but also for, for Ginger to also add a point on the fact that Chinese social media also add signatures to AI-generated content. And I think that also adds to the importance of collective responsibility to ensure responsible AI and international peace and security. And I do know the importance of incentivization, noted by Ginger. I know the importance of human rights as a framework, compliance with IHL, and yeah, on that hopefully positive note that we're ending this workshop. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us today, either online or in person. Please join me in giving a round of applause to our speakers online. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I'll also say good morning, good evening, and good day, considering that there are participants joining us online from different time zones. Welcome to this session on AI readiness in Africa in a shifting geopolitical landscape. The session is hosted by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, together with its partners on stage. I'm very, very, very honored to be moderating this very timely discussion. My name is Ashna Kalemela. I work as Programs Manager at CIPESA. CIPESA is the Collaboration on International ICT Policy for East and Southern Africa. I'm sure we'll all agree with me that there's huge transformative potential of AI in society, from innovation to socio-economic development. However, there are also very significant risks. These include inadequate governance frameworks, which risk deepening inequality, weakening democracy, and reinforcing technological dependencies. In Africa particularly, countries are striving to build sovereign and resilient AI ecosystems in tandem with a fast-evolving geopolitical landscape. This landscape is marked by shifting alliances, intensifying technological rivalry, and growing economic pressure. Whereas various stakeholders are engaging on these issues, the continent remains underrepresented in global AI development, as well as discourse. Locally driven solutions are constrained by limited investments in research, regulatory gaps, and the dominance of multinational tech companies. Meanwhile, concerns about digital exploitation and economic disparities when it comes to data processing, training of models, and low-wage labor markets in Africa also prevail. The risk of AI-driven digital neocolonialism is growing. As global powers compete for technological influence, Africa must strengthen its position to ensure AI serves local needs rather than external interests. African nations at the moment have a unique opportunity to establish AI governance models that are rooted in fairness, in transparency, and inclusion. These AI frameworks also have the potential to align with local realities and normative considerations. These frameworks hopefully are able to foster innovation, uphold democracy, and human rights. Our speakers today, who represent a very broad spectrum of stakeholder groups, will highlight the challenges and opportunities for securing an AI future that benefits Africa. The speaker lineup includes Shiko Gitau, who's joining us virtually. She's the CEO of Kala, private sector in Kenya. We have Mr. Lassina Kone, the Director General and CEO of Smart Africa from Cote d'Ivoire. Enchanté. Machane Babakar Ahmed, the Special Envoy of the Mauritanian Ministry of Digital Transformation and Public Administration Modernization for the Government of Mauritania. We have Malindi Msalango, the Deputy Director General of the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, the South African government. And to my immediate left, a very old and good friend, Nima Iya, the founder and executive director of Policy, a civil society organization based in my home country, Uganda. Our online moderation is being done by Dennis Brumand, the advisor of the Global Project on Digital Transformation, GIZ. You're all welcome once again, and we'll kick off the conversation with a lightning round, which is a one-sentence response I expect from the speakers here. And the question is, what must be done today to ensure that AI strengthens rather than undermines democratic governance in Africa? I'll start with my left. Over to you, Nima.
Thank you so much for the question, and I'm very pleased to be here. I thought they were always on. Okay. I'll start again. Hi, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here. Apologies for the mic malfunction. So I was saying that AI is already undermining governance in Africa, and we're seeing this through automated disinformation campaigns, the eroding of public trust, manipulation of political discourse, and surveillance tools that are used to stifle voices at scale. These harms are often gendered, and a lot of our work is looking at a feminist perspective on new technological tools. And these harms are magnified in contexts that have weak data protection and limited digital literacy, which really opens the door to abuse. So as such, I would say that we need AI that is based on accountability, trust, and a big component of public education. And this will include, for example, impact assessments, regional coalitions, investment in ethical and open source alternatives that work within our context and are based on our realities and that are focused on care and justice rather than control and extraction. Thank you, Ashna. Back to you.
Thanks, Nimba. Same question to you, Mr. Malindi. What must be done today to ensure that AI strengthens rather than undermines democratic governance on the continent?
No, thank you, Margaret. No, I think on my side, I just would like to say that what is important is that we need to institutionalize the transparent, inclusive AI governance frameworks that are grounded in the constitutional values of public participation, to ensure that AI supports accountable service delivery, social justice, as well as democratic resilience. But also some of the areas that I would like to highlight is the issue of removing bias from the data sets that are used to train the AI systems. Because if we are not removing these biases and also not including, a large pool of, demographics in terms of data sets, you'll find that you're going to have, the challenges, and which will then undermine, the democratic governance. But also, I think the last one that I just want to highlight is the explainable AI, whereby we would like to advocate to say that whatever decisions that are taken by the AI systems, they need to be explainable, and they need to be based on, some human oversight, so I think those are some of the areas that I'd just like to highlight on my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving to my right, Mr. Corne.
Thank you very much for inviting me and Smart Africa. It's an honor, of course, our partner, BMZ, GIZ. In fact, can you hear me? What you just mentioned, I would say the impact is actually worse than all of this. We talked about the bias of the AI. Don't forget, today, even if you have a PhD degree, you can still be ignorant in terms of AI. Okay. If we go based on a foundation that is not enough to go to school, but you have to adapt to AI, and we all know that the inclusions definitions in Africa is completely different from the inclusion definitions in the West. Because we believe that the AI will be the equalizer, be able to include people who do not speak any other language. Remember, we have more than 2,000 languages in Africa. So if we allow those languages to be trained on the AI system, but not trained by us, it basically means even indigenous people will be impacted by any cultural biases using AI. Therefore, all what my predecessor have just mentioned is very true. So, but what do we do about it? We cannot be we can no longer be passively optimistic. We have to be deliberately intentional. That's why Smart Africa have put together last April Africa Council of AI Council for Africa. What does that actually mean? The Africa AI Council for Africa, the AI Council for Africa will look at 5 different things. One, computing power. Collectively today, more than 50 countries on our continent, do we have a necessary power and a computing power to be able to train our data? 2, it's going to look at the data set. No matter what other people said, Africa today is the #1 frontier in terms of availability of data to train AI. Number 3 is going to look at the algorithm, which is actually the cultural bias, what goes on into the AI to be able to respond to people. And number 4 is the AI governance. In the AI governance side today, there are today about 19 countries in Africa who have already developed their national AI strategy. It's our role at Smart Africa to be able to harmonize those policies to be aligned exactly to be what the high level of the UN commissioners, they came up together with the AI governance, as well as looking into what Europeans have put together in terms of safeguarding. Of course, all of this have to be aligned with the AI strategy developed by the African Union. And number 5 is the market. I think what is happening today, what has happened, but what do we need to do about it? We need to be doing these things intentionally. It's actually worse than what you think. Because currently in Africa, on our continent, there are over 1,000 startups who are downloading on a daily basis the API from OpenAI frontier model, as well as the DeepSeek, which is the Chinese. But they're training those models are not located on our continent. They're located outside the continent. An AI system is the way once you train the server, you can never get the information back again. So what do we do about it? It actually goes to even to look at the foundational model of our relationship with our partners in Europe. What do we do? Based on the fact that if you look at North America, everything is based on the private sector base, which is the heart of the capitalism. When we look at the East, it's based on the control of the government. And Africa wants to go with the user-centric approach for everything. So it's time for us, we actually be able to look at the AI, not the most powerful one, but the most useful one, by looking at our values, by looking or preserving our languages, to be able to create opportunity not for few, but for the many. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kone. Over to you, Madam Ahmed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, moderator. I'm fully agree with what my colleagues have mentioned right now, but I would like to summarize it in 2 words. To ensure AI makes democratic governance stronger in Africa, we must invest now in inclusive, transparent AI policy frameworks that are co-created with African voices. Second, these frameworks must be grounded in human rights and supported by strong civic oversight. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for the very quick lightning round. We'll now deep dive into specific questions per sector, per experience, per expertise. And I'll stay with you, Madam Ahmed. Mauritania was amongst the first African countries to launch a national AI strategy. What key challenges have you faced in translating this strategy into tangible actions? And how are you addressing coordinated institutional ownership and inclusivity to ensure a democratic and locally rooted AI in Africa?
Thank you very much for this important question. Yes, Mauritania has developed an AI strategy with the support of German cooperation through BMZ and GIZ. But to implement that strategy, we are facing some challenges. Let me first start by infrastructure availability in rural area. As you maybe know, Mauritania has a huge surface, and there are about 1 square kilometer surface. And there is a lot of small villages far away from each other. That makes difficult to serve more than 20% of population living in this area. So we are facing this reality, but we hope to address it as soon as possible with the support of government partners, like German cooperation through KfW and European Union too, and World Bank. Another challenge is limited capacity and technical expertise, which slowed this strategy implementation. To address this, we are investing in partnerships with universities and international organizations to build local skills and knowledges. We faced also coordination problem across government and sector. And to tackle this, we established an interministerial working group to ensure alignment between the AI strategy and national development priorities with regular consultation among stakeholders. We are also aware that ownership and inclusivity are crucial. That's why our approach has focused on creating a participatory process, engaging civil society, local tech communities, and youth in shaping policies and pilot projects. This will ensure that our AI applications are relevant, trusted, and anchored in local needs. Ultimately, our goal is to build an AI model made in Africa that reflects our values and development priorities, inclusive, ethical, and locally led. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ahmed. I'll come back to you, Mr. Kone. Having had the government perspective and being an intergovernmental organization, from your experience, how can Smart Africa help its member states build AI governance models that protect national sovereignty while also advancing democratic values and public interest, as Ms. Ahmed has pointed out?
Thank you very much for the questions. In the current geopolitical situations, and I like to see this all the time, the multi-stakeholder and multilateralism is a choice. But we're living in a multipolarity geopolitical moment. The only thing that should bind us together is our differences. That's why Smart Africa is here. It means we are not looking for a national AI policy. It's like a cookie cutter. One size should fit all, but all sides should fit together by preserving a human right and the digital right. And this is all drawn from the UN high level. If you look at the AI governance of the UN high level, they are structural. They are basically regulatory issue. They are national issue. The national AI governance may be a little bit different, but if you look at the common denominator based on ethical inclusion and sustainability, it has to be included in a national strategy. However, by saying that today, Africa, no single nation will be able to build an AI system alone. My sister just mentioned about the infrastructure. But you see, we need to understand, some people said, oh, Africa, you might be so behind because you only have a 40% of your population covered with the internet use. Then why are you talking about AI? That's not the question. Africa is not looking for the most powerful AI, it's looking for the most useful one, looking at the agriculture, looking at the healthcare, and looking at the education. Why? Because if you know the history, for the past 45 years since 1980, African continent has gained 1 billion people in 50. But in 45 years, if you gain 1 billion, has the number of schools increased to that rate? No. Has the hospital increased to that rate? No. Has the school and the financial sector bank have grown to that rate? No. It means for us, digital transformation, when we look at the AI, it is the evolution within the ecosystem of digital economy. But it's a revolution within itself, which means AI allow us today to actually reach indigenous people in the rural area, to educate them in their own language so they become tech savvy like anyone who's been to the university. So the way we are doing that, Smart Africa, we do have a Council of ICT Minister where Mauritania is a part of it. We have a Council of African Regulator. We have a Council of African IT Agency. And we have also the board members who are the head of the state himself. That's why we created AI Council to be able to address all of this methodically and systematically in a way that we align and we mutualize our resources to be able to face this revolution, which is the AI. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know about the audience, but I'm here nodding and taking notes frantically. We had hoped to have a private sector perspective complement the government and intergovernmental ones, but unfortunately, our virtual speaker, Shiko, has not been able to join us. Oh, sure. Please go ahead before I go to civil society.
When we talk about a private sector perspective, I want, ladies and gentlemen, all of you to remember, today when any nation talks about the AI, they talk about a frontier model. We've seen the American talking about a frontier model, OpenAI, Llama, Grok 3, what name of. When we hear the French people talking, they are behind the Mistral. When we hear about the Chinese talking about the AI, they're talking about the DeepSeek. All of these people are private sector, which basically means the government in Africa knows very well their role. They should be creating a conducive environment for private sector to have a kind of blended financing. Because when we talk about financing, America who declare about 500 billion, French about to 200 billion. So what is Africa going to declare in terms of funding? This fund will be and should be a blended, because don't forget, we have over half dozen MNO, which is a mobile network operator, operating on our continent, who owns data center. It is existential for them to be able to get into the AI, because at the end of the day, it's about making money. So even in our financing, we should be taking that into account. That's where the role of the private sector comes in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kone. Shiko has joined us online, but before we move to him, we'll first hear from civil society and then additional perspective from government. So Nima, civil society is crucial for ensuring that AI governance serves the public good. What unique contributions can civil society make in this space, and what kinds of frameworks or coalitions are needed to support effective oversight and inclusive participation?
Thanks so much for the question. So, of course, civil society is extremely crucial to the entire process. And I'm not just biased in saying that, but we play a role as watchdogs, as advocates, as educators, as storytellers, and shaping the entire narrative about AI on the continent. And we're also there to question the political, the economic, and the social logic on why we're actually deploying AI. So there is also a narrative of the fact that AI is neutral progress, or AI is always progress, for example. But I want to put forth a few questions that we should really ask ourselves as individuals, as countries, as civil society, and like very basic questions. So why is this AI actually being deployed? Who is funding it? Who benefits from it? What harms does it create? Who gets left behind when these forms of AI are introduced? Was community consulted when AI policies or AI technologies are brought in? And is the impact of these instruments measured over time? And if it is measured over time, how is it measured? So going back to the fact that, just like how tech platforms have rules about what kind of content you can post, and these rules are often based on the political and moral ideology of whoever owns that platform. I believe, too, that these different, especially private sector, AI tools come embedded with values and incentives and power relations that are dependent on humans who are often in other contexts. So I believe civil society has a very strong role in a couple of things, and I'll just list them. So, for example, civil society should really play a role in the procurement process, and we need to resist this quiet import of oftentimes harmful tools, such as excessive surveillance or predictive tech. There's so much good that can come from AI, but of course there's also a lot of harms, and I think we should have a very balanced view of both. So we can't just be on the side of, AI is harmful or AI is beneficial, but really having that balanced view to think critically about why we're bringing AI in. The second one that's really important is to track the funding, to understand who is funding what in the African context and what are these different foreign interests of all these players, of all the tech giants in shaping our AI agenda. I think we need to be very critical about that as well. The third one I would say is that we need to document the lived experiences, both of the benefits and the harms, especially to marginalized communities. And yeah, we can do tech audits, of course, but I think civil society is uniquely placed to address these harms and benefits and to document them and to tell these stories so that they then go back and inform the policies. The fourth one I would say is we really need to democratize digital literacy. I feel like, we're in Oslo here having this conversation that doesn't apply to most people living on the continent. I think there's really a need to take these conversations to a grassroots level. It is extremely important for us to be represented at these high-level multi-stakeholder meetings, but that doesn't mean we do it at the cost of not involving local communities at different levels in this conversation. And yeah, I think the education needs to be accessible. It needs to be forward-looking. It needs to be for common people, for leaders in local languages. We need to use creative ways of talking about it. We can't always use these huge data governance languages and then, people's eyes glaze over because they don't really know what you're saying. We really need to make it accessible. I think that is a very urgent need. The fifth one I would say is that we also need to get back to making things. And yes, I agree with the point. We do not have the investment of that value, but it doesn't mean that we don't do anything. I want to propose that we have alternative design of products, of AI products that are based on different incentives and that, are really tailored to our needs. And so moving to the question of what kinds of frameworks we would need, I'd say that we should really have mandatory public interest impact assessments. So I touched upon that earlier. But it would be lovely if before an AI system is deployed that, we do assessments of what it can impact, who it will impact, and that, throughout the process of having it, we continue to do these assessments and we understand how it impacts, social, economic, gendered, environmental impacts of these AI systems. The next one, I think we need regional civic coalitions. So it's amazing to bring governments together to talk about AI, but what other groups are we leaving out? What silos are we creating when we bring these groups together? Who is missing at this conversation, at this table, for example? So, women's rights organizations, trade unions, journalists, researchers, can we all come together to shape these policies, and that they're not just done at a very high government level? The third one, again, going to my colleague's point, is funding. We really need better frameworks for how we are going to fund AI on the continent. We need to come up with our own funding models for innovation in a way that is sustainable, in a way that we bring young people in to actually create products. I feel like that is quite a bit of a missing link. And then the last one, I think, is, just bringing as many stakeholders into the conversation as possible, and then just questioning how are we going to operationalize all these beautiful policies and frameworks that we're talking about. So how do we take it from this table here, actually putting it on the ground and actually seeing it in action? So thank you so much.
Thanks, Nima. What you're saying resonates a lot with me, coming from civil society, but absolutely what was also said from the government and intergovernmental perspective. Malindi, I'll move over to you. In anticipation of South Africa's G20 presidency, which has a very strong focus on digital governance, how can AI maturity assessments be leveraged to strengthen context-specific governance across Africa? And a sub-question to that is, what role do institutional readiness, democratic safeguards, and inclusive policy making play?
No, thank you. Thank you for that question. As the country, South Africa, we assume the G20 presidency, and I think it's important to note our banner there is solidarity, sustainability, and equality. So we see that we are presented with a unique opportunity to lead a new chapter in the digital governance, not only for ourselves, but also, for the continent at large. I think it's important to note that, one of the powerful tools that we can use is the AI maturity assessments. There is one that we did work with the GIZ in terms of the South Africa, which we participated on. And one of the areas that we picked up is that, these assessments, they allow us as governments to diagnose the strength, identify the gaps, but also chart, a clear, actionable pathways for the responsible AI adoption. But also, it's important to note that they are not just technical diagnostics, they are also political governance instruments. So if we apply them with purpose, you'll find that they can actually be transformative in nature. And I think they can actually assist in terms of the African-led, governance frameworks. But now, if I can just also look onto, how we can anchor them into the African realities, you'll find that too often, the benchmarks are normally imported wholesale benchmarks, which are normally failing to account for the governance challenges such as limited compute infrastructure, fragmented data ecosystems, or linguistic diversity. And these are some of the things that are very critical when you look into the African continent. So for then the South Africa and our continental peers, so we are advocating that we need to develop and localize these tools to reflect our developmental priorities, which then include inclusive service delivery, ethical public sector automation, as well as community trust. But also it's important to recognize that institutional readiness is the cornerstone for any AI governance framework. We do understand that as policymakers, policy alone are sometimes not enough, but we need some of the institutions that are technically equipped, policy coherent, and operationally agile. So one of the areas that we are currently doing as a country is the development of an AI policy for the country. And I mean, the policy, it does have, broad statements that we are looking into. And I must say that we have been quite behind in terms of that. but at least we are on the final stages. And I think if I can just highlight just a few areas that we are looking on as a country, it is the area of capacity development, where we are looking on strengthening the AI-related education. And these are some of the things that also came, from when we are unpacking, the policy, the frameworks that we looked onto. But also we're looking on the areas of AI for economic transformation, where we are looking in terms of AI as well in public service delivery, but also supporting the startups as well as through regulatory sandboxes. The other area we're looking on is the area of responsible governance. So we are advocating on some of, various bodies that needs to be established, which includes your ethics board, AI ethics board, National AI Commission, and the AI regulatory authority, because we feel that some of the regulators that we've got might not be, up to purpose in terms of, regulating AI. But also the areas of ethical and inclusive AI, where we're looking on developing, localized ethical standards, but also cultural preservation and international integration, but as well as human-centered approach. And I mean, if you were to look on all these broad aspects, you'll find that, some of the work that the colleagues are saying, it also aligns to that. Because you'll find that, while we are developing these policies, you'll find that there are some challenges that are deep-rooted into our societies, which include now currently, if you look on digital divide, you'll find that we still have got a digital divide as a continent, which we need to address to make sure that, AI, whenever we put, these frameworks, they can address that. But also, if we were to look on the compute capabilities, you'll find that, we still don't have compute capabilities in the continent. So it's one of the things then that we need to make sure that we address significantly as part of us developing the governance frameworks. But I also want to add the other area, that we also need to embed, the democratic safeguards into every layer of the AI development and deployment, because we see that without robust mechanisms for transparency, public accountability, as well as and recourse, AI can deepen exclusion, entrench bias, or even erode civil liberties. So democratic governance in this age of AI means placing human rights and constitutional values at the center, from the procurement processes to the algorithmic audits. And I think the last point that I want to add critically is the role of inclusive policy making. AI governance cannot just be a technocratic role, but it needs to be, brought into broader society, with all players being at the center. We need to make sure that we do have active participation from academia, civil society, youth innovators, private sector, as well as the grassroots communities. So that's where then, as a country, we are trying to lead by an example, and hosting the multi-stakeholder forums and platforms, also embedding, participatory design and ensuring that, the marginalized voices help shape the future of AI. It's one of the areas that we're going to be doing also in terms of the AI for Africa initiative, which is an initiative that is coming from our AI task force. It's going to be in South Africa in September, end of September. So I'd like, some of the colleagues that are here to attend that session as well, because it's where we would like as a continent to actually look broadly in terms of AI and how we can actually drive the AI in innovation in the Africa, including the governance thereof. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melindy. We are looking very keenly and proudly at South Africa as it steers the G20 presidency, and we hope these issues that will be driven forward during the tenure. Our fifth speaker online, Shiko Gitau, was able to join us, and I would like to put the question on private sector's role back to him. Private companies are at the forefront of AI innovation, Shiko. From your experience, what governance frameworks are necessary to ensure this innovation aligns with democratic values, and how can the private sector contribute to trust, transparency, and accountability of AI, which have been resounding issues from all the speakers here?
Thank you so much for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thumbs up. Awesome. Thank you. So I'm joining in from very cold and rainy Nairobi. And I'm really glad to be here. Thank you so much for having me. And apologies for joining in late. So the question around private sector and what private sector can do is starts with building an enabling environment. A couple of months ago, I was speaking to a group of like policymakers and government asking, what do you need? We just need governments to understand the potential of the space we are in. AI is not a passing fad. It is not a buzzword that is going away. It's a consequential technology for our generation. And we need to be able to take care of that. And by building an enabling environment, I was hearing the interventions from Engineer Kone and those ones from the representative from South Africa, and they're quite interesting. But how do you then move that from paper to pavement? How do we do that? Is incentivizing private sector to come, and I hear the conversation around compute, around talent development. What does that actually mean in actual sense? I'll give an example. Is we have been working with the number of like governments on one hand, but also startups, and trying to understand is what do you need for you to succeed? Because there's so many pilots that are happening on the African continent, but they're not getting any traction. But then you soon realize is that we are building all these things in the AI space, but our market does not understand AI, does not know what AI is, and the potential that AI has to, and what's the difference between what we're doing right now and what they were being sold for 5 years ago with mobile internet. And being able to concretize that to our market base, our customer base, our user base is critical. And while it is the work of the government to educate the populace, it is the work of the private sector to actually create massive awareness. But if the government comes in to interrupt this, that there is a challenge. So, for example, this week we are running an AI awareness, fluency, and literacy campaign across the continent in 6 markets, in 6 countries. And what we are targeting is teachers. And you're not going through the normal, going through ministries of ICT or ministries of education. We are working with teachers directly through their associations, through their communities to train them. And in this, we started last week, and in this week, what the difference and the demand is very different. The first one, we did a baseline study. There's a lot of fear around AI. What we are hearing right now is, can we continuously do this training over the next 6 months? What is the incentives that the governments that we are working with have done is they've given us free space to create this programming. And they said, once you're done with the pilot, because we are calling it a pilot, send us a report. That is a very concrete way of showing private sector is we as government don't know what actually need to be done, but if you can pilot and give us results, you can be able to scale whatever you're doing, or we can be able to create even more space for you. Similarly to investment in the startup sector in compute. So enabling private sector to invest in compute does not mean hindering what government can do in compute. And I totally agree with Engineer Kone saying that funding for Africa has to be a blended instrument. And it means that private sector will have to invest in some of these compute facilities. Some of it will be extremely expensive. But on the other hand, government and donor organizations have to invest in the earlier stages of this compute, because we need to be able to have researchers and startups building, and they cannot be able to afford the enterprise grade computing that will be sold to them by enterprise versions. So it is bringing this blended thinking and creating the enabling environment. From a democratic point of view, every time I hear democratizing this, democratizing that, I say, what's the definition of democracy you're talking about? And for me, democratizing means that it's enabling everybody everywhere to have access to the same opportunities and resources. Yeah. And if you're going to be able to bring that democratic tendency in AI, it means that even the policies that we are making are not being prescribed to Africa. Yeah. So what we have seen is we need policies and policy frameworks, as rightly said by South Africa, that are enabling the ecosystem. But who is drafting these policies? What agenda do they have? Do they have Africa at heart when they are doing this? Those are the questions you should be asking. And who is doing this? It's enabling young Africans to be able to contribute to some of this conversation. So, for example, one of these things we are doing we actually support from Smart Africa is this African Scientific Panel that is calling to young Africans, both in the continent and in diaspora, to enable and support their governments and governments across the continent in drafting some of these conversations, some of these frameworks that you've spoken about. But beyond drafting and writing them out is bringing them to life. So, for example, there's a compute project and a benchmarking project that is being run by 25 doctors from across the world with African heritage to look at these models for healthcare responding to African needs and African reality. That is what democratizing means. It's creating, again, it starts with creating the enabling environment, getting out of the way, but also then starting to resource and accepting help from the democratized environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shiko. The clock, I tell you, is moving much faster than it should, so we need to speed this up a bit. Because we're here to learn and exchange, I'd like to give an opportunity to our participants to share any comments, reactions, or questions to the 5 speakers. There are microphones on either side of the room there. Please feel free to walk over, introduce yourself, and share your comment, reaction, or question. As those in the room make their way to the microphone, I will also check with our online moderator if there are any questions from the online participants. No questions from the online participants, but I see one participant walking to the microphone. The floor is yours, sir.
Fine. Okay, good afternoon, and thank you very much. I'm a little bit tall. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Honorable Alhaji Mbo from the Gambia. And the question actually I have is, with all, it seems like each African country, or most of them, are on the path of creating their own policy. And I'm trying to find out from Smart Africa in particular, what can you do to bring all these countries on the table? Where I know that each country has your own, different way of doing things, but at least there must be a convergence where we can actually have a policy that could be used from all across the country, like we had in the African Union Convention on the Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. Can we have something that that goes across the continent instead of everybody being in silos? And again, it's going to take a very long time before that is done. So I want to ask Mr. Kone to see if they can bring everybody on the table, at least try to work onto a common platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alhaji. We have a second question. We'll take that before coming back to the speakers.
Good evening, everyone. Is it? Okay. My name is Lydia Lamisa Akamwaraba from Ghana. Looking at the team up there, AI readiness in Africa in a shifting geopolitical landscape. Yes, it's true. But we need those kind of policies that will create the enable environment that will bring trust in the African society. Because currently, Africa is one of the youngest populations that we have in the world. And the youth has a challenge, whether AI is coming to take over their jobs. So we as policymakers need to build that trust. I want to find out, what are we doing to bring that trust among the youth in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lydia. Yes, sir. If you walk a little bit quicker to the microphone, we'll take your question.
Good day, everyone. My name is Peter King. I'm from Liberia. Mine is in the form of a comment as well. I realized that there are 4 key areas that I can talk about. In Africa now, what all we are looking at, there are a lot of paper work on policies, but we're forgetting to look at the issue of digital literacy, the level of infrastructure, and these are things that once we are looking at readiness, this should come to the fore. So to the panel up there, thank you so much for the nice presentation. Can you help us to understand better, from our context from Africa, what are the realistic steps that governments can do to ensure that this is a reality in terms of being ready, to ensure that youth alone, as is claimed and is real that Africa have a youthful population? These are challenges. We're looking at what are the opportunities. Can they be leveraged for the youth to use it? We are always using it. The OpenAI, the ChatGPT is not created by Africa. So where do we go from here? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Peter King. So we have 11 minutes to the end of the session. So we're going to do a crash course in closing remarks, responses to questions, and final thoughts, all in one go. So I'll invite Mr. Kone to take the question that was directed specifically at you. And then for the rest of the speakers, we'll reflect on the questions and issues around trust and realistic steps that have come from the floor, while at the same time sharing concluding remarks on what the future should look like 5 years from now. So Mr. Kone first.
Thank you very much for the questions regarding policy harmonization on the national AI strategy. As I said before, what really matters is not like one size should fit all, because each country has a sovereignty you have to take into account, but we have to make sure that each size should fit together. So what we've engaged in since April, we've actually scanned our continent. We found there's close to about 17 to 18 countries who already developed, including, of course, Nigeria, including Mauritania, who have developed already the national AI strategy. So what we did, actually, we took all of these national AI strategy, and we also looked into the AI governance regulatory environment developed by the high level of the United Nations, what it entails exactly. And we actually look also into the African Union AI strategy. So we try to do a comparison to come up with a benchmarking. What are the countries saying? Are they addressing exactly what is required from the United Nations? How does it compare to Europe? And how does it compare also to the African Union? So we're coming out with a benchmarking, and this is also part of the work we are doing for the AI Council for Africa. Starting from this July, of course, we'll be having a CMICT, which is a Council of ICT Ministers, and we'll be sharing with them, we'll say, if you look at the national AI strategy of Nigeria, what was the best lesson learned from that compared to what Egypt has? Because you might see that Egypt, for example, is probably skewed towards more startup action, the startup hubs and creations, while you will see that Nigeria is actually focused on something else. So we've compiled all of these, and of course, we not only talking, we're actually walking our talk. What I'm saying exactly, this will be shared with our Council of ICT Ministers, which from there, it goes to the regulator. But it's very true. So far now, we have about 19 countries who have a different AI strategy. But we need to remember something. If you look at the fundamentals, which are the common denominator, looking at the ethical use of the AI, looking at the inclusion of the AI, inclusion of the inclusivity, if I said, and looking also at sustainability, 90% of those AI national strategy, it addresses it. However, you may elaborate the best AI national strategy, but is it conducive for private sector investment? That is the one question we need to ask, because at the end of the day, government should be creating law and regulation to create a conducive environment for private sector to be able to chip in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kone. Still on my right, Ms. Ahmed, reactions to the questions from the floor, as well as concluding remarks on what the future of AI in the continent should look like.
Thank you very much. I want to comment some reaction of the audience. I'm totally agree with that working in silo will not solve the problem, but at least we need to look after a synergy between different initiatives. But the important question is how, because as you know, the context of each country is different, and even the context of the region in Africa is different. So we need to think out of the box to find solution that's suitable for everyone context. So about the future of Africa AI, as we shape African AI, we must lead with principle. Data must remain, in my understanding, data must remain in African hands. Because as you know, in the era of digital and especially in the era of AI, sovereignty is not just territorial, but also digital. Second conclusion that I can mention, that equitable and democratic AI is only possible if policies power local communities, protect citizen rights, and foster homegrown innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Machane. I'll move to my middle now because I see Shiko on my screen in front of me. Shiko, reactions to the questions from the floor, as well as concluding remarks on AI's future on the continent to ensure sovereignty, equity, and democracy.
Thank you very much. I want to respond to the question that the gentleman from the Gambia asked. So for the past year and a half, we were looking and doing a scan on what is the right governance framework for Africa. And what we concluded is not everybody needs a strategy. A strategy needs to be thought through, but what are the instruments that needs to be in place for you as a government to be able to start on this AI journey? And so what we have developed and what was launched in April was the African AI Governance Toolkit. If you go to qbit.africa, qbit.africa, you should be able to see it. And it enables you as a government official, a regulator, a ministry, to be able to see, should I just have like AI principles that are guiding our work around AI? Should we have a policy framework? Should we have a strategy? And a simple cheat sheet that you can walk through to help you develop the principles, as outlined by Engineer Kone, of safety, ethics, and such, to be able to develop like a very simple policy framework or a principle guideline or a strategy that will help you on this AI journey, because recognize that not every country is able to invest in having an AI strategy, or it's a little bit premature. There are a couple of countries you're working with in Central Africa where they're starting with a digital strategy, not even an AI strategy, but they need to start working on AI. So a simple framework is what we are trying to work with them to be able to start on the journey. On the second one, I love the second question because from Ghana, and it's a very critical question, but I always say you cannot work on what you cannot measure. So we're talking about talent, maturity, all these questions. But does anyone know where you stand? Does Ghana know where they stand in terms of AI maturity on the African continent or in the world? Or where you stand about your talent readiness? So again, the other instrument that we've worked, and again, as Engineer Kone mentioned, around the AI Council, is developing the African AI Maturity Index, which is a live document, a live tool, not a document, a live tool that is constantly being updated as the different strategies are being put in place, different policies are being put in place. So if you go to Data Wall, DATA Wall, WALL.Africa, you'll be able to see the maturity, and we've broken it down to very, very simple metrics. It's broken down to the schools that are teaching STEM in our country. So it's very, very granular to help you realize, as you're solving for this AI, maybe we should start introducing more STEM courses, not even AI courses in our country. The second one is the talent index, which is
Shiko,
primarily
sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you.
I'm finishing.
10 more
I'm finishing.
seconds.
This is my last one.
All right, go ahead.
And this is measuring what talent actually means and what you need to put in place. Again, it's being very actionable. And what should Africa do? I'm very bullish about Africa. If you've heard me speak, is I always say Africa can, and we can win this AI race because, as I always quote Engineer Corner, is because we are defining what the race is about. We are not following other people's rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shiko. So Mlindi and then Nima. The race is on. 1 minute each.
No, thank you. I think I just want to touch a bit on what the questions were raised and the issue of the public trust. One of the areas that I feel that as policymakers we need to do is the area of public participation. I know that most of the time our youth are not understanding, of what we do as policymakers and what the policymaking process involves. So I think it's one of the areas that we need to focus on significantly. But the area of digital literacy, and one of the things that we're trying to do as a country in South Africa is trying to look on how we can change the curriculum, because if now you keep on putting these small interventions, I think they are not really assisting much. Yes, you do some training interventions, but they don't assist much. But if we can change the curriculum significantly so that it can reflect our current realities. Then in terms of closing remarks, I just want to say that we do understand that, data is the foundation for AI, and we have to ensure that African nations do have control over how their data is collected, stored, and accessed, and also is used and is essential to protect our sovereignty, drive equitable development, as well as uphold democratic legitimacy. So without a strong data governance rooted in the African legal frameworks, you will find that the AI systems can reinforce the dependency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mlindi. Nima?
All right, 40 seconds.
Yes.
All right, I just want to answer really quickly the question on trust and education, because I actually think they go together in terms of the future of young African people. And my position is that I'm going to echo my colleague, the entire curriculum needs to change from primary school. We inherited colonial systems of education. They no longer serve us, and they no longer are preparing young Africans for the future. We have to re-question how we are teaching, this factory method of teaching in classrooms where you move in that manner, first of all, and also how are we assessing people? Like, everyone's submitting, at least where I'm doing my PhD, a lot of students are submitting AI assessments. What are you grading as a teacher? So the whole way that we even assess skills needs to completely change. And in terms of my closing remarks, I think we need to continue to have radical and critical questions about AI. Always, always, always question everything. What are the harms? What are the benefits? How is it serving our future? How is it serving the future of our youth? Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. 28 seconds for me to wrap up this very rich discussions. Quite clearly, it's not yet Uhuru for AI in Africa. But given what's been discussed here, with the right investments, the continent stands to benefit significantly. I think the areas for prioritizations that have come through include pushing for accountability, public education, transparency, inclusion, not only from a language perspective, a gender perspective, and ensuring co-creation, infrastructure investments, multi-stakeholder consultation and participation, impact assessments, that was a very, very good one, funding, procurement, and ensuring that, policies are not just prescriptions, but actually live up to reality. Thank you so much. We appreciate the perspectives that have been shared from Cote d'Ivoire, from Mauritania, from Ghana, from the floor, from Gambia, from South Africa, as well as Uganda. Once again, thank you to the speakers. Thank you to the organizers, BMC. We appreciate the conversation and ensuring that discourse about AI readiness on the continent is making it to the global stage, i.e. the IGF. Thank you very much. We wish you all a very good evening, and thank you for attending the session.